the halfway point of the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race, and we're bringing it you here live for the final 12 hours of this race here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. Welcome to the Green Hell, one of the toughest tracks in the world with over 170 turns. And while these drivers, they've been going for almost 12 hours, we've got another 12 hours to go, and we'll be bringing it all with you here on RaceSpot TV right after these short messages.
In the outside contact made, 56 slides it at a 4. Who's going to be at the stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 24 hours of Nürburgring here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. Drivers coming up to the halfway point in this race, and it is a true test of endurance. Drivers are having to compete against not just themselves but the track itself. 170 turns in this fantastic Nordschleife circuit, including part of the Grand Prix circuit as well. We have 4 continents represented here on RaceSpot TV, right here for you now. I'm Paul Smith, representing Europe. Representing North America is Randy Chenov. Representing Australasia is Jake Blackall. And doing the cameras and all the replays and everything like that, representing South America is Hugo Lewis. And, well, Randy, I've managed to mess up already, and we're already, I've just got another 12 hours, 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much par for the course for you these days, Paul. You're losing it.
Well, looking at the field then, what we're going to do, since we've got at the start of this broadcast, we're going to bring you up to speed with all the field here. And we're going to start off with the GT3 class in the Audis. And in the overall lead of the race is Pure Racing Team. They are in first place with Core Motorsports in second place in the 33 car. The 193 car of the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home 1 team is in third, and Thrustmaster Movano TRL in fourth, with Trinity Motorsports in fifth place. In your roof C-Spec class, we have Pure Racing Team in the lead of that one, with Celestial DNF surprisingly still running in second place, with Trimates in third, SimRC.de in fourth, and Core Sim Racing C-Spec in fifth place. In your Kias, I think it's a question of who's still running in this class, because Alpine Eagle Racing, they're currently showing as in the lead in that field. Second place is 24-hour Kia team, with Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew in third, Clan AOD.net 24-hour Kia in fourth, and Chronos Sim Racers in 5th place in that field. And then in your MX5 field, again, it's a question of who's still running in this. You've got Rookie Racing Team, the number 55 car. They are in 1st place in that one, with Team RSO in 2nd place in the 397. 3rd place is Thrustermaster Movano MX5 with Blackadder Motorsports in 4th. And that is pretty much, that is all of your MX5 cars. So only 4 of the MX5s left in this one. But well, Jake will bring you in for this one. It is a really tough race. We nearly ran it, but we decided, well, we'd better be off in the but yeah, another 12 hours for these drivers to go, and we've had a number of retirements.
Yeah, it's a tough race, especially here around the Nordschleife, and it just goes to show. I think I'd rather be in the comms box here today doing the commentary for everyone out there watching instead of being in the driver's seat at the moment. It looks like it's a tough race. Not a lot of traffic out there, as I thought there may have been due to a lot of DNFs early on, but that just shows the difficulty of this track. You got to be there at the end to try and maximise and try and get that victory. If you're not there, you're not going to be able to get that win, and it looks like some people are struggling to get that to happen. And just having a look through now, a lot of the cars are very badly damaged, and trying to manage that for another 12 hours on top is going to be hard for some of those teams. And
Randy, just look, because of so many DNFs, the field is so spread as well on this track. Really, it's a question of how do you keep your composure, how do you keep your ability to keep pushing on when you've got such big gaps. I mean, the closest battle at the moment is, well, actually, it's for the lead of the Kias, because they're just in the process of having pit stops. But you know, other than that, you've got big gaps of like a minute at minimum.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, it's rather interesting. If like, let's say, if we look at the GT3, the Audi class, for example, is if you're Core Motorsports, what do? Do you try to push for these next 12 hours and try to bring that minute and 13-second gap down, or do you maybe just realize that that's insurmountable and then you need to just basically cruise and survive? You know, it is sort of a toss-up there. I think we're going to see a lot of these teams decide to really push hard, and we'll definitely see some more retirements. But I think for the most part, I think a lot of these guys, you know, you're coming to the less racing to go than you've already done. I think most people just want to get to the end from here.
Well, and also the reason why I bring up the fact that there are such big gaps is the fact that there's not really a lot of action to be calling on at the moment. We'll be keeping an eye on everything that goes on, but really it's all about the strategy side of things and tiredness, fatigue, and that's just in this commentary box. But the drivers themselves, they're really going to be on edge. I mean, with a lap around here, Jake, you have to be completely focused for pretty much 100% of the lap, apart from, say, down the Dottinger.
Yeah, you seriously, you can't, a lapse of concentration around here, you'll be in the guardrail, you'll be out of the race, a lot of damage trying to fix that, and it could throw you out of a good position. That could happen to anyone. It's happened to a number of people, especially when I was running the VLN endurance. It sort of was a little teaser coming up to the 24-hour that we have today, and it's just that little bit of a little lapse of concentration, getting caught up with watching your mirrors or trying to figure out where you are on the track, because obviously you want to make sure that you know the track, but if you don't have that preparation as well as some others, you could just be a little bit out of sync of where you are and make that tiny little error, and it could end that race. So for these guys up front, they still have another 12 hours as we just tick over the halfway mark now, that they have to try and manage that. And halfway distance, anything could happen. We could see massive damage. A lot of these cars could and might not finish to the end of this race, but if they do, it's congratulations to everyone who will be able to.
I think we'll see a number of cars drop out before the end of this one, that's for sure. But yeah, just thinking of 24-hour races in general, of course, we'll be eventually getting Le Mans as well. That track will be coming onto iRacing soon. We would like it sooner than later, but when it's ready, I think everyone will be pleased with that, Randy, because that is one of the that is the iconic 24-hour race. But the Nürburgring 24 Hours has made a name for itself as well over the years.
Yeah, especially in recent years, this big 24-hour race at the ring is in the real world definitely garnered a lot of attention, and as well as with the VLN series. But like you said, Le Mans is definitely the big one that everybody wants, endurance racing, and iRacing is currently working on that and trying to get it out as quick as they can. And I'm sure a lot of people will be really happy about that. Jonathan Patel probably being the most happy about that, I think we all know. But Le Mans will be Le Mans is kind of a different beast to the Nürburgring. Le Mans is, it's classic, but Le Mans is actually a relatively easy circuit especially compared to this track. It's wider. There's a lot more time spent on going straight than there is going left and right at Le Mans compared to the Nürburgring, but it's still very challenging in its own right.
Well, just a little bit of a history lesson on the Nürburgring here. Of course, the Nordschleife, well, the full Nürburgring circuit was built by the Nazi German government as part of an effort to fight off the recession in the 1930s. So, as much as people didn't like them, they did something right and gave us a fantastic racetrack, Jake.
Oh yeah, I can't deny them for making what is now the most amazing racetrack in the world. There's not a lot of places that come closer to what this track can offer. The length obviously is unmatched, and the characteristic is its own. It has its own individuality that you don't see on a lot of other tracks. Like some tracks, obviously they do each have their own individuality with the layouts and that, but there's obviously some things that are still carried throughout. But Nordschleife, you'll never get nothing as crazy and outlandish as this racetrack, as what was built ages ago by the Nazi Germany.
And of course, it is technically a private road as well during the rest of the time, as we've just had a look at Sean Wiltshire, the #1 car in the CTC Racing Black car, just got one of the other Audis just coming up to overtake them to put a lap on them there. This is the thing as well with the Nordschleife. You can turn up on one of the days that they have it open, pay however many euros it is to drive around it, and drive at an unrestricted speed as well, which a lot of people take advantage of. I don't know if you've seen any of the videos, Randy, of people taking DHL courier vans, although there are other courier services available, buses, all sorts of different vehicles around the Nordschleife, pushing them to the limit.
Yeah, I've seen the various videos, and they're always entertaining. There's always people with different camera angles. Like I think Adonar Frost is one of the most famous sections of the road that people will sit and wait for people to crash who are out there hot lapping their BMWs, or like you said, their buses, their DHL vans. I saw one. I think it was a 70s Chevy Silverado. I don't know how he got one of those to Germany, but he was hauling.
Yeah, it sounded nice with that lazy V8, but certainly you get some interesting sights around the Nordschleife, and certainly have. And just having a look at how drivers have got on in this race. Pure Racing Team, they actually qualified second, but quite frankly, in an endurance race like this, 24-hour race, qualifying isn't the most important thing, is it, Jake?
No, qualifying isn't, as we can see that Uspar Kharja has gained 10 positions from where they started on the grid. But overall, it's difficult to see that, how this field is spread out at the moment is one of those things that it doesn't really matter where you qualify in that. You just got to make it through this race, and that's the thing, showing how spread out everyone is now and how much time that everyone has gained overall. It just goes to show the attrition rate at this track. It's high. You have to be there, and if you're not, it could end your race in the first 5 minutes. As I think a couple of cars caught up some damage on the first lap, and that automatically put them out of what could have been a strong position.
Something a bit interesting looking at the Audi class, though, is that we don't have any runners who really qualified outside of the top 10 still running, anywhere near competitively. We really only have about 7 cars running out there on the open, for the few laps. All of them qualified within the top 10.
And as we look at the gains being made in the rough C-Spec class as well, there's going to be some big gains involved in that one because, of course, of drivers dropping out. But the Pure Racing Team, they started overall in 22nd in the race. they're up in the lead of the roughs, although Mad Cow and Phoenix both gaining 5 positions as well. Randy, you're associated with Phoenix. That's good news for them that they've gained 5 positions.
Yeah, they're doing good. I mean, they're running about mid-pack right now. You know, I think with that +5, I think they may have been the last place starting roof in this split. So definitely good to see them still, you know, fighting hard out there and trying to work their way forward. And hopefully they can just survive their way to a good finish, which actually they're doing pit stops right now. So I believe Jonathan Fuller's getting in that car.
Yeah, Jonathan Fuller. Yeah, he's in the pits at the moment, getting the fuel and tyres on that.
Either that or Fuller just hit something.
Oh, don't say we're giving them the kiss of death. The curse of the commentator. Hopefully not. We'll find out if anything's happened there for Jonathan.
I think they hit something.
Oh dear. What have you done, Randy?
Commentator's curse has begun.
We've only been on the broadcast 10 minutes and already we've killed somebody. It's Will Vincent.
It was my
his fault. It's always Will Vincent's. Oh no, Phoenix are away again. They've got moving again, so they're still in the race. That's the main thing. But yeah, the ghost of Will Vincent is certainly alive and well here. Come back soon, Will. We miss you. He's not dead or anything. I'm just saying that. He's away on holiday.
If you said come back soon, there's not a lot of people that would assume you meant that he had died.
Anyway.
Just talk about the Kias, Paul. Just talk about the Kias. Change the subject.
Kia's a car that I actually drive a lot of in various series. The 24-hour Kia team have gained the most places with 6 places there. They're currently in first place, so that's a really good run from them, Jake. I know you've driven the Kia quite a bit as well. It's a tricky car to drive around this track with because it's very bouncy at the rear and it can just suddenly kick you out off the track.
Yeah, it's not the easiest car to drive that I've driven. It's definitely difficult, and driving it in the VLN Endurance was sort of my little taste of it coming around Nordschleife. And yeah, the way this car handles is just it's weird, but we get around it and we figure out what we can do with the Kia. And I love the Kia. I love driving the car. It's an awesome car to drive, and it's good fun to have some good cars with. Obviously, I wish there'd be more racing down in the Australian time zones. I don't get to have as much of it. I have to get up at oddly hours of the morning to be able to have a good Kia race, but I still enjoy driving the car, and it's good to see the Kia getting a lot of love in these endurance races now. And
the great thing about the Kia as well is down the Dottinger Straight, they're as fast as the GT3 Audis, which is absolutely crazy when you think, Kia, 4-door sedan. It's absolutely insane that you've got that car up against the might of Audi, and in a straight line it's just as fast.
Yeah, in a straight line, this thing it can pull some cars in. It's surprising how much pace this Kia has with the little downforce tin-top touring car. It's meant to just be beaten on doors, not be able to run fast down the straight, but it can do both, and it definitely can have its own little race among its own self, and not sort of have any characteristics shared with a lot of other cars, especially being front-wheel drive. It's a different beast to drive, and you can't take a lot of other things that you may have learnt in a lot of other series across the because it's just such a different car, and the way it handles it. It's an awesome car. It's just fun to drive in any series, no matter what it is, and especially around the Nordschleife. It's just another challenge.
Well, like I say, I don't know if there's any point in showing the gains and losses in the MX-5 class, because we've got 4 cars remaining in it, Randy, and we saw in the first VLN broadcast that was here on Race Spot and iRacing Live, just how at the start of the race those cars were all together slipstreaming each other down the Dottinger Straight, and it was an impressive sight, but everybody's spread out now and there's only 4 left. It's a real challenge just to get these cars to the end.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue this is one of the easier cars to probably just lap here of this four. You know, the Audi can be pretty hairy, the roof can be pretty hairy, the Kia can be pretty hairy. I'd argue the Miata is arguably the easiest, but when you mix it in with traffic, you know, a lot of times you can get caught up in incidents that weren't your fault, weren't your fault in any way, shape, or form. So that's probably a good reason why this field is thinned out the way it has. But yeah, like you said, it's kind of unfortunate because this class generally is very, very competitive.
And we have got our 4th place car. The Thrustmaster Movano team are on pit road at the moment. Fabio Gonzalez getting on into the wheel of that car. And just talking about the 24-hour race, I've only ever done one 24-hour race myself, and that was the Spa 24 Hours last year. And getting a team of drivers together who can cover the night shift, well, European night shift effectively, was the biggest challenge. It was basically myself and one other driver who happened to live in North America, so it was a better time for them. But we had a 5-driver team. We only had 2 covering the night shift. It was really tough towards the end of that final stint that I did at the end of that night shift. I don't know how much experience doing 24-hour races that you guys have got, but how important is it to get that team right so that you can get those shifts all covered?
It's interesting. We did the Daytona 24-hour as well, and getting those shift covers is hard. We actually got one of our fellow teams for Evolution Racing Australia over at Apex, and we had a European cover our night shift for both of our cars, which it sort of helped us be able to get what we needed done. You know, we could have our car running overnight, and then we could wake up and have someone jump straight into the car if it was still running and wasn't in a fence somewhere, and that helped us along the way to be able to do that. But with a lot of 24-hour races, you need to have that overnight person, that sort of odd time zone to be able to help, because it definitely makes it easier. And I think in multiple cases it just helps everyone involved to be able to perform at their peak.
Yeah, and especially here, you know, you're talking about this track. You really need. I think in order to really compete here in a competitively, you need no less than 4 people. Because, I mean, you talk about tracks like Daytona and Spa, I mean, those are tracks, I mean, yeah, they're difficult in their own right, but this is just so much more mentally demanding that it's so much harder to have someone sit here and run for, you know, a 4-hour stint, whereas at Daytona or Spa, someone could probably do that relatively easily, you know, especially in comparison. And, you know, I remember actually about a month or 2 ago, we were doing a 24-hour league race here, and we actually ended up dropping out just due to lack of people after during the first stint, one of our drivers' desk broke while he was driving, and you know, just because we knew that mentally we wouldn't be able, with just the 2 or so of us that be remaining, that we wouldn't be able to do what we would need to do, you know, basically needing to do 3 to 4 hour stints each, and we would have just lost.
That's a new one on me. Somebody's desk breaking is the reason.
Yeah, Mike. It was Mike Tunis, and we were in the C-Spec here, and it was on this track layout, and right where the GP track rejoins the Nordschleife, so at the end of the GP course, I heard Mike shout a couple expletives over TeamSpeak, and I was curious because his car didn't wreck, and he basically yelled over TeamSpeak that his desk had broken, that I had better be ready, and he drove a full lap with his wheel not connected to his desk or anything, just sitting on his lap.
That takes some effort, does that too?
Yeah, it wasn't
especially with this track.
Lap. Yeah, it wasn't the fastest lap, but it was undoubtedly one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. The fact that he was able to wheel that car around the ring and get it to the pitch for me to drive around, and I think I inevitably crashed it again.
I think that's a theme for my sort of endurance racing history of inevitable crashes. I know one thing that happened to us in the 24-hour race. One of my teammates was driving along up the Kemmel Straight at Spa, and the engine just decided to explode. Completely just let go on its own. And when we asked him about it, he says, "Oh yeah, I noticed that the oil pressure was going down in the last few laps." Like, oh, hello. drive to the condition of the car, mate. But yeah, so we all had a laugh about it, because by that point in the race, we were already out of contention. We've got a car spinning, actually. The number 74 car. I've just seen that. The Pure Racing
Team 74. Yeah, they're already 11 laps down, so he's getting back running, but You know, that's sort of it's fitting that we summarize about Paul having crashing cars and Andres puts one in the wall.
I'll have you know that I only bumped the car once in that race. Andreas Almensberger, it was there in the 74 car, having a little spin, getting over the curbs, and I think that car will be going back to the pits at the end of this lap because that looks a sorry state as that 74 car.
Yeah, that doesn't look the prettiest Audi out there at the moment. It's definitely got some beaten up panels, but I think that's the majority of the field are just trying to just get through right now, and seeing that he's got a lap car behind him, driving Evolution, Mart Uzel, in P number 7 at the moment. So they're doing a good job running up there. A couple of laps down, 3 laps down to the leading Audi, but still out there trying to get as much as you can. And it's easy to see one little mistake and you could lose a lap here quite quickly. Yes, the laps are pretty long, but you still have a long damage time that you have to come back with. So always good to try and keep the car running as long as possible, even all the way towards the end.
Yeah, so we have 11 hours and 45 minutes of this race left, and so basically, you know, we've just got to keep on. We've got to keep an eye on this. You know, there's a few fluctuating things in battles. The lead battle is about 1 minute 10 seconds between them at the moment. That's been fluctuating around that mark, so we'll keep an eye on that. But other than that, really, battles. Oh, the Kia battle, actually. I'm looking at this, the 25 and the 127 car, there's only 12 seconds between them, so if Alpine Eagle Racing are able to get some quicker laps out from under the belt, they could catch up to the 24-hour Kia team with Johan Scharea at the wheel of that Kia. So yes, that's about the closest battle on track at the moment, but of course, pit stops, they will be affecting things there with those cars as well. It's going to ebb and flow as this race, basically, is what I'm trying to say, Randy.
Yeah, I mean, it really does, especially with traffic here, you know. I mean, losing a couple seconds in a single lap here really isn't all that much, or it really isn't all that drastic. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's good that we have at least this close battle for the lead in the Kias between Alpine Eagle Racing and 24-Hour Kia Team, which is undoubtedly the most creative team name I've ever heard. But it could go either way. You know, right now, 24 hours, they've been faster, you know, just looking at the lap chart, but that can get shaken up based on how they catch traffic.
Yeah, it certainly can as they head down towards Arnberg at the moment, going through that long right-hand road, down the hill again, down towards Compression. I always like a circuit that gives corner names describing what happens there. So Compression at the bottom of this hill is the name of the corner, and it certainly is, because that car just sinks down into the floor, and then you're on the brakes into that left-hander, and then these tight twisty bits, Jack.
Yeah, it's good to have corner names, but there's so many around this track, it's just non-stop. And through this tight twisty section now, it's really demanding on the driver to make sure that you manage the car around this section, especially you flowing their car left and then right straight away, and then back left and then right again. You just want to make sure you balance it, and especially with the curves around this track, they're so high. You don't want to hit them as much as you would around a normal racetrack. You want to bounce the car off it, try and use as much of the curb as possible. But here you just don't want to do that. There's been some instances where some cars have hit those curves and actually rolled off of them just based on the setup of the car. So hopefully we don't get to see any of that happening today, but it wouldn't surprise me if one or two cars use that curb like we've seen before with the Audi and spinning off it.
And Randy, on about this track, we of course did the VLN broadcast the start of the month. It was the start of the month. Yeah, it was the start of the month, wasn't it? May. Oh God, blimey, we're in June already. This
Beware, kids, you get old, time goes fast.
this early morning start is not good for me. It's not healthy. I know it's not early morning for you, mate, but people will complain about us getting corner names wrong, or even calling corners which aren't the correct corner name, thinking it's another corner. So we try as best, basically, don't we, Randy?
Yeah, I mean that's basically all we can do, and with a track like this, messing up corner names just isn't the worst thing in the world. It's not like calling Eau Rouge the bus stop chicane or anything like that. Especially when you look at a track map, you look at the track map, and there's several sections of the racetrack where it's like, okay, what part of the track were they on there? There's several sections that resemble other parts, and it's easy to mess up corner names, and especially the pronunciations. Because I don't know if you can tell, but my German isn't that good.
No, neither's mine. Jake, any good at German?
No, I think I will stick to just Australian accent words because I don't think I can pronounce a German word without stuffing them up, no matter what I try.
Well, I can tell you, just having a look at the 25 car, I can tell you where they are coming up to, and that's the carousel. So that's about one of the few corners that it's an iconic corner of this circuit. Jake, and it's a tricky corner to get right as well because of that being severely banked on the inside, but on the outside it's less of a banking.
Yeah, it's flat on the outside and that massive degrees of banking on the inside. You got to get the car settled and run it down in there, in that groove, and try not to go over it. As soon as you go over it, you lose all that momentum, and you can lose and gain time. But like Randy was saying before, a couple of seconds here or there around in this sort of an endurance race of 24 hours. You're not really worried about losing a couple of seconds here or there. That can be made up later on, or if something happens to the car in front, you just want to manage it and just try and just keep the car as clean as possible, even though most out there at the moment aren't as clean as they'd like.
Sorry to interrupt, have we lost our third place Audi?
Let's have a look here.
Yes.
Yes.
No. Yes.
Yes, we have. What's happened
Yes,
to
we
the
have.
third place Audi?
Oh, he had a technical issue. Says the Gregory Tansen.
Oh yeah, so technical issue there for Gregory. Hopefully he's got one of his teammates there with him. 'Cause that's one of the things I've found from racing 24-hour races. If one of your team has a technical issue, it's always wise to have somebody just there, ready to take over, just in case that happens. And I don't know whether that's the case for the 193 car, because just looking at it, yeah, they do have one driver currently registered there.
The thing to remember is actually, it's not just if they've noticed it, but when he had the issue, it was going through the miss section, that triple apex right-hander. So he's only about halfway around, and when he has this issue, he has to take a tow. So they're going to have to wait 4 to 5 minutes for that to happen. So that's going to see them. That's going to see them lose a lap easily.
Yeah, so they were on the lead lap as well, so that's absolutely disastrous for them. In third place, just look at Thrustmaster Movano, because they'll actually have a chance, I would think, of moving up to third place because of this
they're
issue.
going through Adenauer Frost now, so they're only about maybe 2 minutes or so back. I think they'll probably be able to do it.
Yeah, so we could actually have a change of position for the podium. This is about as exciting as it'll get at the moment, really, at this point in the race. That Kia battle, by the way, is now 25 seconds between them, so yeah, I think that one's just settled down for the time being. But yeah, the drama of the race of this hour is that third place car having technical issues and just dropping out for the time being. Hopefully they'll be back very soon, but as I say, having to get a tour back. It's about 6 or 7 minutes around this track as well. Thrustmaster Movano looks like they are now ahead on my timing screen, so they're up into third place.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. It just goes to show how quickly it is as well. Like, they should be up in the third place now, but that long lap of sitting there waiting to get back in the car after you've had an accident, the tow time, it's a long time to sit there and wait and just be so anxious trying to get back in that car. And depends on whether they come out as a lap ahead or they actually lose that lap. It's interesting around Nordschleife where it depends on where you are on the track, is whether you actually can complete that lap in a sense of the timing sheets or if you actually lose it. So for them, we have actually just seen now the Kias 25 and 127 are both in the pits at the moment, so they're getting their service for the Kia lead. So that could just change up a bit of strategy for both of those two out in front right now for the Kia class.
Well, the Kias, I hope they've got a newspaper there, because it takes about a minute and a half to refuel this car, so they're going to be in there a while in the pit lane, getting 4 tyres and then just filling up the fuel. And the interesting thing, every other car in this field, I don't know about the Mazda actually, I've not driven the Mazda, but the Kia, it's effectively getting filled up by jerry cans, so they have to change jerry can every so often, so it is actually put into this, into iRacing, the fact that they have to change jerry cans to keep on filling up the fuel Randy.
Yeah, I mean, the Miata, I've actually tested the MX-5, and it's actually very similar. It's actually right now, who is that rolling off? No, that's okay, never mind, that's a different Kia that was on the pit lane, that was laps down. But, the MX-5 is very similar, but what's interesting about the MX-5 is that thing absolutely sips gas. And it's only really about right now we have the leader in, I believe, yeah, the Pure Racing team of Patrick Fischler, they're hitting the pit lane right now. What's interesting about the Kia is, that holds about a 12-gallon tank, and, that car only sips about a gallon every single lap. So the thing that's interesting there is those guys, they may be able to just rationalize, depending how the tires last, about doing short fills. Yeah,
and you also, as you say, with Patrick Fischler in the pits at the moment from the lead, but it's interesting with the Kia, it's got an 18-gallon fuel tank, but you have to do fuel saving to be able to get the ideal 5-lap stint on the fuel jack.
Yeah, that's the one thing that we were struggling with in the VLN endurance race for in the Kia. You're trying to get that little bit that you need to save to get that extra lap. You can do it; it's not impossible to be able to get that extra lap. But if you have that flexibility in your strategy, it could ultimately help throughout the end, where you may have to do 1 less stop or 2 less stops, depending on obviously where those pit stops fall at the end of the race. You don't want it to fall to that point where you're having to put like your 6 laps from sort of the end of the race going on the time, and you're going to have to struggle to get it to the end. You're going to have to do another stop, whereas people around you are going to have to do just the 1 less stop and get their stop done and go. So just a little bit of strategy that people need to sort of start thinking about. Even though we're only 12 hours into this race, we've still got under 12 hours, just over 11 hours and 30 minutes to go. You still got to think about what strategy you're going to be playing. Do you try and save that extra little bit of gas now, just to give you a little bit more flexibility? But 5 laps, it's nothing. It doesn't seem like much, but when you're doing 9-minute laps, it's a huge difference.
And well, Gregory Tanson is back out the pit lane now, so he has to turn his car. And my timing screen has reset itself now. They are still in 3rd place. The 24-hour MSP Drivers home team, they are still in 3rd place. So they didn't end up losing that place in the podium for the time being, Randy. Have you got some news there?
Yeah, so I mean, that's definitely lucky for them, but that gas come down. But something interesting is the Phoenix Racing car, actually, after just doing basically a single lap, Jonathan Fuller, he actually came back down the pit road. Now, I'm not sure if maybe he caught a pit lane pit lane exiting penalty, if I could speak English, or what happened, but it's very, very odd. They weren't in the pits for very long, and what was actually weird is they actually had Fuller, he hit the pit lane, Fuller got out of the car, and Leanna actually got in it, and then Fuller got back into it before they left, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, bizarre that, but yeah, they're there, still running, which is the main thing around this track, as we've been mentioning. We've got a number of cars out of the race. Now, we've got 87, we're on lap 87 at the moment for the Pure Racing, no, lap 88 we're on at the moment. We've completed 87 laps. The car that is currently showing in last place because of them going out of this race, they only did 3 laps of the race. It shows how difficult, then the next car was only 4 laps of the race, so it just shows with an endurance race, it's all well and good starting with like your pants are on fire, but if you make a mistake at the start, Jake, then that's it. Your race is run.
Yeah, like I was saying before, if you're just trying to run hot laps around here, it doesn't work like that in 24-hour race. And it goes to show some people get involved in early incidents that they weren't even able to get 5 laps under. They weren't even able to get a fuel run out of their car at that sort of stop. So for them to be able to have an issue there, it's just you want to just make sure that you can get it to that ending point. You want, as long as you get to halfway at least, to be able to push it to get to that final 24-hour mark, you'd be able to do it. But to try and push and do those qualifying laps every lap, it's not going to work out, and some people obviously have bitten the bullet, and that's what happened today for some of those teams.
So yeah, just looking at this on the tiny screen, so this is going to show how tired I am. This is where math, you can count on it. Well, let's have a look. So we've got 10 there, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 26 cars. Am I right in saying that that's how many's out in the race at the moment? Just looking at
Something like that.
Yeah, so, God blimey, that's impressive. By the way, if I do flub things or get things wrong, I'm on 1 hour's sleep at the moment, so,
I just got up. I'm bright and early. Let's go.
Away you go then, Jake. You take them. As the 24 car is just coming out of the pits now. Who is that? The Pure Racing Team Rough C-Spec car. They're in the lead. Oh, they were in the lead of that at the moment. They're just going through the pit stop phase. And in fact, it's Celestial DNF currently in the lead of that race. Group of cars. They're only 3.1 seconds ahead, but they've yet to make their pit stop for Celestial DNF. But yeah, the 88 car currently out there in front there, Randy.
Yeah, and definitely good for them to not live up to their namesake, excuse me, and still be running.
It's going to be interesting to see when they come in. You would have thought, Jake, that maybe they'd be coming in the next lap or so with that car. They are in the lead of that group at the moment, but Florian Wolf in the 24 car behind, they just had their pit stop there. So yeah, interesting to see how if people can fuel save come the end of the race, as we've said earlier. That could give a massive effect on the results of this race.
Yeah, massive effect on the results, but it could be in a battle right now between these two. Let's hopefully that this Florian Worth is able to close that gap, maybe make a battle for this lead of the rough C-Spec, but obviously I don't think he'll be wanting to push that hard, just taking that pit stop. We'll just be wanting to get the tyres up to temp, figure out what he's got for this next stint. And obviously he will know that Celestial DNF will be coming in maybe the next time round, depending on their pit strategy and their pit cycle. Depends on when he will be able to come in and get that pit stop done and out of the way, and just having a look. So yeah, the gaps, it's pretty close at the moment, but I don't think there will be much of a battle, as they'll both just be wanting to try and run their own race for the time being.
And it also depends on whether your driver has got a lead right foot as well, doesn't it? Because fuel saving is key in endurance racing, and that certainly is going to be the issue for them.
Yeah, that's definitely the issue. I know I'm a bit of a lead foot myself, so trying to save that extra little bit of gas is difficult for me to do. So to see some of these guys playing that strategy, like I was saying, pretty early on, you get that little bit of a lap, they could, and if this is the case at the end of the race where they've got 1 lap short, you look at that now, that could put them in the lead, and if this sort of carries throughout for the rest of the 11 hours that we've got left, it just goes to show that little bit of a less pit stop could be the lead of the race.
Randy, well, we're going to be joining the commentary box here. Randy, take it away. Who have we got joining us today?
I have Ray Lerna, and I'm not actually sure how to pronounce his last name, even though we're teammates, but oh well. And Ray, I noticed that you guys, Fuller only ran about a lap and came down back to pit road. Didn't look like he hit anything. What happened?
It's very simple. We got the meatball bug, and we were trying to clear it, and ultimately we just switched. He had to come back into the pits twice because we did not know how to clear it. And that was after I like half spun and hit the wall like about 30 miles an hour because my brake dragged about 5-6% coming out of a slow left-hander, so at the back of the circuit, so it's unfortunate there.
That's definitely unfortunate. How's the race been going up until then? The car looks a little bit beat up, but relatively clean. You guys were running top 5 before that. How was it going before?
It was going very well. Car was good. Very consistent stints. A lot of fuel saving from my end. I was trying my best to fuel save and stretch it to 7 laps, and it was very good. We had the pace constant, like low 850s, which is kind of my target lap time, so it was a very good performance up to them.
And then just looking at the lineup that you guys have entered so far, it seems like you have about half the team on and running. What's the driver plan look like from here on out? Is it going to be just you, Matt, Joel, and John running it to the end, or do you think Patel, Ornelius, Buchan, and Thielen will get back in the car as well?
It'll just mostly be Joel, Fuller, and Matt. I'm pretty sure I'm done for the rest of the race. Time constrictions and all that stuff, but yeah, it's unfortunate that I tried to get in a double stint, and that's what happened.
All right, well, unfortunate, like we said, Ray, but you guys were running good, and I think the way that the first 12 hours went, you guys could probably work your way back up to the field, just keeping it clean. Good luck for the rest of the race, and say hi to everyone for me.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Mom.
Well, I meant everyone on the Phoenix team speak, but that works too.
You gotta be more specific next time, Randy.
I will, Ray. You have a good one. We'll talk to you later, bud.
Later, bud.
So Ray there. Yeah, you got to be a little bit more specific next time.
All my teammates are about as smart as me. It's great.
Well, I mean, I could make some comments about, well, that could be the reason why you're on that team, but, let's not go into that. I believe Randy, we've got somebody else as well for an interview, if you want to take that away, Randy, as well.
Yes, I'm actually sat here now with Mr. Matt Pileski. And Matt, just I believe it was 2 weeks ago, you ended up coming away with the win in the iRacing Indy 500. How was that?
That was quite a bit of fun. It was a great weekend coming away with that rather surprising victory. It always will make your day when that happens.
That was definitely, I know me and George were on watching the broadcast rooting for you, and just looking at this, Ray said that he's not going to be really partaking. He put your name in as someone who's going to be doing a lot of the running towards the end here. You've already done, I believe, several, I think 3 or 4 stints already. How much more are you expecting to drive?
Done about 3 stints so far, and right now I guess we're just going to kind of play it by ear because I don't know how much Fuller can do. Joel's taking a nap, so he'll be coming back at some point tonight. I guess we're just going to try to slot each other in whenever we can. So we're probably just going to play it by ear, like I said, and then closer to the graveyard shift because we have none of the Europeans coming in for time constraints. We're going to have to really see who's up for it because we do have I think our steering wheel's off by just a little bit, so...
And then we're actually looking in on the roof lead battle right now, which is, I believe, between Pure Racing Team and Celestial DNF. Yeah, that's closed up just a bit on us, and we'll cut to that here momentarily. And just looking at the pace, Matt, how are you expecting to be able to work your way back to the field?
Mainly it's attrition. I mean, it is a 24-hour race of the Nordschleife. I mean, we thought we had a pretty good handle on the car, and we got caught out, so anything can happen still. We still got roughly 11 and a half hours left. We're only a lap or 2 down, 8th or 9th place. I don't know exactly where. But we can definitely come home with a good finish. We just got to keep with it.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
I got to thank everybody at Phoenix. It's just been a good time running this weekend.
All right, and that's Matt Pileski of Phoenix Motorsports, your iRacing Indy 500 winner. Good luck for the rest of this race, Matt, and hope you guys can work your way back up to the field. Adios.
Yeah, so thank you very much. We have this roof lead battle for the time being then. 0.6 of a second up between them as they go down through the Dottinger Ho Straight. And, well, it'll be interesting, Jake, to see whether that Celestial DNF car comes into the pits this time by, because they've yet to pit on this stint. Hopefully they don't, so we get a bit of action here.
Yeah,
hopefully they'll stay out, but I wouldn't be surprised if they head to the pit lane this time,
Rip your
as they
dreams.
actually do head to the pit lane. So battle done and over, and 1 to Pure Racing Team. So that was unfortunate. That couldn't keep going on and last us another lap. Would have been interesting to see, but I didn't think Pure Racing would try and make that move, obviously knowing that Celestial had to come in and get that pit stop done.
It was you know, it was it was nice thinking that it could happen, but
We were optimistic.
we're clutching at straws here a little bit, but this is the nature of endurance racing. Let's have a look through your feet. Yes, and Bebe is in the pits at the moment.
A celestial DNF. We literally just watched him come down the pits. Well done, Paul.
I'm going through the forget it. What we'll do is we'll go through your top 3 for each group at the moment. You see what I have to put up with every Friday night, Jake? You know, this is what I have to put up with. But yeah, we'll go through the top 3 of each group of cars then. So in the overall race lead at the moment is Pure Racing Team, Patrick Pichler at the wheel of that Audi at the moment, with Core Motorsports in second place, Angelo Merkel in that car, with 24-hour MSP drivers home with Gregory Tanton in third. We saw them having that little issue. They're now just 44 seconds ahead of Thrustmaster Vivano, so that's a battle that could get interesting. Pure Racing Team, Rough C-Spec, they're in the lead of that one. Florian Buff at the wheel of that one. Celestial DNF, Yusen Bebe at the wheel, still in second place, with Trimit in third place in the C-Spec class. In your Kias, it's the 24-hour Kia team. They are in the lead of that one. Johan Cherea at the wheel of that car. Alpine Eagle Racing in second place with Robert Klotz, and Top Freak Racing Corkscrew with David Barraclough at the wheel of that one. And then in your MX-5s, it's who's left? We might as well go through the field for the MX-5s. It's Rookie Racing Team, the number 55 car, Luis de la Nuez at the wheel of that one. Team RSO with Patrick Lanco at the wheel of that one in second place in the 397. Thrustaster Movano MX-5 in third place. And the last of the runners in the MX-5's Blackadder Motorsports in fourth place. So there you go. But like I said, Jake, this is what I have to put up with on Friday time every week on a Friday night with me and Randy.
It sounds like you guys just have had too much fun in the booth. I think I may need to come and join you guys more often. It may bring some enjoyment to what we have, and hopefully this Nürburgring 24-hour gap continues. As we've just had a look, I'm just having a look at the gaps. A minute and 6. I think that's the first time the lead gap's been under a minute 10. So 4-second gain at the moment for Pure Racing Team. The gap is starting to close a little bit. I wouldn't say it'd close that much, as I think overall they're just trying to keep the car straight.
Well, I'm just going to come back to the prime time, because RaceBot TV prime time returns in a few weeks, where you, those who love sim racing, get to choose which iRacing series we broadcast 2 nights a week. That's
I thought
Wednesday
you were talking about
and
me.
Friday. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, because did you know, Randy, that we're actually having a vote to see which series that we show on a Wednesday night, on a Friday night. You can find out more information. Where can we find that out, Randy?
We can find that, I believe it's on the Facebook, and I believe there's also a forum thread up on that.
It's racebot.tv/primetime. It's a 23 car Blackadder Motorsports in the MX-5s. There's had a little bit of a half spin into the barrier there, causing
I think
quite a
they're
bit of
wanting to go
damage.
vote.
But yeah, yeah, that's it. It must be it. Oh, that car is a wreck now. He's having to steer over to the right considerably, like 90 degrees.
I see a
steering to the
motor.
right.
I see no hood on that car. I think it's a
Nope.
bit beaten up now.
I'll be honest, I think losing the hood is the least of their problems at the moment.
Yeah, they're having to go 90 degrees to the right just to go straight, as we see a replay of that. But yeah, racebot.tv/primetime is where you can find out all the information about primetime, and where you can go to vote as well. As that car, that 23 car, really struggling to get around here. They'll want to drive it back because it's less of a punishment than having to get a tow back, Randy.
Yeah, it really is, but they're going to also have to be very, very careful. And you know, sometimes, you know, you do want to drive it back if you can, but sometimes that can kind of bite you and be worse off because, you know, when you're having to hold the wheel the way that he is right now, it's very, very easy to hit the wall and maybe even make matters worse, maybe put that car on its lid. I know that's something I've done in the past, trying to wheel it back to pit lane. So, but he's doing a good job of it thus far.
Yeah, just going through the Stefan Beloff S here, and well, he's got one of the Audis coming up behind him, having to get out the way of the number 8 car. That was the Core Sim Racing Audi there going through, but yeah, that MX-5 is really struggling to get back. Hopefully he can get it back up without making any further contact. It's really, when it's going through left-handed corners, which
got a
luckily
roof
there
and a
aren't
Kia
many.
coming up on him too.
Yeah, it's really struggling around those left-handers at the moment, so hopefully he'll keep out of the way. But yeah, that roof and the Kia, they're still a bit further away, so hopefully they'll be able to get onto the Dottinger straight side there.
Yeah, hopefully, but yeah, he's just getting onto the straight now, so he'll be there by the time that they get to him. So hopefully with that, he'll be able to keep it to the left side. Luckily for him, this is about the widest part of the circuit to be on, and he just needs to try to keep it out of the middle of the road and let these guys pass him either left or right.
Yeah, here comes Matt Malone then, in the 27 car, catching up to the that MX-5, and the Kia behind Robert Klotz in the Alpine Eagle Racing team. This is the second place Kia as well that's catching up. And look at how close that Kia's keeping to that C-Spec there. That C-Spec isn't any slouch down the straight, but that Kia is going faster because it's in the draft. As here they are catching up to the MX-5 past the go down the Dottinger straight. And that Kia, it's in the draft there, but able to catch up. It was 4 miles an hour faster down the straight.
Yeah, Kia, like we were saying before, definitely fast in a straight line. Is no slouch in that sort of department. It just made that MX-5 look like it was standing still down that long Dottinger straight. It just didn't move. It was just sitting there cruising, and it just went flying by. But that's what happens here. Those MX-5s, especially with the damage, hopefully he's able to. Gustavo is able to get it to the pits. I think he's going to come in now. Obviously, he will be doing that. Trying to get as much damage as he can fixed. He was 2 laps down compared to the leads. Hopefully they don't have too much damage that they can't continue, otherwise we'll be down to 3 MX-5s left in the class.
Yeah, he nearly went into the pit wall there. That's how bad the damage is, and we saw calamity in the pit lane entry, Randy, in the VLN, as well as Phoenix are back in the pits.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened, but Jonathan Fuller is out of the car, and he's actually out of the server. But like you said, in the VLN race, we saw that calamity on pit road after someone, I believe it may have been a Vortex car, messed up the entry and spun and basically blocked about 10 or so cars, which it made things interesting.
Yes, it certainly did. As our 5th place car, Trinity Motorsports, they're onto pit road at the moment. Matthias Schoger at the wheel of that one, just going through their pit cycle at the moment. So we've got just under 11 hours and a quarter left in this race. It's wishful thinking from me, I think, that, Jerky, for how long's left in this broadcast. But you mentioned about that lead battle between first and second. It's now down to 1 minute 3 seconds, so that gap is slowly coming down.
Slowly coming down, but like we were saying before, a second here or there is not much to worry about. But if a second there keeps coming down over the entire race, that could be something that Pure Racing team have to just have a look at and maybe pick up the pace. But you just want to manage it. It looks like that's what they are doing out in front. They have a pretty clean car. I think one of the cleanest cars out there at the moment for Pure Racing team, and that's why they're out in front doing a good job. And hopefully they can keep it up, since they've got some, I think, 2 Kias in front of them that they'll be coming up. A Kia and a Rough, sorry, that they'll be coming up to try and lap right now.
And I know this is a bit self-indulgent, but shout out to Paul Dowgill, who's watching this race. Thanks for the kind comment on the Facebook Live. We are on Facebook Live, by the way, on the iRacing page on Facebook, so you can always check us out on there as well. So yeah, thanks a lot, Paul, for the kind words that you've said about the coverage here. We do our best, and well, this battle is staying stagnant around 1 minute 2 seconds for the lead. And just looking through your field as the leader goes past one of the roughs, the core sim racing rough there. This again, everything's just gapping out now. It's all just spreading out once again. In fact, one of the Kias is behind the 27 car, which is the C-Spec. That is actually a battle for position. The 27 and the 127 car, that is a battle for position overall, just not in class, Randy.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I have a sneaking suspicion they probably won't fight with each other too hard over it. You know, yeah, you want to finish. Yeah, everyone realistically wants to finish as high up the order as they can, and I'm sure that Kia team would love to be like, ha ha ha, we beat one of the roofs. They're not very good, but right now you need to keep. You need to be smart, and really for them, they're running. They're running second place in the Kias. They need to be more worried about catching that 24-hour Kia team rather than racing this not ATK and Friends Roof C-Spec.
Well, an interesting thing here, though, for that Kia is it could actually do them good to stay behind that rough as well, because they're getting the draft all the way around the lap, and that's going to help the fuel economy. It means that they don't have to fuel save quite as much. It means they can push a bit more around it.
Yeah, it certainly does, but just looking at that C-Spec, it is pretty damaged, and while that Kia isn't really all that clean as well, I'd say the Kia is the cleaner of the two, so one has to maybe wonder if, with that damage, if that C-Spec isn't holding that Kia up just a little bit. Looking at the lap times, actually, that Kia was quicker last time around, but it's going to depend where they're finding the time and, whether or not they're getting held up at all or not. If they're only maybe losing half a second or so over the course of the lap by getting held up by them, then, no real point in trying to get by. And like you said, just take that draft and take that easier fuel economy and be able to do that extra lap that everyone else has to fuel save really hard to do.
And Jake, I keep on coming back to about this Kia, about having to drive it. When you're following the car in front, it's not as affected as much on the front aero for the downforce and for the grip as some of the other cars, like the GT3 cars, if they're following each other. So that Kia, it'll still be all right to go around in the corners, even in the draft.
Yeah, the Kia doesn't get affected much by the draft. Obviously, it gains time through the draft in being stuck behind a car, but overall, in a downforce and handling wise, the car just handles pretty much identical, and you can just manage that. So it's always good, especially seeing sitting behind a rough, even like Randy said, it's got some damage that may be slowing their pace, and the Kia was faster last time round, but it's still got that little bit of a draft gap that it can manage and just keep pulling along with the rough. And if the rough starts to increase its speed, it can sort of hang with it, and it will just start to bring it closer to that lead battle that it has with the 24-hour Kia, who is out in front.
Yeah, so that, as I say, that 24-hour Kia team out front at the field of that Kia's. Just looking through your fields, just having to look to see who's still running really in each class. You're looking at around how many? So 7, 8, 9, 10. You're looking at about 11 Audis still remaining in this race. So that's actually quite a good going to have that many Audis still running in the race here. The rough as well. There's a number of those cars that still running. Although saying that, Phoenix Endurance are in the pits at the moment, and they're not going anywhere. So Randy will be trying to find out some information regarding that one. Yeah, there's a good number of the roughs still in the race. The Kias, this is where you start losing the cars. The Kias, you've still got a good 7 of those cars. I think the last of those Kias running as the Guild of Australian Young Stars in that number 69 car. They're the last of running Kias, and as we say, the MX-5s, we've just got 3 out on track. Oh no, the 23 car is back up and running, so at least they're carrying on, but there's considerable damage to the front of that car, so hopefully that will just be a case of getting that car to the end, Jake.
Yeah, it's got a hood back on it now as it's a rough pass. You actually used all the road and a little bit more going over the top there through Floodplats. I think that was.
They're running really slowly.
Yeah.
They're really struggling. I think that's got terminal damage.
Yeah, I think it's hurt the motor from where it went front on into the wall, and I think they may have to park that car, which is unfortunate because obviously we want to see as many cars out there on the track as possible, but with the pace that it's running, I think it may just be better to park that car for everyone else out there in the track, because you don't want to come up to a fast flowing section and have this MX-5 that's not running at full pace right in the middle of the track, or off to a left or a right side depending on where you are.
Yeah, so struggling downhill is that MX-5, the number 23 car. We saw it have its incident a little bit earlier, but well, they're still carrying on. That's the main thing, and that's it. You know, starting the race is one thing, but actually getting to the end of the race, especially on a track like this, that we've been saying it's a challenge. Around here as the Pure Racing team, the race leader just goes past that MX-5 now, Patrick Pichler at the wheel there. It's such a challenge to make it to the end. I mean, it's difficult enough to make it to the end of a 4-hour race, as we're looking at the 127 car, the Alpine Eagle Racing car coming through. They've made it past that roof C-spec now, so they are up a position overall ahead of that 27 car. But yeah, making it to the end of a 4-hour race here at the Nürburgring is difficult enough, Jake. But to make it to the end of a 24-hour race, that takes an incredible effort.
Oh yeah, the amount of effort that these teams have to be able to put in to get to that famous 24-hour mark is hard. And even in the 4-hour race, it was difficult enough, like you're saying, Paul. It's just there's so many things that can go wrong here. It's not a track that like Le Mans and Spa that are relatively easier in a sense compared to Nordschleife. It's such a difficult track, and that's what makes it so iconic and makes everyone love it. I think people have love-hate relationship with this track. It's one of those tracks that you can either love it if you have a good result, or you can absolutely hate it if something goes wrong because of a curve or a corner that just comes up on you too quickly. You don't know where you're at. But overall, for these guys to be still running where they are, and hopefully they can all continue to run up towards the end.
Well, one thing that all of these drivers will be thankful for is the fact that they won't have a monumental hailstorm as well, Randy, because we saw that last week in the Nürburgring 24-hour race. That was an incredible weather event there that happened, and thankfully these drivers won't have to contend with conditions like that.
Yeah, that was definitely an exciting. It was unfortunate that race had to get red flagged for about 90 minutes or so, but it was still very
3.5 hours. It was.
Was it 3.5 hours? I couldn't remember exactly. I knew it was something like that, but it was. There's a video online of someone who was up at Outenaar Frost, and it just shows when the weather came in, and it went from basically overcast and dry to there being ice on the circuit within about 7 minutes. So, and I mean, I think it was about half the grid got stranded out there on the track because they couldn't get up some of the hills with all the ice that was out there on the track. So it's not something I've ever seen before, but gladly we're not going to see it here, and we can just stay green flag all the way, from start to finish.
Who would have thought that racing slick tyres and very powerful GT cars and other racing cars wouldn't be able to go up on ice uphill? I mean, who would have thought that, Brandon?
Just about everybody.
Yeah, just about everyone. But, I mean, it was like watching Bambi on ice. It really was, just seeing those cars. I mean, some of the drivers showed incredible skill to be able to keep the car on the track as the 127 and the 27 are going side by side. This is a battle for position again, and that rough is back ahead through that high-speed section is ahead now, down towards Hamburg once again. But that rough taking position, they're up ahead of the Eagle Racing team. But yeah, we saw some of the skill of the drivers in that race to manage to keep the cars on the track, because that wasn't easy conditions, Jay.
no, that wasn't easy conditions, and I wouldn't have liked to have been a part of that. It looked horrible to be in the driver's seat, especially trying to get the power down in the Audis, and just trying to get up the hill, seeing that shot of the Audi and just struggling to get the car up the hill on that ice with the hail. And it just goes to show how much weather and everything can play a major impact on race, and how these cars actually handle those different weather. Like we all think about cars being on the slick tires most of the time, but as soon as you add a slick tire and then torrential hailstorm, it's a completely different aspect where the cars are technically useless, and I think you'd be faster walking around the track in a hailstorm rather than trying to drive an Audi R8 GT3 car.
I know this is completely different. I used to referee rugby league, and I once refereed a rugby league game in a hailstorm, and it stopped at half time, and it's like, oh, finally we can concentrate on the rugby. No, it started up again for the second half. 5 minutes in the second half. That was the most unpleasant 80 minutes of my life I've ever had. So quite frankly, I think they would have been better staying in the cars, which is what most of the drivers did in that hailstorm.
Yeah, I think staying in the cars were the better option, and it was funny how some of the teams couldn't even figure out what was going on, because obviously some parts around this track you don't have radio communications, so some of them were trying to figure out and had to actually, I think a couple of drivers had to actually send text through phone or had to actually use their phone that some of them had on them to actually call the team and let them know what was going on, because they were all stranded halfway around this track, and half the team were wondering what was going on, where's the cars, what's happened out there. So it's an interesting prospect with all that going on that was able to occur. But yeah, definitely I think you would have been safer in the car, and you would have been less wet, obviously.
Don't talk to Tom Coronel about having a phone in the car at the Nürburgring. He's not happy about that at all.
Savage.
But to be honest, whilst you're driving round using a mobile phone, it's against the law in most countries now, isn't it? So, set a good example, Tom. Come on. But anyway, we're coming up now towards 11 hours left in this race. So what we're going to do is we're going to take step aside for just a few moments just to refill our drinks and get ourselves prepared for the final 11 hours of this race here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. It's the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and we'll be right back after these short messages.
Here at iRacing, we pride ourselves on interacting with our community and getting into the forums and seeing the discussions and doing surveys about what features and content, things that they want. It's been quite clear that one of the biggest features that people are looking for is dirt racing. The first step in doing something like that was obviously our dynamic track project. It has set a great foundation for us to do a lot of different things with our surface going forward. With this dirt track project, it became evident that we needed to really become educated on what happens with dirt, not only the preparation of the track, but what happens to the surface as a race is going on. We've gotten in touch with the University of Northwestern Ohio, and there they have a terrific motorsports program, but they also have a big focus on dirt racing. They have their own dirt oval there called Lima Land. They actually have a dirt late model team and modified team as part of the curriculum for the school.
The university purchased the track for student involvement. They're out here for multiple purposes. We hold classes out here where they work on the vehicles that they build. We also have a motorsports team. They build, crew, and race the cars every Friday. So we have a huge involvement here at Lima Land Motorsports Park from the university.
And so we're sending Dan Garrison there to get educated and to learn what is different about dirt.
iRacing is traditionally done with asphalt. In that model, the track is very stiff, and it's the tires that have the give and the bend. But when you start talking about a dirt track, the equation flips in that the track is the thing that gives and responds. That's going to be a big challenge, and it's something that we definitely want to get right.
Everybody wants different racetracks. Personally, I like faster racetracks. A dirt track fast is when you keep the moisture in it and don't let it get real hard on you. If you let it get real hard, it's just like cement. You cannot water cement. You put water on it, the water runs off. The racetrack has got to absorb the water. You got to keep a hard pan below it, but keep the loose stuff on top to make it fast.
The thing about dirt racing that I like the most is there's probably 20 other competitors on the track, but I was always taught by Mr. Knott, a guy that gave me my first sprint car ride. You're racing the racetrack. You're not racing the 20 other guys in that feature race, and you're constantly got the car in a slide. You're turning right to go fast. You have to figure the racetrack out and get your car to where it handles the best on the dirt.
It's good to kind of actually get to a racetrack that's in working condition and be able to see, okay, this is how the soil behaves and this is what it's like. And it's amazingly sticky is the thing I'm learning. It really holds together well.
Having worked with this group of guys and on this code base now for 16 years, we've only ever done pavement. We've only ever done purpose-built, race cars that run on ovals or road courses. So it was natural. The first car that we're going to introduce for this is a dirt late model, and we've actually partnered with Clint Boyer, who has a dirt late model team, and he's given us access to his car. We've scanned it, we've photographed it, and started the data collection process with his team to understand how the car works. We couldn't ask for better data to build this dirt late model.
To be able to drive a car around a dirt track and really pitch it into a corner and get on the throttle and throw the car around a little bit and keep it under control, I think is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm very excited about this project. I mean, we have a 25+ year history of making pavement racing between Papyrus and iRacing, and this is the real first chance we're venturing outside of that. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm very optimistic that this will be launching this year.
Welcome back to iRacing Live and RaceSpot TV's coverage of the Nürburgring 24 hours here on the iRacing Live. And well, what we're going to do is quickly run through your leading drivers from each of the splits. We're into the final 11 hours of this race, so into hour 14 of this race. And well, in the lead of this race at the moment in the Audi R8 is Pure Racing Team, the 111 car. Patrick Pichler at the wheel of that car with Core Motorsports in second place. They are 1 minute 2 seconds behind. In third place is 24-hour MSP Drivers Home Team. And then fourth place, about a minute behind them, is Thrustmaster Movano TRL. Trinity Motorsports rounding out the top 5 of the GT3 class. In the rough C-Spec class, you've got Pure Racing Team, the 24 car in the C-Spec, in the lead of them. Second place, in fact, actually, we've just got going through the pit cycle at the moment, so it's actually the Celestial DNF team that's in the lead of that one. I believe, no, they are in second place. Do you know what? We've got enough for 11 hours of this broadcast. I'm already struggling. Don't know about the drivers. Trimax are in third place in the C-Spec with SimRC.de in fourth and iRacers.hu Team Porsche in fifth place. And your Kia class, it's 24-hour Kia team in the lead of that one. Alpine Eagle Racing in second place. Top Freak Racing Corkscrew are in third place. Chronos Sim Racers in fourth with Clan AOD.net in 5th place. And in your MX-5s, well, it's the survival of the fittest in this one. It is Rookie Racing Team number 55 in 1st place, with Team RSO in 2nd place. Thrustmaster Movano MX-5 in 3rd. Blackadder Motorsports, though, they were the last of the runners, but they are back on pit road, and it doesn't look good, Jake.
Nah, it doesn't look good. They've been sitting in the pits for a while at the moment trying to get... Actually, as I say that, the magic happens and the MX-5 starts rolling. Let's see whether they have full pace for Blackadder Motorsport to be able to continue for another 11 hours, but I don't think the car is up to race speed at the moment to be able to try and do that, but hopefully they will give it a good shot.
Well, this is part of the appeal of endurance racing. You know, you want cars to make it to the end. You will them on. I do think they're parking it up. I think that car is done. They've tried their best, and unfortunately they've had to park the car up after turn 1. The back towing back to the pits. Oh, that Blackadder Motorsports car! I do believe that car, that will be their race run, will be down to 3 MX-5s, and that's disastrous for them, Jake.
That's unfortunate. They were trying so hard to get that car to the finish, and especially after making that 12-hour mark or 13-hour mark and having that little that incident, now it's just struggling to be able to get it back to what they want. Maybe they were just trying to beat the damage and try and take as little repair as possible, but I think it needs a full repair to get that car done, but I don't think they have that possibility at the moment.
Do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of a few years ago at Le Mans when they had the Delta Wing, and it pulled up. It'd been involved in an incident. It's pulled up at the side of the track, and the driver spent the best part of 40 minutes to an hour trying to repair the car enough to be able to get it back to the pits that could do a full repair job. And it was just absolutely heartbreaking to see him put so much effort into it. And there is a video on YouTube. You want to find it because it is truly. It shows the spirit of endurance racing, I feel. The desperation of him trying to fix that car to get it back to the pits. It just would not start, would it?
No, it wouldn't start. And just the desperation, like you're saying, just trying to get it, wanting to get it, the will to try and make that car last the end of the race was struggling. But and it really did suck to see that happen, especially to the Delta when it's such a new project and for everything like that to happen, but it's still out there now. Continuing, but now we're only down to 3 MX-5s for that class now, so now it's definitely the will to see who can make it to the end and who can survive. Any of these three pretty much will have got a guaranteed podium at the moment, but if one little mistake can happen,
you had to say
lead to anything. Yes, yes, I had to say it because, you know, this track, anything can happen. It's just the Nordschleife. It's like you put your names in the hat, they shuffle it around for about 12 hours and 24 hours, and they just pick whichever one comes out first, and that's your winner. That's Nordschleife for you.
Randy, I know you've been keeping an eye on the Phoenix team. What's happened with them, because they've not run for quite a while now?
I've actually not been able to get a hold of anybody, so I'm not really sure what's happened yet.
Oh, okay. Nice of them to keep in touch with you there then, Randy. You know, they've not been running for quite a while now. They've been sat in the pits. There's nobody in the car either, is there? So they are, you would think, possibly, maybe looking at retiring that car, would you say, or is it just
I have a sneaky suspicion it might be an availability issue. I think something might have came up and you know, someone had to park it or, you know, get up and leave, and there may not be anybody there. It didn't look like Fuller hit anything, so I hope everything's okay for Fuller. Hopefully nothing's wrong there, and but, you know, definitely just, you know, it's unfortunate, but, you know, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, and these things happen in these endurance events. Yeah, we've seen plenty of them now. We've covered plenty of them on Racesport TV and iRacing Live in the past. Of course, the last big race, of course, was the last 24-hour race was the Daytona 24 Hours. As we've got this eternal struggle between the 27 car and the 127 cars. That's the Not 80K and friends, and the Alpine Eagle Racing, and they both head onto pit road as well. But that rough will get its pit stop done a lot quicker. As where did that Audi come from behind? them two. The 74 car just appeared from nowhere. Actually, they cut through.
He had, yeah, I think he likely had a problem somewhere on the GP circuit. Probably hit a wall. I'm actually looking through now to see what maybe he hit, because you do get a black flag if you cut through the GP circuit pit entry like that. Not actually, no. I mean, he drove past the pit entry with that damage on the start of the lap. I'm not sure if maybe he just wasn't paying attention, didn't realize that he had to hit the pit lane, and basically just decided that he'd rather take that penalty and cut through the GP track like that rather than having to run out of gas and take a tow, because we are nearing GT3 pit stops, I do believe.
Yeah, and it's just caught me a bit unawares there with that one. That's all. As well, the 27 car gets away from the pits, and this just shows how much quicker the C-Spec is on its pit stops. That was 31.6 seconds for that pit stop, whereas the 127 car, they're still on pit road at the moment. Robert Klotz behind the wheel, and they're still just waiting and waiting and waiting for that pit stop. Like I say, about a minute and a half in this Kia round.
Yeah, it is quite a while. You caught me with my mouth full, but but yeah, I mean, it is, the roof, it happened relatively quickly, because like you said, that Kia basically gets jerry canned up, whereas these GT3 cars and that roof, it basically just gets from a big fuel line, from a big fuel tank, so they're just hook it up and it just fills up.
Well, Jake, I'm looking through the field here. We've got 1 minute 2 seconds between the first two. And then the battle for third place between 24-hour MSP Drivers Home and Thrustmaster Movano TRL. There's about a minute and 5 seconds between those two as well. Those are pretty close battles. I say close. In the grand scheme of things around this track, that is quite a close battle. And also the battle between first and second in the rough C-Spec as well is about similar gaps. So we have got battles here. It's just in the scheme of what we're used to seeing in normal racing, in normal sprint racing, or even Grand Prix racing, the gaps, they're just, because of the length of the track and because of the nature of an endurance race, it just all spreads out, and you just have to have a bit of patience there.
Yeah, you just sort of sit and float around a minute behind the lead, which is technically nothing. When you think of it, a minute lead is not really that much in comparison to where you're at the Nordschleife, and having a minute gap between cars isn't as big as what it seems. But when you put it in comparison to, say, like a sprint race, a minute gap's like nearly a lap. You sort of want to pump the car and end the race there. You don't want to run the extra 5 laps, but around here you want to keep pushing to try and make up that gap. And it's interesting how some of these gaps in the pit cycles are working, where the lead car will try and go, will short stint and come in that lap earlier than what they're able to, and then the second place car is able to go the extra lap. So I think a little bit of that, like I was saying before, it's starting to play out more as we see through the pit cycles now, especially with Celestial, the last stint that they were doing. I think it was the last stint or stint before, where they actually went that extra lap over Pure Racing Team. So if they can keep managing that, it just might spice it up a bit, but still the minute gap, it's still a long way to try and close down.
The closest battle, just looking down the field, you have got for between the 19 and the 4 car. As the 4 car comes into pit road at the moment, that's about 36 seconds between them. So, like I say, that number 4 car onto pit road as the Mad Cow Muriel really slow. I think they've run out of fuel down the Dottingham Straight.
Looks like they have. It's struggling in trying to get it down. Especially
that,
or
they were just letting that guy by.
Yeah, either that. I think it.
Well, that car's running way down the order. That's really weird.
Yeah, he's in the pit, so yeah, maybe it was running out of fuel. Poor.
It just sounded very quiet. It just sounded very quiet at one point, like the engine had just partially cut out for a while. But yeah, they're on pit road, and yeah, they've run out of fuel. They're just jumping down the pit road, and well, that's talk about pushing it to the limit there. Mad Cow able to get every single last bit of fuel out of that fuel tank to get them into the pit lane, but I think they'll maybe want to just recalculate things a little bit on the next fuel stop, Jake.
Yeah, that's pushing that fuel limit to the limit. Like seriously, just trying to get every last drop to get that extra lap. But it sort of puts you in a bit of a window now where you think maybe I can't be doing that, because if I'm going to run out and if I run a little bit faster here or there or somewhere around that, you know, you may lose a little bit more time. The next time you do it, you may be pushing a little bit harder. So I think Michael Fabian for Mad Car Racing may just have to just tone that down a little bit on the next stop, maybe go a little bit slower or push a little bit harder. We'll see whether that plays out again.
Yeah, so we're going through the pit stop cycle at the moment, and it's Pure Racing Team, the 111 car, out at the lead of this race. Still a minute and 5, they're just pulling away again. Now, just gradually pulling that lead out again, so maybe they've done enough fuel saving at the start of the stint now just to be able to get the foot down and pull away a little bit. But at number 33, Core Motorsports car, they're still not going to give this one up, that's for sure, as we've got the Thrustmaster Movano TRL car in pit road at the moment. Jose Lopez there in the car, ready to go away. And, well, we're seeing about minute 10 seconds for a pit stop with the GT3 cars. Actually, the quickest car for pit stops is the C-Spec, where you're looking at around 37-38 seconds for a pit stop, Brandon.
Yeah, and that's somewhat, you know, that's sort of expected. The thing with these Audis, you know, you might expect them to be quickest, but you got to remember in these GT3 Audis, the fuel and tires happen separately, so you figure, you know, it's about 25 seconds or so to put tires on the car, as Coanda actually kind of took advantage of at that last pro race at Silverstone. And you know, and then you obviously have the fuel that has to get put in, which takes about a minute, so it is kind of expected that Jake, that Audi takes you know, just a little bit longer than that C-Spec.
Yeah, a little bit longer in the pit stops, but overall it doesn't really hurt them with the race pace and losing time compared to that C-Spec. But it's interesting to see that Audi, yeah, like you're saying, takes that little bit longer. But and the rough spec just a little bit quicker and could gain some time in the pit stop. But it just goes to show a little bit of mistake that could happen on the track where you have a little bit more damage and will ultimately hurt the rough a little bit more, Randy, compared to its competitors, because obviously they may only have to do a 30-second stop compared to you maybe doing a 2-minute or a 3-minute stop, depending on the damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely can play a huge factor in these events, and you know, we'll have to see how it goes here. As actually, I believe we're going to be really, really close here to the rest of these GT3 cars making their pit stops. Right now, Pure Racing Team is about halfway around the lap. Actually, they're coming up on the run towards the carousel right now. Actually, the long straightaway before the carousel. So that should be happening in the next lap or so, and maybe, you know, that could be a way that Core can find a bit of pace here. You know, Core, they're a minute back, but you know, you're starting in your 10 hours left to go in this race, and really for the better part of an hour and a half we've been here, they haven't reeled that gap in any way, shape, or form. They need to start pulling some tricks out of their hat to try to get that gap down.
Yeah, a little bit of a strategy may start to come out for Core Motorsports to be able to gain a little bit more time. They're just slowly reeling it in, but it's not enough at the moment to make a big challenge and make Pure Racing out in front sweat a little bit to maybe push a little bit harder. So I think Core Motorsports may need to play a little bit of a strategy pool, maybe run that extra lap long or come in a lap early and try and do an undercut. I don't know how. I don't think the tyres will be lasting that long. It wouldn't surprise me if some of the teams are double stinting the tyres. They shouldn't be wearing out that much. The GT3 tyres are pretty good on longevity. So we'll see whether Pure Racing should be coming in maybe in the next couple of laps here or abouts to do their next pit stop. Yeah, it should be coming in the next couple of laps, come in and get their topped up, see whether Core Motorsports will follow through. Still got some damage to their rear wing, but it still looks like it's not hindering their pace much at all, Randy.
Yeah, it looks like it might just mostly be visual. Doesn't look like it's affecting the grip at all. And you know, something that I think might really work towards Core Motorsports' advantage here is that Pure Racing Team car. The only drivers that have run laps so far, and the only drivers that are registered, are Patrick Pitchler and Maximilian Benake in that 111 Pure Racing Team Audi R8. So only two drivers here trying to stretch this full 24-hour gap. Where if you look at the Core Motorsports guys, you know, they have a pretty talented trio there. They have Alexander Voss, they have Kei Kashubi, and Angelo Mickel. And actually, Kei Kashubi, the new addition to that team, who switched over from Falcon GP. And Kei is, you know, anyone who watched that opening VLN round knows that Kei Kashubi is very, very quick here. And, you know, I think once they get Alexander and once they get Kei Kashubi back in the car, they might be able to bring that gap down some.
Yeah, I think that's where it's going to be an interesting thing, especially for people. Those two drivers, the fatigue that will be going on between those two could play a little bit of another card in this game, especially Core Motorsports lineup always strong, Paul. And I think it goes to show that running in second, they're going to try everything they can to run down that Pure Racing team out in front.
Well, that's it. With them only running 2 drivers, they won't be able to get any sleep, or if they do, it will only be like 40 minutes, that's all, maybe an hour at a push. It really is going to take effect towards the end of this race. I mean, yeah, we're struggling as it is, well, I'm struggling as it is in the commentary booth, and I know you two are fine, but you know, the effects of tiredness and on people's ability to keep concentration and to keep that mental concentration up, it really does take effect, Brendan.
I mean, it really does, especially, you know, just looking at Pure Racing Team, you know, his team that's only running the 2 cars, they're running about 25 to 30 laps per stint, which, you know, you figure you guesstimate about 8 minutes. You know, the lap times are more about 8.5, but, you know, let's say 8 minutes. If you're running a 30-lap stint, you're in the car for 4 hours, which, you know, once you start getting to the tail end of that, once you start approaching hour number 3, the end of hour number 4, it becomes much, much more likely that you would make a simple mistake to see you put the car in the wall here. And really, I think, personally, in my opinion, I would not be surprised if we see this Pure Racing Team actually make a mistake like that, and really, you know, have a, you know, drastic turn of negative drama here over the course of this race while leading. Just, you know, to me, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense to push yourselves quite that hard.
Yeah, it's I know some teams can run with 3, some can run with 4. Me personally, because I'll hold my hand up, I'm not the most talented driver in the world. I freely admit that. I think we've seen it many times here on Racesport TV, especially the last 2 weeks on the Kia coverage.
Well, you better step your commentating up then.
Yeah, that's much better either. So, but you know, whenever I've done these endurance races, I've always wanted a team of, like, for a 24-hour race, a minimum of 5 drivers, just so it gives everybody that chance just to have that break and to get away from it, so you can.
Actually, the P2 car, just to interrupt, the Core Motorsports car actually does hit the pit lane, so it looks like we were talking about, they're going to try to do this undercut.
Yeah, so Angelo Mickel at the wheel coming into pit road. It's a very slow pit speed limit here, 37 miles an hour as he comes into his pit box, right on the marks there, and that will be some fuel going into that car, and then hopefully some fresh tyres. Is
Alexander Voss gets in as well.
Yeah, into there as the number 69 car, the Guild of Australian Young Stars in the Kia come into the pits there, so they're on their pit cycle at the moment. But yeah, this number 33 car, Core Motorsports in there, Alexander Voss taking over. So with a fresh driver, and we know how good Alexander is in a GT3 car, Randy, he'll be then just pushing within the limits, you would say.
Yeah, and really, I think this is going to be very, very good for them, because we all know that Alexander is very, very quick. Obviously, that Core Motorsports team, very, very competitive, and we've seen them win Blancpain Endurance Pro Series races. We saw him be very competitive in that opening round of the VLN Series. You know, and he's going to be fresh. And Patrick Pitchler here, you know, just looking at what they have been running, him and Maximilian Benake, it looks like he's going to have to do at least one more stint here. So he's going to be able to go up against hopefully a tired Patrick, hopefully tired for Alexander's sake, that is. At which point we're expecting Maximilian probably getting back in the car. And, you know, just talking about this 2-driver tandem that we're seeing again, you know, that opening round of the VLN series, we saw Maximilian Benake try to run that full 4-hour race alone, and once he got towards the end of that race, we saw him make a couple mistakes and actually have an incident with a slower Miata that put him out of that. I'm sure you remember that, Paul.
Yeah, I do remember that, even through my hazy state as I am at the moment. But yeah, I remember that well. And we did comment at that time about how they didn't have a second driver in that race. But yeah, Alexander Voss out on track now, just going through the hairpin down at Dunlop, and then through the Michael Schumacher S here as he goes through the Grand Prix circuit. And really, this is the wide part of the circuit, is the Grand Prix circuit. Once you get past the NGK chicane, that's when things start getting a bit tight as you go onto the Nordschleife track.
Yeah, that's where it starts to really amp up in the track dynamics, and it's such a cool little track to be able to include both the, as we would call now, the Nürburgring, the Grand Prix circuit, mixed in with the Nordschleife. It's really interesting how much both differ a lot. Obviously, the Nordschleife more challenging and technical, and then the Nürburgring still challenging in itself, but has a nice flow to it, nice rhythm. That really leads you up to what you're about to experience for the next 7 odd minutes around the rest of the Nordschleife. So I love having both of the tracks combined. It's just an extra little element that you have to play in.
And how do you go about setting up a car on a track which has such varied different types of corner on this track, along with really high speed section? You've got the low speed sections. How difficult is it to get a car set up that works around this track?
It's difficult for everything. It's hard in the sense you want to try and maximize your speed. Obviously, you got that long back straight leading into, so it's obviously the Nürburgring track. You want to make sure you have that straight line speed for a lot of the fast stuff, but then you want that tight, twisty, nimble, agile car for a lot of this left, right, right. All the tight technical sections where the car needs to be nice, stable, planted, but have a lot of turn in the front and the rear of the car. And you just got to balance it out nicely. I think a lot of teams will be leaning more towards having a better turning car. Obviously, for the distance, I think you'd rather have a car that turns better over a 4-hour stint. For example, in Pure and Patrick Pitcher's case, I think you'd rather have been the car for 4 hours that has a better turn than a better straight line. I think having more turn in the Audi will be beneficial, just in case a little bit of lapse of concentration, or if he just wants to tone the pace down, he still has that stability in the car that he can be able to get the car planted and put the car where he wants to, especially over the longer stint.
We have 10.5 hours left in this race. Top 3 of each class. What's Pure Racing Team out front at the moment in that 111 car? Patrick Pichler at the wheel of that one, with Core Motorsports in second in the number 33 car. Alexander Voss now behind the wheel of that one, with 24-hour MSP Drivers Home Team in third place with Gregory Tansen. In your rough C-Spec classes, the leading C-Spec comes onto pit road, so that's nicely timed for myself there. Pure Racing Team coming onto pit road, they're in the lead at the moment with Celestial DNF in second place. It'll be interesting to see if they can go that lap longer once again, with Trimates in third place in the C-Spec class. In your Kias, it's 24-hour Kia Team at the lead there, Johan Scherer at the wheel there. Second place, Alpine Race Eagle Racing. They are a little bit behind now. They've fallen back from that leading Kia, with Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew in third place, David Barrett there. And then in your MX-5s, well, as we've been saying all race, it's survival of the fittest, and it's Rookie Racing Team, number 55 in the lead there. Second place driver, almost 2.5 minutes behind, is Team RSO, the 397 car. And then
Celestial DNF is in.
Yeah, so Celestial DNF, they're coming in.
Not
so
going that extra lap?
Not going that extra lap then, yeah. First Master Movano in third place in the MX-5s, and that is all of the runners in the MX-5. So yeah, the C-Specs, they're in for their pit stops. Pure Racing Team are back out of the pits now. The 24 car, and there's the 88 car in the pits with the SM Beber. Randy.
Yeah, so, a little bit early for them, and it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Yassine stays in this car He's done, I believe, a double stint thus far, and actually that car drops off to Jackson. It looks like he's going to be staying in it. Just looking at this driver lineup, Yassine is, anyone who has really driven the C-Spec a lot, Yassine is really kind of a master. Is actually the person who's done, I think, the most time is Karol Wojciechowski. So, and Yassine actually does stay in the car, and he goes back out. And it's interesting to me they didn't force this extra lap here, because I think that would have been something that they should have really tried to do to try to actually get that gap. As actually the Pure Racing team comes down pit road right now, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Patrick Pitchler comes out or not, or whether if he's going to stay in on that car. But I think if I was Celestial there, I probably would have tried to stay out, because the thing that's interesting is, a lot of people, they say, oh, well, he went a lap longer, but the thing is, the longer you do that, the more you offset yourself. Like, let's say your opposition does 5 laps and you do 6, suddenly, you stay out 1 lap longer the first stint, suddenly you go 2 laps farther the second stint, 3 laps the next. And I definitely think that just stretching it over the course of this 12 hours, I think would have seen them be able to maybe catch up this gap just in the strategy.
Yeah, it certainly would. As you say, Patrick Pitchler in the pits at the moment, staying in the car by the looks of things, so there won't be any change there for the driver, as the Thrustmaster car, no, not the Thrustmaster car, that's the 24-hour MSP driver's home team. Gregory Tenson in the pits now as well. They're going to change driver with Julian Grunestel now getting into that Audi R8. So yeah, so the pit stop cycle going through at the moment in these teams. Anyone else on pit road? Doesn't look like it. We've got the 357, but they've been there a very long time, so we'll mention them. So yeah, so they're the 2 cars that matter that are in on pit road at the moment, and
Pure's away.
Yeah, Pure away, so they're going once again. And Randy, we're just going back to the Celestial DNF team. We saw in the Gathering of Tweakers series just how good Yassine Bebert and Evan Milliard are in the C-Spec. So they're very experienced at endurance racing in the C-Spec, and we know how good some of the other drivers are in the team as well. So it's no surprise to see them up there in second place in the C-Spec class.
Oh, it's definitely not. Yassine is, really is a kind of C-Spec specialist. He's very, very fast, and it's really the only car he kind of drives. And I've seen him and raced with him in several. I've raced with him in multi-class races. I've raced with him in that Rough Cup series, and Yassine is very, very fast, very, very hard to beat. So it's definitely impressive to me that this Pure Racing team has quite the lead that they actually do have. But I know Yassine's out there pushing hard, and it's going to be interesting to see who gets into that car next and who they use to really try to bring this gap down. As right now, it's everyone else for the most part, if you just look at their driving stints, Karol has done a lot of the stints here, whereas Evan and Troy, they more or less do about a solo stint, and then they immediately get out of the car.
Yeah, it's and that's part of the appeal of endurance racing, of 24-hour racing, is how to organise the team. Obviously, you want to have the most amount of time from the fastest driver to be able to push to try and get the win. But at the same front, you don't want to tire that driver out too much that they end up losing pace. And Jake, it's a fine balancing act, isn't it, really? It truly is a team game as endurance racing.
Yeah, it's all about the team and managing that team to be able to get the most out of the car. You've got to make sure that, like you're saying, you don't want to be too tired coming into an end of a stint. And that's where, like me and Randy were talking about before, with Pure Racing team only having 2 drivers, it's a bit of a stretch, that 4-hour stint. You get into that last hour mark of that stint, and you're wanting to fall asleep. You get too comfortable in the car where you already figure out where you wanted to put the car, but you sort of put it there before you actually get to the corner. You're sort of trying everything you can to make sure that your mental game is strong, so that you can be able to withstand a full 24-hour race with two drivers. So for them to be able to do this with 2 drivers, it wouldn't, like we were saying before, a little bit of mistake may creep in the later stages, and this, we're thinking, will be the last stint for Patrick Pitchler in the pure racing team Audi. So would be interesting if he can pull off another good stint, another solid stint without any incidents to hand over, or be another fresh driver in and ready to go.
Well, especially at a track like this, because I mean, a 4-hour stint's hard to pull off at a track at like Daytona, whereas here a 4-hour stint is just mentally just leaps and bounds much more difficult than that. So like I said, I think it's I think it's going to be very, very hard for them to go to the rest of this race without making some sort of mistake. It'd be very impressive if they manage to.
The 451 third place Kia, the Top Freak Racing Corkscrew team, they've been in for their pit stop. So change of driver, Kirsten Thiel now at the wheel of that car. But yeah, it really is interesting how Pure Racing team are able to do that. I mean, is it a case of they're having to split drivers between that car and the C-Spec car, because they've got 4 drivers in that C-Spec?
Well, and they have another GT3 car as well, the Pure Racing Team number 74 car, which is since pulled out of the race. But how many people? I'm not sure how many people signed up in that car. I mean, that car was Andres Almensberger, Patrick Wolff, and Sven Kresmer. I think you would have been better off just sticking all 5 of those guys in a single entry. And actually, there was another Pure Racing Team car as well that I believe that was a Kia. Yeah, the number 116 car. So I mean, they have a driver count. So I don't know. We saw this in the VLN race as well. It's just they have very, very interesting decision making when it comes to where they want to put their cars, or their drivers in these different classes.
Well, that Pure Racing Team Kia, Michael Shellback is very much a Kia specialist in that. So in that team. So I do believe he holds the world record around the Nürburgring as well, around the tourist layout. So he really is a specialist in that Kia. But it's interesting to see them having 2 GT3 teams. But if they choose to run it like that, then it's not stopping them. They're doing a good job out the front at the moment. Patrick Fischler doing a fantastic job as they're heading.
Actually, we have a car that, never mind, he's just since towed. There was a car stopped out on track. The Shark Motorsport car, I just noticed it as a Core Sim Racing car went blazing past it, and I was just really confused about why he was just sitting there on a circuit. Sorry about that. The 18, he's since towed.
Yeah, so the 18 car having to tow. I mean, anything happen with that car to make it sort of just stop, or was it just fuel?
Well, no, he was about midway around the track when I noticed him. I'm not sure what happened. He was sitting there for quite a while. Actually, it might have been fuel. He's about midway through, and he just sort of pulled to a stop. I'm not sure what happened there. Very weird.
Yeah, that is very odd. That number 18 car is down in 41st place.
Oh, he hit the wall of the section just before he got loose, and he tagged the wall, and he got that wall pretty hard there. So I think he was just driving to see if he'd be able to drive the car, and realized that the car wouldn't be drivable, and then pulled it off.
Do we have to get the marker of doom out for another car in this race? Because
well, there were already 51 laps down, so the marker of doom had already been kind of cast on them.
What we're going to do, I'm just going to quickly mention this once again, because RaceSpot TV Primetime does return in a few weeks' time, where you, those who love sim racing, get to choose which iRacing series we broadcast 2 nights a week. That's a Wednesday and a Friday night. Now, to find out more and to vote now, people can go onto racespot.tv/primetime. And I would encourage people to go out and vote for the series that they want to race, because I know last time, Jake, we had very close votes. I think there was only 5 votes in it for the Kia and one of the endurance series. So your vote does count, doesn't it?
Yeah, your vote does count, and especially for a lot of those series, it produces some great racing throughout, and it's good to highlight each of those series every season. It's good what RaceSpot are able to do here, and we're able to produce that for the viewers and give them what they love to see, and it's a good primetime feature that if people get on there and you vote for your favourite category that you want to see, and I'm sure drivers will definitely turn up and put on a show that every sim racing fan out there will enjoy.
Absolutely, we've seen some classic racing. We've had a few Facebook highlights out of the prime time, especially the Friday prime time. That first week at Spa-Francorchamps, when we had 3 drivers battling for the win for all the lap, all of that final lap. It was spectacular stuff, Randy. That we managed to get to call on that one.
Yeah, that was an absolutely fantastic opening round of that championship, and somewhat unfortunately, we didn't quite get any moments that were quite as good for the rest of the series. But overall, I think the 12 weeks that we did were very, very exciting, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens. The early votes, I think thus far, the Formula Renault and the IndyCar are actually very, very close. So maybe we'll be doing the Formula Renault again, or maybe we might just go North American Oval Racing.
And well, we have had over 900 votes so far in this, so get your votes in, because
go stuff the ballot box.
end of the day, it's what you want to see. So get your voice heard, get voting. Racebot.tv/primetime for more information there. Also, a bit of parish notices as well. Thanks to And1 Designs for our graphics here once again today, producing fantastic work for us, providing you all the information that you need in this race. So you can keep an eye on that. And of course, there is always live timing as well. Racebot.tv/timing for the live timing from this race. And well, we've managed to kill about 5 minutes there. We're looking at the number 16 car at the moment, and really it's a case of just as they were really in that Audi as they go through to start another lap round.
Yeah, and it's definitely just for these guys down here. It's just a bit of patience for them, and just trying to get it to the end here. They're really not near anybody, and they just want to putz around. And something that's actually interesting is we saw Cord do that undercut, and actually through the pit stop sequence, Pure Racing Team actually stretched that gap by about 10 seconds. So that pit stop sequence not working the way for Cord that they probably would have wanted to. I don't know if that's maybe a longer pit stop. Actually, looking at the times, the pit stop time was about the same, so not sure how they managed to lose that 10 seconds.
Traffic. I would assume, Jake, that it would be traffic, because it has such an effect, because around that Nordschleife section of the track, it's so difficult to get past anyway.
Yeah, that's right, especially when you get caught right up behind, say an MX-5, which there's only 3 of them running, but like a Kia or the Rough, they're a little bit slower compared to the Audi, so you get stuck in a section where the Audi may not have the legs to get around it, or even just the space. There's not a lot of room around here, like we were saying before with Le Mans. There's a lot more room around there to be able to throw a car on the left-hand side or the right-hand side to make a pass and get the job done cleanly. Whereas here, a lot of the track, it's sort of just got to sit in behind someone and just try and wait for them to either move aside and let you through, or throw it down the inside, which is higher risk around here to do. So I think Core are just trying to figure out what they're doing at the moment, and trying to play a little bit of strategy. But they do have the fresh driver Alexander Voss in the car now, so he'll be pushing and trying to close that gap.
It has the 16 car now going on to the Nordschleife section of the circuit, so they've been around the majority of the GP and the Grand Prix circuit, and now onto that Nordschleife circuit. And really, this we've been saying about the challenge of this track all along, but through places like Hasenbach and Hookerich, oh, good grief! I'm going to give up trying to say that now. But through that early section where you've got the twisty left right section, you've got the undulations as well with that, and then when you get out towards Floodplatz where you go over those.
But you got to say the name of the straight before Floodplatz.
No, I'm not saying that.
You don't want to say Quiddelbacher Hole?
There you go. You said it. Well done, Randy. Listen, I mean, what time is it there, Randy, where you are at the moment?
8:20 p.m.
Exactly. So keep that in mind, that it is currently 4:20 in the morning in the UK where I am, and having to wake up after about an hour's sleep. Not the best. He's not going to make the best commentary. Let's just say that, as Hugo Lewis is letting us know that they're currently at 20 past midnight in Brazil. So a true gap of showing the differences in time zones in the commentary booth alone, as Jake will be laughing at us all because he's nicely refreshed and raring to go for the rest of this broadcast.
It's like winter time in Australia right now, isn't it? So it's not even hot or anything.
No, it's not hot. It's pouring down with rain right now. There's massive torrential rainstorm going on right now where I am in Australia, but it's only 1:20 in the afternoon, so it's a nice, lovely lunch commentary broadcast for myself, and I'm happy just to sit here, and I've had my 8 hours sleep before I came on the broadcast, so I'm good to go.
Nobody likes to show off, Jake, but well, this is actually the second broadcast that I've done with Jake this week because I guested on the V8 Supercar coverage, and we actually had a really good race to watch there. You can always watch that back on YouTube. It is there to see on the Race Spot YouTube page. We had some good action in that V8 race down Phillip Island, didn't we?
Yeah, I was surprised by the action there in the second last round of the official V8 Supercar Championship Series. We got the final round tonight that Hugo will be dreading that he has to broadcast after all the racing that he's got.
Bring back
for
Will
today.
Vincent.
So Hugo, that's what we'll be doing with the V8 Supercars at Bathurst, which will be an awesome race as usual around what a classic circuit Mount Panorama is. And Mount Panorama is so very similar in the sense of how dangerous and how treacherous it is, as like the Nordschleife, one little mistake and it could be the end of your race.
Well, yeah, Jackie Hicks actually, I know during, I'm trying to remember who he was driving with in the Bathurst 1000 way back in the day. It was someone that, who was it that drove Falcons back in the 70s and 80s, Jake?
Would have been Dick Johnson,
Yes,
Alan Moffat, one of them, I can't remember.
I think it was Moffat. I think one of the years that I think he raced with Moffat, I think he actually described it as a mini Nürburgring.
Yeah, it's definitely got that touch about it, and I'm just having a look now. I think we have lost the 21.
Yes, we have.
That was
car
they've had a big crash.
Yes, they've had a huge incident rolling down the hill there, ending up on the roof, and that is a huge incident. That's our 4th place car as well, and it's so easily done there because it is a fast left-right at that section, and there is zero runoff there, Randy.
Yeah, he just going through there, he just caught a bump just a little bit wrong, that back end kicked out, and, well, he turned into Jose Lopez.
Oh, dear.
Wow.
Again, see what I have to put up with? Yeah, so, absolute disaster for Thrustmaster Movano TRL, the 21 car, so you think that's going to be a long repair job if they are able to tow it back.
They might just call it because Jose actually just left the server, so they might just say, you know, that might just be too much for them to even try to repair and overcome. That was a hard hit.
Yeah, that was a big incident for them there. What that will do, it will promote Trinity Motorsports up to that 4th place now. So that number 60 car started in 9th place in this race. They'll be eventually, once it all cycles through, they'll be up to 4th place in this one. Then we'll have to wait a couple of laps before the 6th and 7th place drivers will be able to catch up that one. And normally with endurance racing, with 24-hour races, you see these huge lap counts, 400, 500 laps, something like that. Just to give an impression, I know I mentioned this on the VLA broadcast that we did last month, but the sheer size of this track, we're over halfway. We're just coming up to the 10 hours to go mark in about 8.5 minutes. The leader's only done 97 laps. That just shows, it's crazy, Jake, but it just goes to show just how vast, how huge this track is.
Yeah, that's a great example of how much this track is so long and so demanding. You got to think, no, just finishing lap 97 and you're less than halfway, less than half of the race still to go. And then you look at something like Le Mans in the 24-hour race and they're doing over 300 laps. We're not even going to be able to get to the 200 mark, let alone pushing towards 300 that you can see for Le Mans races and that, or like a Bathurst 10 hour or something like that, those long races. So even when you think of it, the Bathurst 1000 is 161 laps around Bathurst, and we're just going to be pushing that around the Nordschleife for 24 hours. So it's just a demanding, grueling circuit, and we'll be coming up to that 100 lap mark, and people will be quite happy that they'll be able to get to that mark.
We haven't discussed it yet, but one thing that could affect sort of tyres and driving stints is the conditions, Randy, and it's a not too bad sort of air temperature, but the track temperature, 112 degrees Fahrenheit, very low wind, so not much involved there in terms of wind speed, but that track temperature, that will take it out of the tyres, especially in the Kia, because the Kia does not like track temperatures over 90 degrees, to be honest.
Yeah, this is, it really is right about what you would want. It's right on the edge of what you would want for one of these big, long, 24-hour long races, because, the partly cloudy weather with the relatively low air temperature means you have a decent amount of grip. Believe me, if they were to have a similar just air temperature but have it be absolutely no clouds at all, that track temperature would probably be pushing 120. In which case these guys would be the lap times would come down and these tires would start suffering hard. I think just especially with the low wind as well, I think this weather it's not quite ideal, but it's not as bad as it could be.
And last week I did take part in a race around here. We didn't last very long because the conditions were 66 degrees air temperature and 66 degrees track temperature because it was overcast. And going around the Nordschleife, you were just, even towards the end of the lap in the Kia, because that's the only car I can drive apparently, it was still, the back end was still coming out towards the end of the first lap around here. That just shows that the conditions can have a big say on what happens around here, Randy.
Yeah, I mean, and it's it's a very, very difficult circuit, especially in that front wheel drive car. And a lot of these cars, and one of the cars I know I've actually raced around here and struggled quite a bit with is actually this roof, the C-Spec, which is quite a handful. And just the way that car is kind of sprung, you can kind of, there's a few places where if you catch a curb wrong, it will just sort of chew you up and spit you right out and just throw you off into a wall. So for a lot of these guys to run as cleanly as they are over the course of this race and not making any of these mistakes in some of these cars, job well done.
So yeah, we're heading towards the 10-hour mark in this race. We're coming up to that shortly, but again, gaps just coming out there, just all spreading out there, and at the moment, just having a look for the Thrustmaster team, I don't believe that they're going to be having anyone coming in there. They do have a driver available if they are able to.
If he's there, fixed. He may not even be there.
Yeah.
Though is there another Thrustmaster team in? He might just be in. There's a Thrustmaster Movano MX-5.
Yeah, there's the MX-5 team.
So yeah, well. I mean, he might just be doing spotting for them, just on the server.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to say.
But yeah, it's we saw that accident. It was a big moment, and when you have an accident here, Jake, it is a big accident.
Yeah, when there's no little accident here. I think as soon as you make that mistake, you know it's going to hurt, you know it's going to hit hard, and it definitely hit hard there for Thrustmaster Movano. So they're now, hopefully maybe someone can get back in the car, like Randy was saying, maybe one of them was spotting them and they're not able to get a driver in that car. But I was just having a look through some of the driver lineups, and as we were saying, Pure Racing team, obviously they've only got the 2 drivers, but so does the 24-hour Kia team. Looking on their list, they've only got 2 drivers registered for that car, so that's 2 teams at the moment that are in the lead that only have 2 drivers. So I think those 2 will be the ones to watch if anything happens through fatigue and just trying to push that little bit too long as a person and a mentality person, from trying to push it and trying to stay awake and trying to keep that concentration level as high as possible.
It does look like somebody is in the Thrustmaster car. That's good. That means that they'll at least be there to get the repairs done. But Whether that
They
car
gotta
can be repaired is
put
another
it on the
question.
pit lane. I don't think anyone's currently in it, though. I think they just checked to see what the
What the
repair
repairs
time was
are,
looking
yeah.
like, and I think they're just waiting for a new Audi to be shipped from the factory to actually go back out there racing.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't have far to be shipped, really, would it? You know, we're in Germany, so just get it on the back of a little loader and get it out there. It should be fine.
I'm not
There'd be
familiar
a
enough
Mercedes
with
around, wouldn't there? They'd just go steal the
a
Mercedes.
Mercedes, maybe a BMW.
Yeah. Yeah, we're slowly going mad in this commentary, but well, I am anyway. Just to have a look through your packs then. So, just going through the leaders then. So, Pure Racing Team, Triple One car at the lead of this race. Cole Motorsports in second place, and the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home Team in third place. In your C-Spec class, it is Pure Racing Team C-Spec. The lead of that one was Celestial DNF in second place, and Trimates in third. In your Kias, it's the 24-hour Kia team. They're in the lead of that one, just going down the Dottinger down towards the end of the lap. Alpine Eagle Racing, they are in second place. They have dropped back gradually in this race from the leader there. Talk Creek Racing Corkscrew are in third place in the Kias. And the MX-5s, well, this is easy because it's the whole field. It's the 55-car Rookie Racing team in the lead of that one. They're currently on pit road at the moment. So they're getting their fuel and tyres done. Second place, Team RSO in the 397 car. They're just coming down the Dottinger now for another run. And Thrustmaster Movano, the number 12 car, they are in third place. And the last of your MX-5 runners. So what we'll do is we'll just take a step aside for just a few moments while we get ready for the next hour of this race. You are watching the Nürburgring 24 hours here on Respot TV and iRacing Live. And we'll be right back after these short messages. Welcome back to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring here on Racesport TV and iRacing Live. We're under 10 hours remaining in this race, and it has been a race of attrition and a race of drama here today. Current leader is the Pure Racing Team 111 car at the front of the field, with Core Motorsports a minute 13 behind in second place. The 24-hour MSP Drivers Home Team in third. Pure Racing Team Rough C-Spec are leading your C-Spec class, with Celestial DNF in second place. Trimates are in third there. In your Kia class, 24-hour Kia Team leading there with Alpine Eagle Racing in second. Talk Creek Racing Corkscrew are in third place. And then finally your MX-5s, the entire field. It's number 55 Rookie Racing Team. Team RSO are in second place, with Thrustmaster Movano in third place. And as I say, that is all the runners in your MX-5 class. And well, it's Paul Smith here joining me for this section, as we've had the last couple of hours. Jake Blackall and Randy Chenov with Hugo Lewis on the cameras. And Jake, we're into this final 10 hours now, and we're going to start seeing a little bit of fatigue and a little bit of mistakes coming into people's driving, especially for that Pure Racing team and the other two drivers. Patrick Pichler has been absolutely on it all this time for this stint, and you would think at the end of this stint, he'll be getting close to a pit stop, that he'll be handing that car over to Maximilian Benecke.
Yeah, I'd say that that's the strategy that they'll be playing, doing a driver swap at the next stint. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just having a look now. Is Maximilian in? Yes, he is. So he's in the server, so he's got all his stuff ready to go. Whether he is there, he's going to be taking a nap and try and come back for this final stint. But the gaps are only 1 minute and 14 seconds back to Core Motorsports open since that last stop. So the undercut didn't really work for Alexander Voss and the team at Core Motorsports to try and close that gap, but they are still pushing as hard as they can to try and make a little bit of an inroad, but not at the moment. Just wanting to push through to get it to the end. There's only 10 hours left. It's not long to go, so a little bit of a mistake here or there could ultimately cost the race, because you won't be able to come back from it from here on out.
Not long to go. Another 9 hours, 54 minutes, and 30 seconds left. And don't forget, they'll also have to complete that last lap as well. So these drivers effectively have got 10 hours just over to get that end of that last lap to get done. And really is a challenge, not just for the drivers, but if there are any spotters to help them out, organising strategies. And also you've got the issue of, if say somebody goes for a nap, Randy, you've got to hope that they do wake up and come back into the car to take over from you.
Yeah, you got to make sure that guy has an alarm set. And, ideally have someone that can get a hold of that guy in case he doesn't. Whether through phone or through Skype or through whatever, try to get a hold of them in case they don't wake up. Otherwise, you're going for another stint around the ring when you weren't planning to.
I know. From speaking to other people who have taken part in 24-hour races, there was one driver, David Baker. He was running in the Spa 24 Hours last year, and he had to quadruple stint because one of his teammates that was due to take over had slept through 3 alarms.
Yeah, I've been known. Excuse me, I've been known to do something similar to that, and waking up for the last minute for races or stints. So. I definitely know what it's like to be that guy that makes everybody nervous about not waking up. There's actually a famous piece of video I've seen from a V8 Supercars race. I think it was the Bathurst 1000, where the driver, I think, was expecting to be getting the driver swap, and he got out of the car, and his co-driver wasn't there, and one of the crew members politely shoved him back in.
Jake, you're our resident V8 Supercar driver. Can you remember? Driver, fan, driver, whatever. Do you remember who that was? Expert. Yeah, that's the word I was
Expert. There's the word. I can't actually remember which driver. I do remember it though, Randy. I do remember one of the drivers not being there, and they just had to quickly get him up and just shove him straight in the car. I hope he had his helmet on and that at the time. I do remember one other time as well, where Marcus Ambrose actually got back in the car. I think it was late 02. in the race, where he actually forgot to put his balaclava on, and ultimately cost the team a drive-through penalty, and he had to actually get one of his crew members in the car and had to put the balaclava on him while he was in the car. So that was a little bit of an interesting thing. Hopefully, luckily we don't have that little bit of a balaclava issue here today, so a lot of teams won't be having to push that. But yeah, definitely interesting when you have a driver falling asleep and not getting up to alarms. It puts you on edge, and if you sometimes you have to make that split-second decision, I'm staying in the car, even if he's a minute 30 seconds later. You don't want to risk losing too much time, especially if you're a pure racing team out in front.
Yeah, and interesting point here, Pure Racing Team are on lap 100, so we are going to have hit 100 laps here once they get round the end of this one. So it's taken over 14 hours to do 100 laps, which is absolutely incredible. Just to take into consideration the size of this track, as I say, 16 miles in length, 170 corners around this circuit, and an absolute challenge for these drivers, and tiredness and fatigue. We've been mentioning about it in the commentary box as well as the drivers. It really does take its toll in this race, but your leader 1 minute 14 seconds ahead there at the moment, and looking through your field, again, it's all spread out at the moment. The closest battle is between the 13 car, the Team DF TBA, and simrc.de, but that's 42 seconds between them, so actually it is a relatively close battle, Randy, in the scheme of things around this track.
Well, yeah, especially when you're talking, about another 10 hours or so left to go in the race. 42 seconds, excuse me, that's not an insurmountable gap by any means, especially through, depending what's going on with strategy, what's going on with driver pace. There's several ways that gap can be brought back down, and really same with this lead battle. A minute and 15 seconds here, 10 hours left to go in the race. That's for Core Motorsports. That's not insurmountable, depending on how they play their hand and how they dish out their strategy.
Yeah. So by the way, that simrc.de car, the right-hand side of that car, they've obviously made contact with a barrier at some point, because that right-hand side is just all pushed in there, and that paintwork is certainly worse for the wear as well, Randy.
Yeah, it really is, and fortunately for them, the roof is one of the tougher cars here in terms of how it actually responds to damage. You can take a pretty big whack in that car and the damage isn't really too bad, whereas in these Audis, the Audis are generally a little bit more fragile.
So what I'm going to do now is we're going to go through all your runners that are left in this race. We're going to go through it by class, so get ready guys, because I'll be coming to you. Your leader then, Pure Racing Team, the 111 car out front. That car is pretty much as it rolled out the showroom at the start of this race. Second place, Core Motorsports. I nearly made a mistake there. Core Motorsports in second place. A little bit of damage on that car, but 1 minute 14 behind the leaders at the moment. 24-hour MSP Drivers Home Team, the 193 car, in third place. Again, nice clean looking car there for them. Then Trinity Motorsports are in fourth place in your GT3s there. Again, another clean looking car, not too much damage on that one. First Aston Movano, they're still in the pits at the moment. They're still fifth at the end of that last lap, with GTROS SST orange car in sixth place. Driving Revolution in 7th place. They've got a bit of damage on their car. The number 2 car with the Oisper Kalja Racing Team, the 107 car, in 8th place in class. Then Core Sim Racing Audi, 9th in class, with GT Ross SST Black in 10th. CTC Racing Black in 11th. And then Gecko Vortex Sim Racing, they are out there in 12th place in class, because Pure Racing Team 74 car is pretty much out this race, but Joel Guez at the wheel of that 101 car, so that's still running. Just looking through the rest of the field, no more GT3s running. So Randy, take us through the runners and riders and positions in class for the C-Specs.
For the C-Specs leading right now, we have the Pure Racing Team Roof C-Spec number 24. Running second place, we have Celestial DNF, and obviously that's a battle we've talked about for on great length here the past hour or two. Trimates is running third, Mad Cow Racing Muriel in fourth, iRacers.HU Team Porsche in fifth, Team DFTBA running in sixth, SimRC.DE running in seventh. We just talked about the battle between those two. Course Sim Racing C-Spec running in eighth. Running in ninth place is GTL Virtual Racing Team number 1. In 10th place is Not ATK and Friends. Next is Phoenix Endurance, and actually these are the non-finishers here at this point people have pulled out. Phoenix Endurance, German Sim Racing.de Green, and SRB Racing.
And Jake, take us through the Kias, because I'm saving myself the nice easy field to go through at the end there, but the Kia field, what's left running and where are they in class?
Yeah, so we got the 24-hour Kia, car number 25 right now, leading their class, and doing a good job out in front. Good, opened up their gap now to the car number 127 Alpine Eagle Racing. Kia is in second position, followed by the 451 Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew car, doing a good job there, sitting in third place, trying to close that gap to Alpine Eagle to try and take second away. Chrono Sim Racing CSR sitting down in P number 25, followed by the 26 Clan AOD.net 24-hour Kia down in 26 overall at the moment with Black Adder Motorsport. Just outside that top 5 for the class in car number 66 there, with Team GTRS following them in 7th. And I think Guild of Australian Young Stars is the last car out on the track at the moment, and they are sitting in P number 8 for the Kia class. So I think it is over to you, Paul, for the what is left of the Mazda
Could we
MX-5s.
each do one Miata?
Okay, so in the lead of the MX-5s then is the number 55 Rookie Racing Team. Looking at that car, there's a little bit of damage on the front end there, a little bit of just formed at the rear end as well, so that car not looking as Mazda shipped it out there. A little bit of redesign work done by either the drivers or opposition drivers involved in that one. Randy, who's second place?
Running in second place, we have Team Rensport Online number 397, and that car actually looks in quite good working order right now.
And Jake.
Yep, here he is, the final car at the moment running in the MX-5 class, Thrustmaster Movano right now, the car number 12. Third in class, a little bit of damage to the front of that MX-5, but just trundling along, trying to finish up on that podium position. Actually, I think that is the leading car, Sonic Engine behind him, actually coming up to put them actually a lap behind, another lap. I think that's actually will be a lap overall from the race lead of the MX-5 class.
Yeah, they just shows the difference in pace. Damage can affect the cars as well. Just looking at the lap times for that Thrustmaster Movano car, last time was a 10-minute 48 lap, so they must have been in the pits on that last lap, because
I'm not so sure, because the other guys are doing 1030s, and we know that car has a bit of damage.
Yeah,
so
just,
I mean,
the 55 car last lap was 1012. So yeah, so
20-second pit lane that's a short trip. It's actually Thrustmaster.
Yeah.
I think they might just have a bit of damage. They're just well off the pace.
Yeah, so Thrustmaster going a lap down, but quite frankly, it's a miracle that we've got 3 cars running in that MX-5 field. But yeah, that's your full run through for the field. So well done for that. And well, 9 hours, 42 minutes and 50 seconds left in this race. Really, it's going to be a tough task for these drivers, tough task for ourselves in the box, and well, keep your messages coming in if you want to get involved socially with ourselves on for the race spots. You can follow us on Twitter at RaceSpot TV. You can also check out the Facebook page as well, facebook.com/RaceSpot TV. You can get involved with us, and if you want to ask us questions, by all means, ask us questions. I mean, it's not like I'm padding or trying to find anything to save this race, but when you've got gaps like there is, Jake, it's you're commentating, but it's difficult to be sort of excited or on edge, isn't it? When the closest battle is 42 seconds with Lucas Dolce.
Yeah, a little bit like that, but there's some other things that happen and that could go on. It's funny with this race. Like at the moment, how we're talking about, it's very stalematey. There's nothing really going on. But there is a lot going on. There's still the strategy being played out. But also you got to remember, anything can happen around here. We've seen that with Thrustmaster Bavano in their GT3 Audi. He just lost control, made a mistake and put it in the fence and went barrel rolling multiple times, and ultimately lost a battle that could have been for the final step on the podium in the GT or in the Audi class. So got to be on edge a little bit and make sure that we don't just that we always keep an eye on what's going on, because anything can change, and especially with that pure racing team, and we've got to now take into consideration the 24-hour Kia car, both with just the two drivers, a little mistake here or there, like Randy was saying, maybe not even waking up for their next stint could be what could hinder them and lose their leads that they have at the moment.
Well, if there's one person that will keep us awake and keep us alert and let us know anything, it is of course our talented cameraman, Mr. Hugo Lewis.
He's probably asleep as we speak.
he's probably slumped over his keyboard at the moment. Just get the classic one of having one single camera shot of one car who's on pit road. That sort of thing has happened in the past before, but it won't happen at the moment. But Hugo has got a busy day because we've got a lot of action here on RaceSpot TV coming your way. I know we've got a couple of Formula Renault races. We've got the V8 supercars as well up from Bathurst as well, which you'll be doing, Jake. And you can always check out the calendar of what we're broadcasting, racespot.tv/calendar. And I've just thought another thing that we can mention while we're on about RaceSpot. Advertise everything RaceSpot. RaceSpot TV Primetime returns in a few weeks, where you, those who love sim racing, get
I thought you were going to talk about something new.
get to choose which iRacing series we broadcast 2 nights a week. Randy, this is a read. I've got to be serious here. Now, to find out more and to vote now, you can visit racespot.tv/primetime. And also like to thank Antoine Designs for all the graphics. And people who've been keeping up to date on Facebook and on Twitter will have seen that RaceSpot iRacing showing off photos of Mr. Will Vincent himself visiting the iRacing offices. So what sort of chaos do you think would have happened with Will getting involved there? Because something is bound to have happened.
Oh, I've gotten word of some things, but I'm gonna let iRacing and Will Vincent reveal those.
Yeah, nothing. We're not going to give away any official things or anything like that, but you know that he will have maybe sort of.
Okay, I'll spoil it. Will Vincent is the next vehicle coming to iRacing.
What I want is the Will Vincent spotter pack. That's what I want.
That would be good.
Could you imagine that? The Will Vincent spotter pack. You got a car on your right! That sort of thing.
When there's a car on your left.
Yeah. Exactly. No, what would happen is, everything's going well, you're doing well. Then you'd crash, because that's what happens when Will says that anybody is running well in the race. So we've got a few broadcasts coming up here on RaceSpot TV. Hugo kindly giving us the information here on our little chat thing that we have here. So at 3:45 GMT, you've got the Sim Racing ESM Finnish Championships. So that's from, like I say, 3:45 GMT. And then from 4:45 GMT, it's the Formula Renault 2.0 Championship. That I know that Jake Sperry will be involved with that broadcast. And from 8 PM GMT, it's the Skippy 2K World Cup. And so that's 3 broadcasts there today, along with the rest of this race in the Nürburgring 24 hours. And as we say, tomorrow, Monday, it is of course the final race of the V8 Supercars Championship from Bathurst. Long race around the Mount Panorama circuit, one of the most challenging circuits on iRacing, other than this one, I think. It takes a real special talent to win any race of any kind around that track. Not mentioning the fact that I have won a race around there. Jake, I'm sure you've won a few races around there as well.
Yeah, I've won a fair few around Bathurst in my time, but yeah, it's definitely challenging. But it can't take anything away from what Nordschleife has to offer in the sense of a challenge, and that's what these drivers have had to put up with for the 14 hours and 25 minutes that they have been running. Still, just under 10 hours to go. It's still a long way for these drivers to make these cars get to the end, but a lot of good racing to come up on Racewort TV, and hopefully that will lead into what will come up for next season with the primetime series. I'm sure that with all the votes that have been going in with over 900 at the moment, I'm certainly sure that we will have some great coverage for next season.
Yeah, we certainly will. And Randy, I know you love the Friday night primetime with myself. You like taking the mick out of me, and it's hope. Yeah, we've got possibility of Formula Renault again, but IndyCars would be good to cover this time, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it'd be a good change of pace, I think. And though there's series and championships I've done before, so I'd be kind of the experienced voice there of IndyCar racing. But I think either way, the Formula Renault guys, they put on a heck of a championship. Actually, we have a car wrecking right in front of our overall GT3 leader right now. That's actually the gathering of Australian young stars, Kia, that put it in the wall in that last section of the track.
So on to pit road once again. That guild of Australian young stars car, the number 69 car, Dylan Sharman at the wheel there. Just Jake, I don't know if you managed to see what happened there going in towards the end of that lap.
No, I didn't manage to catch what happened there. Just having a look now, he's just under-braked himself as I look back. Going into that final section of the track, just hit the fence on the left side as the leader was coming through, and he managed to move out of the way there, Dylan Jarman, so he was able to get to the pits and try and fix that car. But yeah, unfortunately, they're running multiple laps down, 19 laps down. I think they're the last car actually running out on circuit at the moment.
Well, there is an interesting thing about that part of the track going on the braking there. With this Kia especially, there is a bump in the middle of that section, and it unsettles the rear of this Kia, Jake. And I've seen it time and time again. You go into that wall.
Yeah, I actually had it practicing for the BLN Championship with the rear end. Wanted to bounce around a lot under brakes, especially after that long straightaway. It's sort of your only time where you can rest around here. And you get to that point in the rear, you're trying to brake the car as straight as possible, because as soon as you're trying to turn the thing, it just wants to bounce. The key just wants to bounce over the bumps and unsettle itself. So you're trying to keep it all settled and tied down, but as soon as you make one little mistake, easily can end up in that fence at the end of the straight. So they were lucky to get away with as little damage as possible, but still obviously had to pit, try and get the car repaired and see what they can do from here on out.
Yeah, so we're coming up to the half-hour mark of this race, and half-hour mark. Well, the half-hour of the hour, should I say? I know what I'm thinking. It's just getting them out, getting the words out. That's the bit of a problem there. But
I don't want you to get them out.
I think there'd be protests if I did. Well, you've got the Pure Racing team still out in the lead of this race in that 111 car, with Core Motorsports in second place. They have been trading lap times these last few times, and Core Motorsports just gaining a little bit of time. Again, it's on like a second or so, and to say around this track, you can take that. That's not a problem. And in third place, 24-hour MSP Drivers Home Team. In your GT3s, Pure Racing Team Rough Sea Spec is in first place in that 24 car, with Celestial DNF in second place. They've been dropping back from the 24 car, so they've had a pit stop extra over the 24 cars, so just in that pit cycle. But Trimates are in 3rd place at the moment, coming through the mini carousel. They are now in the Kias. It's a 24-hour Kia team. They are at the front of that field. Alpine Eagle Racing in 2nd place. They've been lapping pretty well recently. 9-minute 3-second lap last time by. Top Freak Racing Corkscrew are in 3rd place. And your MX-5s, it's Rookie Racing Team number 55 in 1st place. Team RSO in 2nd place. And in 3rd place, in the last of the MX-5s, is Thrustmaster Mavano. They are there in 3rd place in the MX-5s, and joining us when he eventually gets everything sorted on his screen there. Oh, we can get a few comments from him before he comments on the race. Mr. Cisco Scaramuza is joining us, and Cisco, welcome to the commentary box. It's good to have you along. The last time we worked together was the VLM broadcast, where we saw plenty of action as a number 55 car. Before we bring you in there, the Rookie Racing team, they've had a big crash there. Randy, take us through that one.
Yeah, I'm actually just, rewinding right now, and this is a big incident. I believe this may have also involved the Muriel C-Spec car as well, and just going through Stefan Beloff S, that Rookie Racing team number 55 put a couple wheels off on the grass on the left-hand side. They got loose, and actually that Mad Cow car was just an innocent bystander there. Wrong place, wrong time.
That is a huge incident for our leading MX-5 car. As we're looking at the replay there, it's just a simple mistake trying to give space to that C-Spec car, and unfortunately losing control, getting it on the grass there and off into the side of that C-Spec and into the wall there, Jake. And this could have big consequences for them, because they were only about a minute 44 ahead of the 2nd place MX-5, and they'll certainly lose the lead because they'll have to fix that damage.
Yeah, massive consequences for Rookie Racing team to be able to at least they're limping the car back to the pits. Sonny Canjon's trying to get this car back to the pits, get it fixed as much as he can, but I think they will lose the overall lead for the MX-5 class to Team RSO. They're not that far behind them, and I think depending on how much damage that Sonny needs to get this car to come back out, I think it's a substantial amount of damage to the front of that car. Hopefully it won't take them out of the race. I think it will be able to be fixed, but how long it's going to take, who knows. We'll have to see and monitor that.
Well, Sonny Kanchan had only just got in the car a couple of laps before that, and it was so they've just finished the 3rd lap now, so of Sonny being in there. Really, it's an interesting point, Randy, with endurance racing. They've just got into that car about 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago, and now they're having to go again. So very quick stop there, actually, from Sonny. But that driver, the last time that they drove this car around this track was in a practice session. So they don't know what the track conditions are like, and to come in so late on when the track has really rubbered in, it takes a little bit getting used to, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think that was just, I don't think that was necessarily getting back used to the car or the track or anything. I think that was just sort of your stereotypical sort of slower class mistake that you see in endurance racing, where I think he was just focusing too much on the mirror rather than the road ahead. I think he was focused on seeing where that roof was gonna catch him, and because of that, he didn't notice he was gonna put a couple wheels off the track, and by the time he realized, he was already spinning out, and well, that Muriel car ended up in the wall.
So as you say, the innocent bystander there was
actually no. Well, I'll say this about the Mad Cow car. He grazed it.
Oh dear. Right. At that point, as Mad Cow Racing are in the pits at the moment, getting repairs done to their car, will finally bring in Cisco Scaramuza into this. And as I was saying earlier, last time we did a broadcast together was the VLN race round here. A bit longer is this race, and a big challenge for these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 6 times what we did in the VLN series. 24 hours in the Nürburgring, Will actually dispatched the Race Spot SR71 Blackbird to fly me all the way from Kentucky all the way here in the span of about 10 minutes. It was actually quite incredible. But taking a look at the results page, talk about just a battle. A lot of these teams have either, pulled it behind the wall or are going through repairs right now. And just these 24-hour races, they take a toll. By this time back in February when I was running the 24, I was asleep at my keyboard. Basically, I was the only guy out of the team taking power naps. So, that 24 hours, it happened.
But of course, with a race like Daytona, it's a completely different challenge there. You've got a lot more runoff. You've got, okay, maybe not around the oval section, but you have got, the wide spaces that you can make these overtakes if you're coming through as a faster car on the slower classes. Whereas around here, it's a much tighter track, especially around the Nordschleife, and you've just got to be patient, haven't you?
Less classes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Onco barriers on either side. I mean, what is that? Not even a yard? Or more or less, maybe a yard and a half that you have from smacking into that wall. And also, I guess the thing that's different is Daytona's so much of a shorter track. You actually can get into a rhythm. At least with the Nürburgring, these guys are only on lap 89, and put that into perspective, we just ran, an hour and 50-minute truck race. We did 133 laps, around a mile and a half track. These guys are only on lap 89, and this is a 13-mile-long track. So, unless you're Sabine Schmidt or something like that, even if you are, I still think you're going to have a little trouble remembering absolutely every corner and every lift-off and braking point. But, for some of these high-tech teams, guys like Gecko Vortex and these guys, they're going to have to, and there's a little bit of traffic. I've noticed the 797 SMRC.DE rough is right behind the Kia Optima, and this is another problem. You can't pass here like you can at Daytona.
Yeah, the leaders, Pure Racing Team, the 111 car, are actually on lap 103 at the moment, so getting their way through here as we've got Core in the pits at the moment. Core Motorsports there on pit road, having their pit stop. Alexander Voss staying at the wheel of that car for the time being. And, we have good news. It's starting to get light outside by my window, so
You sure that's good news?
Well, we'll wait to see. We've got a little bit longer of me. Oh, good grief! I've just seen how long I've got left on my stint here in the commentary box. But away goes Alexander Voss then from the pits for another pit stop done there, and away they go, Randy.
Yeah, so trying that undercut again, and Alexander Voss staying in his car, and now it really is all eyes on the 111 car. We should be seeing them in either this time by or next time by, and that's going to be what's interesting to see, is whether or not Patrick goes for one more or whether or not Maximilian Benacke comes in to take over.
We've been saying that Benacke we expect to take over that car, but you always got to say, that it's got the possibility of, say, somebody not turning up, but you would think with that Pure Racing Team, a well-organised team, and they would be taking the driver change at the next pit stop round.
Yeah, certainly.
Great, thanks for the for the feedback and the input there from you. I've been saying this to Jake all along, Cisco. This is what I have to put up with on a Friday night on the prime time show. Randy, he can throw me through a few curveballs, but yeah,
just a couple.
Just a couple, yeah. But yeah, I've got enough for a few hours of this yet, Cisco. Great, everybody's just not speaking to me now. Fantastic. Leave me on my own in the box here.
Everyone
Jake.
give Paul the silent treatment.
The other problem was I forgot my mic was muted there, and I actually did start talking, but I guess it happens.
Go away, go on.
It was for the best.
I don't know, Randy, I'm here to support you. As a fellow American, I feel like I have to back you up.
I'm feeling very outnumbered here, by the way, as the only European here.
You're outnumbered.
Antipodean, that's because Australians generally do gang up against the Brits. Let's be honest.
It's a criminal mindset
against each other.
Well, Jake, I mean the colonies. We can team up against them.
Oh yeah, true. That would work, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to stop digging myself a hole here. Back to the race. Just looking through the field here. We've got the 107 car is slowly catching up to one of the C-Spec cars. That is technically a battle for position, but
not really.
Not really. Actually, saying that 107 car really is struggling for lap times compared to the C-Spec. That could actually be a genuine battle for position. Just looking at the lap times right now.
Well, they did start in 18th place, and they actually did not qualify. So, I mean, to start that far down the order, it might just be flat out a matter of driver's ability there. As harsh as that might be, well, that and a mixture of damage.
I was gonna say there is a little bit of damage on that car, so
He's probably just not very good. I'll take the diplomatic approach.
Make sure that you aim all of your comments towards Randy Chenoff there. That was his comments and his comments alone. Isn't that right, Jake?
I'll empty
Send
my inbox.
Randy Chenoff at racepot.com, thank you.
Racepot.tv, let's get it right. And, but you can always leave comments as well on the racepot.tv website. There is a comments page for you to pass your feedback to us. It's greatly appreciated, especially when it's saying bad things about Randy.
Yep.
There it is.
Do you know what? We sound like a married couple. That's how bad it is, just ripping into each other.
I mean, I wasn't going to say anything
we're not on
during
that Australian
VLN,
team.
but, now that you mention it, I mean,
I've known married couples with that sort of dynamic between them. I need to stop doing commentaries with
You
Randy.
need to stop digging yourself a hole is what you need to do.
I've lost my damn mind. What can I say? Looking at this, I keep trying to go back to the race, but there's not really a lot. Big things
Then you realize
going on
there's no
at the
point.
moment. Well, actually, we're looking at the 60 car at the moment.
What? Someone was excited about something. What happened?
There's two MX-5s that could draft up together going down the main straight, the 55 and the 12. I don't know, it's something.
It is something.
but
They're not battling for position, but it is something, and they are drafting down the Dottinger Ho Straight. That 55 car, of course, we saw have that incident earlier. They are still in the lead of
Somehow.
the MX-5s. Somehow, the damage on
So
that
actually,
car.
Tobias Cerny is actually not that far behind. If you look, they're only, the leader, Rookie Racing Team, coming to the end of the Dotner Ho.
Yeah.
Team RSO, they're just starting on it, so it really is just that linked.
Yeah,
So it's been a whole month, and it comes down to Rookie Racing Team versus RSO again in the MX-5s.
Yeah, it's like deja vu. You've never left. That's it. Well, actually, Rookie Racing Team are coming onto pit road. But they came onto pit road last time by as well. I wonder if they do
So
have
is the
some
leader,
damage.
overall leader in as well.
Yeah, so yeah, thank you for that, Jake. Spotted keen eye for the pit stops is Jake Blackall, and yeah, Pure Racing Team are in. Are they going to change driver, Jake?
Yes, they are.
I'd say they will be, which they are as I speak. So Maximilian Benenke getting back in the car now. He should be able to come out comfortably in front of Alexander Voss. They had a minute and 15 second lead at the time of their pit stop, so they should be able to do that. And I'm surprised that Sonny is doing a pit stop as well after only coming in one lap later. So we'll see if he actually surrenders that lead, and it looks like he will. So a new leader, which is, we haven't said that all day. So Tobias Journey now takes over the lead in the MX5 class for Team RSO.
Yes, change of position. It's about time, really. We had something like that happen in this race. Pure Racing team getting ready to pull away from the pits in the next 15 seconds or so for them. And we've got another one of our cars onto pit road. That's third place, the 193 car onto pit road. So they are taking the opportunity to have a pit stop, and away goes Pure Racing team with Maximilian Benake. And the thing is, that's a fresh driver now, fresh into the car. Be interested to see what sort of lap times that Benake can do in this stint, Cisco.
Yeah, absolutely. And Beneke, that's, they're in the R8, fresh new car, and I think we were mentioning earlier when I was still flying in, if it's a fresh driver on the track, he hasn't driven with this much rubber. I mean, 1445 worth of rubber down on the racetrack is a lot different than even if you dial up the track usage in iRacing. I still don't think you're gonna come close to the amount of rubber that's put down, and also kind of how the car's feeling. The car's been, you can tell there's, a quarter panel bent in here, maybe a little bit of suspension issues there. It's just, it's a wild animal. You gotta figure it out, and he'll have the stadium to do that, where he'll have plenty of room to make a mistake and or at least feel out the car. But as soon as you get onto that I guess one lane road pretty much, you're out. It's gotta be careful there.
News of the Guild of Australian Young Stars. They are back out on track, so I know Jake will
That's
be,
unfortunate.
I know that Jake and everybody in Australia will be delighted with that news. They are currently in 32nd place overall, sorry, for the time being, because Phoenix are just dropping down your order. I think Phoenix are done now, Randy.
Yeah, I still haven't heard, and I haven't really been reaching out to anyone, but I'm just going to assume that something's come up, and it's basically RIP Phoenix Endurance at the Nurburgring.
So Eddie Sharman then at the wheel of that Kia Optima, that very battered Kia Optima. There, as I say, in 32nd place. We have got drivers on.
We have drivers.
We have drivers.
They have drivers.
many drivers.
Lots of drivers.
I'm just having a look through our timing screen here, which, by the way, racebot.tv/timing for all of your timing needs.
Timing?
And you can keep an eye on all of the action if we're not paying attention to your particular favourite driver. And that's where you want to go for all.
Whoa, this is awesome.
Needs. Yeah, you see? There you go. Cisco, since you've gone on to that, why don't you talk us through what you can see on there?
Well, on there you can see position, car, the car's number, what the team is. Actually, driver and team tabs seem to be backwards. I'm seeing Pure Racing Team under the driver's tab, and
Hey,
the driver.
don't point out
come
You're
on.
advertising here, bud.
Oh, okay. It's completely perfect. You can see laps. You can see best times.
You can see into the future.
I don't know about that, but for a generous donation, I mean, I'm trying. Okay, well that. Okay.
That was a great advertisement there. Well done, Cisco, for the help there. But yeah.
I need a script.
Racebot.tv/timing. Hugo is on the case, by the way, to sort out your the slight issue with the overlay. It is only a slight overlay. Well, with the overlay and with the live timing as well. And it is only a slight issue, to be honest, having it into the.
I mean, do you get the idea?
you know the general idea as to what.
If you're watching this and following along with the timing, I think you'll understand the differences. Absolutely. At least we hope.
Absolutely. The closest battle on track for positioning class, that is in the C-Spec class, and that is simrc.de, still 43 seconds behind, so they haven't been able to catch up that gap, although they did lap 9/10 of a second faster than the 13 car, that team DFTBA car, Jake, and it's just the ebb and flow of this race, and you're always going to get that in endurance racing.
Yeah, always the gaps are going to fluctuate depending on where you're at on the track, and obviously what your pace is like, but everything is just as I've just got confirmation that the live timing software, thanks to Hugo, has actually just crashed. So
I tell you what, I'm not far behind him, to be honest.
we may have no live timing anymore, but we will still bring you up
totally
to date.
what happened.
What happens
we
when we bring in
overflew it.
LSR TV?
No, we overflowed it. You know, all the people flocked to it after my stunning advertisement, and it just crashed the website.
Yeah, you're ringing an endorsement of it, and that's it. You know, we've killed it. This is why we can't have good, nice things.
livesimracing@gmail.com.
But
and Hugo, straight on the case, and it's all fixed. See, this is why we love Hugo. Hugo does a wonderful, marvelous job. And
I thought you were going to say wonderless job then. And you're the one with 8 hours sleep.
I know. I've still got a long night ahead. Okay, I'm going to drive a V8 after this. So, let's just.
Well, you know what? Speaking of the V8, Paul.
Go ahead, Cisco. Take it away.
You know, we have a patch coming out pretty soon. We could, you know, if there isn't a whole lot going on track, we could talk about that.
I'm happy to talk about that. I'm more than happy to mention what's going to be going on with the V8 Supercar. There's a lot in the new patch, actually, and especially with one of the new tracks. I think a lot of people are excited about that new track coming out, being Imola. It's going to be one of those tracks I think will be used throughout every series. I think everyone will want to go there and test it out with all their preferred cars.
Well,
Imola is a classic track, and I'm certainly looking forward to it. Okay, it's not the Imola of old.
Oh no, Team DFPBA just hit the wall.
Yep, just hit the fence.
Oh, and look at the damage there. They're crabbing along. That's not good at all. It's so easily done there, though. On that right-hander, just clip the inside there of the curb and bang into the wall. That is going to be doing it. Hopefully, Hugo, when he's not busy fixing the lifetime, can
and when he's not busy fixing what Cisco broke.
Oh, okay, blame Cisco.
So just clipping that inside curb, and that just sent the car into the wall. And it's, as you mentioned earlier, Jake, so easily done at this track with those high curbs.
Yeah, just the little curb, just get a wrong apex, wrong line. You cut a corner too early, just getting too comfortable in the car, maybe. Just trying to figure out what he was doing through that stint. He's in a long part of his stint, actually. Yeah, he's coming up to the end of his stint. So for that to happen, he was obviously just getting comfortable, getting into a sort of a rhythm that he sort of was thinking, oh yeah, I'll turn in now, I should be alright, just clip that inside curb, and that was all it took for him to fire out the fence. Now he's got damage that he's going to have to try and limp around, and that will close the gap to Sim RCDE behind them.
Yeah, Lucas Dolce is closing up that gap, so that damage taking effect here. Lucas surely will have been told, if he's got somebody spotting for him, that has happened, and maybe not to push too hard, because at the end of the day, we've seen one car make a mistake, and that car could easily make a mistake as well, Randy.
Yeah, I mean, especially in these cars, you know, you make a little bit of mistake, and these roofs, it really can just sort of really bite you, even with just a small error.
And well, Hugo Luis has told us that he's on his third cup of coffee, so that's good start. Yeah, you know, even though Will Vincent isn't here, the coffee is flowing, of course, in the Race Sport TV commentary booth and in the director's chair. I personally don't drink coffee. Anyone else taking any form of caffeine?
No.
iced tea and
Gatorade.
Gatorade doesn't count.
I had Cheetos. Does that count?
No. Well, What's the dust made of? I mean, it probably is. I don't know.
The dust is made of
Dust.
imitation cheese, isn't it?
I have a full case of Red Bull, 24 cans here that I could have one, but I don't think I need.
Oh, look at you just throwing out the advertisement, Mr. Mitchell DeJong.
This broadcast brought to you by Cheetos and Red
that
Bull.
down a little bit.
Yeah, okay, so the 397 car, what's happened to that? Oh, they're on the straight, so that's okay. I thought we'd lost the 397 car for a minute then, but no, they're on the straight going over the line, so that's okay. That gap has gone up to 56 seconds now between the leading MX-5, so that pit stop that Sonny Kanchin had to make costing them dearly. That's costing them the lead in the MX-5s, and that Team RSO car, they are in the lead, as I say, by 56 seconds.
And that car looks spotless. I mean, look at it.
You've gone and done it now, haven't you?
Oh no.
Sometime in the next 45 seconds.
Yeah, every time we've mentioned somebody's car.
So it hasn't stopped, has it?
So, anyway, we're going to be coming up towards the hour mark once again. I can't believe that we're going to make it this far. I'm going completely insane here. Cisco, it's great to have you in the commentary box. How long are you going to be hanging around for?
Until I pass out. So, who knows?
Well, I should be before you for that one.
Until Hugo kicks me out of the booth. How about that?
Oh, that's never. You're never leaving then, if that's the case.
Oh, okay. But I have a race tomorrow.
If we did that, we'd be rid of Rachel by now, so.
I could tell you something in terms of the GT3s. Thrustmaster Movano are back out on track. Fabio Gonzalez is at the wheel of that car. The car is looking a bit second-hand, I must say. After that barrel roll, yeah.
Your definition of second-hand.
I mean, it'll buff out, a bit of tea-cut, and it's fine. But that car is running at least. They are 6 laps down on the leader, and they are a lap behind of the car in front of them in class. So yeah, it really is going to be a challenge for them. They'll just want to get to the finish now, won't they, Randy?
Yeah, and with a car that looks like that, I imagine it's not driving very nice, so that's going to be easier said than done. Because they actually have a Miata just in front of them that's putting the wheels up off the track, so... Is it really? It is really. We're going to have a Thrustmaster on Thrustmaster incident? Nope. Darn.
Goodness.
Am I supposed to say this broadcast is brought to you by Thrustmaster now, or was that later?
No. It's,
okay, so as Cisco spirals into insanity.
You could,
Look, I'm from the NASCAR side. That's all we do.
Yeah, I was about to say, you could tell that your style of commentary there, it certainly is sponsor oriented. Let's say that.
All about them dollar bills.
I'll tell you what, if Thrustmaster do want to send me a stream, that'd be great. Preferably T500. Anyway, the 107 car we're looking at the moment was just getting caught up in a bit of traffic there with the Kia, the 69 Guild of Australian Young Stars.
Coming up
car.
on another one as well, torque-free car.
Yeah, that's our third place Kia as well. So that Torque Freak Racing car, the Torque Freak Racing's corkscrew car with Karsten Thiel at the wheel, they are getting caught up by the Oisper Kalja racing car, and Shuey Hugo only picked that car just to get me to say that team name once again, Jake.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try and pronounce it. I'm bad with it. I'll just stick to what I know, but looks like he's just struggling with a bit of traffic at the moment down in P9. Obviously he had some damage early on, gained a spot through Thrustmaster Movano's incident, but out in front, nothing really happening. Still a minute and 11 gap. I think that is going to be pretty stagnant for the rest of this race, that lead gap.
That that battle with the 107 car, by the way, with the 88, that is for position. There's only 1.6 seconds between them. So that Celestial DNF car, overall, that is it is a battle for position, and it is it's still pretty close. It's taken quite a while for that 107 car to catch up as he's going past the Talk Freak Racing car.
So just be warned to our listeners, if you ever find yourself in a race with Paul and you're in a different class, but for some reason on the same lap as him, let it know he will block you.
Absolutely, it's a battle for position. You know, not only are you in class, but no,
So
I'm
you're
kidding.
that guy.
You're that guy in
endurance
all of
racing-
Empty Box's videos, aren't you?
Oh, there it is.
In endurance racing, I always let the faster car go. If they're not faster than me, though, however,
Well, that
it's
never
a bit
happened,
tricky.
so.
No, that's true. We're coming up towards the hour marks. What we'll do is take you through your top 5 of each class then. So Pure Racing Team, the 111 car, Maximilian Benecke at the wheel. They are in the lead, and Benecke putting in, this will be the end of the first sort of full lap at the wheel, so we'll be interested to see what lap times Benecke is able to do there. Got Motorsports in second place with Alexander Voss there. They are 1 minute 14 seconds behind. Third place is 24-hour MSP Drivers Home with Julian Grunastel at the wheel of that one, the 193 car. Trinity Motorsports with Patrick Bieri at the wheel in the 60 car. They are in fourth place with GT Ross SST Orange in fifth place with Daniel Garcia de Bango. There for them. In your C-Spec class, it is Pure Racing Team Rough C-Spec at the wheel. That one, Peter Cock at the wheel, with Celestial DNF in second place in that class. Trimates, they are in third place with iRacers.HU Team Porsche in fourth. Now we saw the incident with the Team DFBTA. They were in fifth place, sorry. I believe they are still in fifth place as well, because oh no, sorry, they're not in fifth place anymore. It's the SimRC .de car there. In your Kia class, it's 24-hour Kia team in the lead with Alpine Eagle Racing in second, Top Freak Racing Corkscrew in third, with Kronos Sim Racers in fourth, Clan AOD.net in fifth place. And your MX-5s, this is going to be real simple to do. Team RSO are in the lead of that one in the 397 car. The 55 car Rookie Racing Team in second place, and Thrustmaster Movano MX-5 are in third place. So what we're going to do, take a little bit of a step aside for a few moments just while we with these commercials. So we have had more hours of this iRacing 24-hour race at the Nürburgring done. We've got just under 9 hours to go in this one, so we'll be right back after these short messages.
Since 2010, the highest echelon of sim racing competition has focused on NASCAR and Grand Prix racing. 50 of the best drivers in the world doing battle for championship glory. Each man for himself, and even though there may be teammates on track, each driver is in command of his own destiny. Until now. 2016 sees the start of a new era in World Championship competition, with team racing getting its chance in the spotlight. No longer can one driver rule supreme, but you must rely on those with whom you share a car, a setup, a strategy. Endurance racing can be very different to other forms of motorsports, with races in this series lasting either 3 or 6 hours. Teams of 2 or 3 drivers, perhaps on opposite sides of the world, will share seat time, each having to collectively work towards one common goal. Crash out, and it's not just you who you let down. Officially sanctioned by SRO, it will be teams of drivers who will go head to head, car to car, rival to rival, in the pursuit of a championship. And there's over $25,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs. Some of the world's biggest sim racing teams are represented. There's also a group of teams who haven't seen this stage before, who want to make their mark and say we can hang with the best. The team racing revolution is here. It's loud, it's exciting, and it lives on iRacing Live, starting April 23rd.
Hour 15 of the iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour race here on Racebot TV and iRacing Live. I'm Paul Smith. Alongside me in the commentary booth is Randy Chenov, Jake Blackall and Cisco Saramosa, with Hugo Lewis on the cameras and graphics. At the front of leaders, it is Pure Racing Team in the lead in the 1-on-1 car. They are 1 minute 16 seconds ahead of Alexander Voss in the Car Motorsports car in second, with 24-hour MSP Drivers Home Team in third. Pure Racing Team C-Spec is in first place in the C-Spec class, with Celestial DNF in second place, Trimates in third. In your Kias, it is 24-hour Kia team in the lead of that class, with Alpine Eagle Racing in second place and Talk Creek Racing's Corkscrew in third place. And in your MX-5s, the only runners in this field now, Team RSO in the lead of that one, with Rookie Racing in second place and Thrustmaster Movano in third place. So that's the standings as they are at the moment. We'll be keeping an eye on things as we go along, but well, there are some exciting things coming along to iRacing with the new build coming up this coming week. I know we touched on it briefly, but Imola is sort of like the big thing, Cisco, that's going to be coming to iRacing. It is a historic track. And one that I've been looking forward to since it was announced that it was coming along.
Absolutely, and it's nice to get some renowned road courses, like Imola, and we had Monza in the past. It wasn't all that long ago, so it's great to have these circuits coming out, and just Imola. It's such a legendary circuit, and a bit of an infamous circuit, more than legendary, but just a challenging circuit. And one I've loved driving in various places and things, and seeing races there, and now we get to have it in iRacing, and it's just going to be another one of those fun tracks that I want to see a showdown between maybe the Lotus 49, the 79, maybe the Williams, because I think that'd be pretty cool, or the McLaren, I should say.
Yeah, I'm going to say the McLaren, the current F1 car around there will be pretty special because it is a fast track as well. Cisco is that track. Okay, they put in the chicanes after the tragic events of May the 1st, 1994. Not only with Ayrton Senna, but also with oh God, grief, Roland Ratzenberger. There we go. This tells you how tired I am. Roland Ratzenberger.
Don't forget Rubens wrecked too that week.
Yeah. Rubens had that huge accident as well, where he was hurt in that one. So it was an awful weekend, and so yeah, they added chicanes there at the start of the lap, but it's still a challenge, and it's still a high-speed track as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean, you know, you can challenge the stakes time. I think he ran there, what was it, with a Sesto Aumento, if I remember correctly, a couple of seasons ago in a television show that we aren't going to mention so we don't get flagged. But beyond him,
we don't want to get punched.
Yeah, exactly. But beyond him, we have a bunch of car changes, and I think probably the car getting made over the most, and Jake, you're loving this, is going to be the V8 supercars.
Yeah, I'm loving at the moment the V8 Supercar getting a good update this season. Massive modifications to both the Holden and the Ford, obviously. V8 Supercar, I think a big one as well. Moving to NTM version 6 tyres. I think it's the last car to move to V6 tyres. Been on V5 for a while. It just put us behind the pack, but now we're getting those V6 tyres. It'll be a completely different beast going into the new season. A lot of different rear dampening forces, spring changes with the suspension geometry, different chassis torsion, stiffness. It's the whole car has been completely revamped, and just how much they've gone in to make this car as good as they can. It's going to be absolutely amazing what this car has to offer, as well as all the other updates, I think, to the NASCAR that they're bringing in with the new, I think it's a Motec dash, or I think it's a Motec dash, whatever they're running their NASCAR dashes under at the moment. So that's another interesting aspect that will come from the NASCAR side.
Yeah, and probably my favorite thing is we'll actually be able to paint the spoilers now, because they're updating it, so you'll be able to paint the spoilers that you use on the mile and a half and anything that's not a super speedway. So I'm looking forward to that. Some changes. We're also going to get some new audio for the Toyotas, so that now means we're going to have 3 different audio tracks for the 3 different manufacturers. So I'm looking forward to that. Camaro will get updated with the new looks, as well as the Fusion. We got the new nose cone for the Fusion, a bunch of cool NASCAR stuff coming, and you know, just some changes along the way. And Randy, I think the GT1s are also getting a couple of changes as well.
Yeah, the GT1s are getting some tire model adjustments, not really too major. And in fact, some of the bigger stuff is actually, a lot of people may not see this as a big change, but this is really going to impact the way leagues actually are running, specifically the Neo Endurance side of things, which, you know, they haven't announced their new cars yet, although they did release the new schedule. But they're actually making all these GT cars in the next build, so they work like the GT3 machines, where tires and fuel happen separately, which to a lot of people that may not sound like a big change, but suddenly you start getting to a place where you have to decide whether or not you need to take tires or not, or whether or not you take that strategy called a double stint.
So yeah, so some big things coming along in iRacing, and they're always looking to improve and make the sim even more realistic and even better, and provide new things, new features. Just want to point out the number 20 car, Phoenix Endurance, they are back up and running. They're a number of laps down now. They're 22 laps down over the overall leader. But Randy, it's good to see your team back out there.
Yep, Julio Ornelas hopping into that car now that they've gone laps down, and he was part of that team that I kind of talked about earlier in the broadcast, where there was 3 or 4 of us running in that league race, where just basically due to availability and a couple people having real-world mechanical problems with their desks, that we couldn't really run the full 24-hour race, and I know he really wanted to do it, and it just, unfortunately for him, there's now 2 of the big Nürburgring 24-hour races that have kind of fallen flat on their face for him and the rest of the team.
So at least that's another car back in the field then, at least. to keep us going. Now, I'm just looking through here. Again, big gaps in the field are here. Although saying that, the number 9 car, the Core Sim Racing C-Spec, they are 11 seconds behind the 13 car of Team DFT BA. So that Team DFT BA car, of course, was all getting that little bit of damage earlier on just before the commercial break. So Core Sim Racing, they are trying to catch up to make that place up there, Randy.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing hard, and they're going to want that spot. And luckily for them, you know, better part of 8 hours and 45 minutes or so left in this race, so they got time.
Yeah, 8 hours 46 minutes remaining now, so just nicely ticked over there. So got plenty of time there to make up that gap and to try and get that position. Core Sim Racing, they're a bit out of sync here with that Team DFTBA, but of course they had to pick to get repairs done on their car in that 13 car, but fresher tyres but a heavy fuel load for that car, whereas the Core Sim Racing car, they're still running Thomas Aarons at the wheel there for them. He's been in the car quite a while now. In fact, he's been in the car 10-11 laps, so in a good stint. He'll be coming towards the end of their the stint there, Jake, in that C-Spec.
Yeah, coming towards the end of his stint, maybe do a driver swap at the next stop. I'm just trying to see who would actually be jumping in that car at the moment, who is on standby. No one is actually, oh no, sorry, my bad. We got Senteri Kalanki as well as Dominic Engel. They're sitting there on standby at the moment, both waiting for to jump in the Core Sim Racing C-Spec car. We'll maybe do a driver swap in the next couple of laps. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it's in this lap. Come in, get some fuel and tyres, do a driver swap, see where they come out. They were closing definitely on DFTBA through the incident that they had, but no, they're staying on the lap, so they're going to try and close that gap for one more time.
Yeah, so don't forget, for all your timing needs, racespot.tv/timing is where you can keep up to date with everything in this race. Well, pretty much everything in this race is available there on timing. If we don't manage to break it, the 20 car Phoenix Endurance, they're still running, so that's good to see. They've got a 97 car behind them, but their lap's down, so that'll just go on for a little bit. But yeah, that battle, really the closest battle is that 13 and the 9 car at the moment. As I say, just under 12 seconds there between the two of them, between those two. And what we'll do is, I know we did it last hour, but we'll do it again because it worked kinda last time. We'll go through each of the classes, and seeing as you weren't here last time, Cisco, take us through all of the cars that are still in the race here in the GT3 class and what position they are in class, please.
Okay. Let's see if we can line this up properly.
Oh, this is starting off wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Mainly because
Hugo, find some music for this, Hugo, to go along with this.
Okay.
Ooh, I like this music. Right, go away then, Cisco.
Maximilian Benecki is leading the GT3 R8 for a pure racing team. Core Motorsports is going to be in second place. Alexander is piloting that machine. Right behind them in the 193 is going to be Julian Grunestel. They're running third right now. 60 car is going to be Patrick, oh man, I'm butchering names here, but Bieri is going to be fourth.
You got it.
Fifth is going to go to the 16 of the SST Orange machine of Samuel De La Fuente. They're running fifth right now. Sixth is going to go to the Driving Revolution team. That's Marco, oh boy, Arcadia Cono.
Marco Arcadia Cono.
Arcadia Cono, we'll take it. 107 right behind. Oh, I hate you guys so much. Oispa Kalsha? We'll try it. We'll roll with it. And Aiku Marikala, they're running right behind
I think it's
them.
Akuna Matata, for those who have seen it.
Oh, okay. Right behind them is going to be the Corsim Racing Audi of Yane. He's driving Yane Kiuru. He's running that right now. Right behind them, the SST Black, number 42. That piloting that is Cristobal J. Lopez. Right behind them, the 21, the Thrustmaster Movano machine of Fabio Gonzalez, currently at the wheel on that. Right behind them, the 1, the CTC Racing Black machine. Gernot Fritsch. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll take that. Right behind them, the 74 Pure Racing Team, number 74, off track.
They're dead.
That's
That's
I
it.
think that's it.
Yeah, you made it through. Congratulations there. You got through there.
He pronounced
Cisco.
all of 2 people's names right.
I thought I'd set you a challenge here. So, in your C-Spec class, I'll go through the C-Spec class. Have we got any other music, Hugo, for this? We'll be able to fire through these. So, the Pure Racing Team C-Spec class with Peter Koch at the wheel. They are in the lead there. Celestial DNF Team, they're just coming on off of pit road now with Troy Schuster at the wheel of that one. They're in second place. Trimates are in third with Dennis Heinz there, and in fourth place iRacers.hu Team Porsche, the number 4 car of Rosie Sandor at the wheel there. He's just coming out of pit road as well, so they've just had a change of tyres and fuel. Lucas Dolzer in the SimRC.de car in 5th place with Mad Cow Racing. Muriel in 6th with Scott Gray. 7th place, Team DFTBA. We saw them have that little incident earlier on. Dennis Grayson at the wheel of that one. Of course, Sim Racing C-Spec Thomas Ahrens in 9th. And 10th place is GTL Virtual Racing Team Rafael Kozierczek at the wheel of that one. Not ATK and Friends with Jesper Jurlica at the wheel there in the C-Spec there. And Phoenix Endurance, the last of the C-Specs down there. That's what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11th, 12th place in the C-Spec class, and that's your C-Spec runners at the moment. So I got a couple of names wrong there, I'll admit that there. What we'll do is hand it over to Mr. Jake Blackhall now to take you through the Kia runners left in this race, and take it away, Mr. Jake Blackhall.
Yeah, this is going to be where a lot of stuff has happened. But the leader of the Kias at the moment, 24-hour Kia, car number 25, Johan Charret. I think it is how you pronounce your name, sorry, leading the class with Alpine Eagle Racing sitting in second, car number 127 of Eric Hafner behind the wheel. Then we got Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew, car number 451, rounding out the podium at the moment with Karsten Thiel at the wheel. Then you got Chrono Sim Racers sitting in fourth, car number 14 with Daniel Quattropani in that Kia at the moment. Then you got Clan AOD.net sitting in P number 5 with car number 26 with Kyle Strickart at the wheel, and then Black Adam Motorsports car number 66 sitting in P number 6 with Johan Panikorpi at the wheel of that one. Then Team GTRS car number 57 down in P number 7 at the moment with Mika Lamarakis at the wheel. And then the final car of the Kia class at the moment in P number 8, we have the Guild of Australian Young Stars with Joe Burkett at the wheel of the car number 69. And that, I think, rounds out our field of Kias. And I say it'll be over to you, Randy, for what is left of the MX-5 field.
What I've got to say here now, before we start doing this, is Hugo has got to find some music that's no more than a minute long, because that's how long it will take.
Are you telling me it's going to take me a minute to go through 3 drivers?
I'm being optimistic. I'm being generous here.
Optimistic?
No, not optimistic. It was the wrong word. Generous. That's what I'm being here. So, Randy and Hugo, take it away with the music. Oh, hang on a second. He's going to find some music for you. But Randy, take it away with your 3
well, he
MX-5
needs
runners.
the music first, so we gotta wait for Hugo.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, we've got to wait. He's got to have time. Hugo, he's under pressure today. He's got a lot of broadcasts to do. He's going to be up about 30 hours this Hugo, so I don't know why.
Just like he does at Coanda, always holding us up.
Shots fired there from Randy, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, Hugo, take your time, mate. No rush.
I like that music though. That he
Yeah,
had.
that's
music.
I know that's one of Johnny Simmons. That's one of Johnny
Hugo's ready.
Simmons. No, Hugo's ready.
All right,
I'll just say that Johnny Simmons. That is one of his favourite pieces of music. Is that last one that we used? So there you go. And Randy, take it away.
All right, so coming back to your MX-5, Team RSO number 397 is currently leading. Rookie Racing Team 55 in second. Thrustmaster Vivano MX-5 in third.
Didn't say the driver names. You had about 12.
Names.
You had about 12 seconds there of music to do it. Well, I think we have officially lost our minds here.
You're welcome.
Start with. You're welcome, Internet. So that is your runners and riders that are still in this race through there. That killed a bit of time. As the 12 car is coming into pit road now.
And they passed the Kia. Sorry, just had to.
So the Thrustmaster Movano MX-5 car is onto pit road, and they'll be taking tyres, so taking the left side tyres first, giving it the full race spot commentary team work on the pit stop. And Randy, you know about the MX-5. What will the fueling be like on that one?
Well, they're going to take like fuel cans and put them in the hole and fill it up.
And they're going to change driver as well. Let's not get that wrong. You
didn't ask about that. You asked about the fueling. You got to be more specific, mate.
Raffaele Di Paolo is at the wheel of the car now. I've butchered another person's name, and quite frankly, this commentary booth, I think, between us all, we've managed to butcher about most of the field's names on this one. So, good job, guys. Well
I
done.
know one. Kyle Streichars, who unfortunately received a throughput fall to an unacceptable level. I've raced against him. Bam! I have won. Haha. Well,
Okay. Do you want a medal?
Yes, I do. Also, I do want to point out that someone in the comments section pointed out that the timing has died again.
And it's being fixed. Hugo's on the case.
So,
Don't
well done, Cisco.
GG, well done.
Look,
Now, I'm going to say this because Cisco won't have heard this, but Cisco, did you know that Race Spot TV Primetime returns in a few weeks? And
yes,
it's where
I actually did.
You, those who love sim racing, get to choose which iRacing series we broadcast on 2 nights a week. And I know you're wanting to ask me, how do you find out about that?
Well, Paul, I'm just waiting with bated breath. How do you find out?
Well, to find out more, thank you for asking there, Cisco. And to vote now, you can visit racespot.tv/primetime, and you'll be able to find all the information about what series are available on which day, and you'll be able to vote for your choices there and then as well. Over 900 people have voted already as well, Cisco, if you didn't realise. Well, Wednesday nights it's going to be your closed cockpit cars, so things like GT cars or touring cars, and then the Friday night it's the open wheel racing. We've got a pretty close run thing between the Formula Renault 2.0 and the Indy cars.
Well, I kind of am biased towards the closed pocket. Oh, man, I can't even.
That's easy for you to say.
Yeah, but we're just going to walk away from that comment there. And anyway, focus back on in the race. And Maximilian Benecki still continuing to lead Pure Racing Team. And I've lost my mind. Paul, you got anything?
Please, I lost it before you.
Oh, okay.
Benecki has been lapping about a second and a quarter faster than Alexander Voss this last time. So Benecki just pulling out that gap at the front there, Randy, and we're just seeing just the relentless nature of Benecki at the wheel of that car. He gets fresh into the car, relatively speaking, and he's doing a good job.
Yeah, he's pushing hard, and he's doing a very good job extending this gap. And something that's going to be interesting to see is actually someone who's just connected to the server. It's actually Kei Kashubi, who is probably going to be hopping into that Core Motorsports car maybe here very soon. I believe Alexander is on his second stint right now. Yeah, I believe so. And actually, just looking at their what's happened in the past, seems that they're just doing no more than double stinting people. So Kay likely going to be getting into that car, and Kay is actually the quickest of those drivers, actually by several seconds. So.
Okay, so Jake, we're about 8.5 hours left in the race, and it's been very much a typical endurance race, 24-hour race, but with quite a few more drivers dropping out than you would normally expect in a race like this.
Yeah, I would have expected more to be there towards the end, but it's the nature of the track. Like we've said all night, the nature of this track makes it difficult for you to make it to the end, and that's where if you can actually make it to this point, and let alone to the end of the race, you've done a fabulous job for the entire team, and especially for Pure Racing Team as well as 24-Hour Kias, both having just the 2 drivers at the moment. To be able to manage that is well done for both of them, and they're doing a good job, both leading their respective class.
Yeah, so Pure Racing Team doing a fantastic job, as you say, and just want to give a quick mention to thank Anwan Designs for their work on bringing us our fantastic graphics overlay that you're seeing on screen right now. It's fantastic from Anwan Designs once again to give you all that information, and the conditions we mentioned it in the last hour for sure. The conditions are pretty much just on the ideal side for endurance cars, but for a car like the Kia, for the tyres, the track temperature is maybe a little bit warm for that Kia. Jake.
Yeah, a little bit warm. The tyres are... I'm surprised that the drivers haven't been trying to actually short stint and come in that little bit early. Obviously, it's better to try and push that extra little bit, and that's where you're not trying to run over for time. You're not trying to punch out fast laps. You're trying to manage the car over the distance. So it's good to see that these guys are... the tyres obviously will be dead by the end of the stint, but you can sort of manage that, and they're just not pushing as hard as they would, say, for a VLN endurance race where you may come in that 1 or 2 laps early or a lap early. Try not to push that extra lap on fuel, just to try and get a bit of less tyre wear out of it and get some more speed.
Well, Cisco, you've had a whole day of motorsport coverage that you've been doing with the trucks, and now this. Your take on endurance racing. What is it about endurance racing that sort of captures your imagination and your interest?
I don't know. I started kind of following endurance racing, and we'll go back to this unnamed British TV show. They ran, a couple. When I started watching them, they ran an endurance race where they took a BMW diesel car, and they ran the 24 hours of
Silverstone.
Silverstone. Thank you.
The Brit Car 24 hours.
Yes.
That's the event. Yeah.
And that got me kind of interested in it, and then kind of growing up and playing a lot of games. I fell in love with the GT3 class, and then that really what got me hooked on it was the IMSA battle at Laguna Seca between Corvette and Flying Lizard back, and I think that was 2011 no, that would have been like 2013. But the battle, and it came down to Magnussen actually getting put in the wall by Flying Lizard at the end of the race. But that was really the one I'm like, okay, this is awesome. That was
Jan Magnussen, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't remember the particular instant, but Jan Magnussen.
It was Magnussen and Bergmeister, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And they were coming down to the end of it, and it's coming from obviously a lot of work with NASCAR, but the cars are very similar. That's how they're kind of designed. They're built to a point where it's like the cars have similar power, they have similar handling characteristics. This was the first time I really saw a sanctioned race event where you had a Corvette which had a lot more power than the Porsche, and it was faster on the straights, but you had the Porsche which could keep up in the bends and really put on a great show. So that's kind of where I got my draw into endurance racing, and I've loved it ever since because it really gets a chance for not only the manufacturers to showcase, the merits of their cars, but also for the drivers to, go out there and really showcase the skill of, how they can tackle these different pluses and minuses in the car and how they can, put on for, a great race.
Yeah, so I always like to find out where people got sort of interested in, say, like a particular type of racing or something like that. Jake, what sort of was the thing that got you interested in endurance racing?
Well, endurance racing has been something I obviously wasn't really a main part when I started interest in motorsport. It was actually obviously growing up in Australia, it was all V8 supercar land, especially with that. So obviously the Bathurst endurance race was a big thing that we always watched. So I'd say that was my main starting point of endurance racing. And obviously then I started to watch Le Mans whenever that was on for every yearly race, which is on in 2 weeks, so that'll be another cracking Le Mans race this year. And then some of the vivid memories is it's just the racing and what happens during those scenes can be devastating and obviously amazing for teams like Audi. Winning so many Le Mans victories in a row was just amazing, and especially with that coming to iRacing. In the Le Mans sense, it'll be absolutely amazing to be able to drive around that for the next however many years. We'll be able to drive around Le Mans when it gets implemented. So just endurance racing's always been a part, I think, of me in the sense with the Bathurst 1000. It's our staple endurance race. Now with the Bathurst 12-hour that gets covered every year here, it's growing from strength to strength, and it's definitely providing interest over in Australian Asian market with more endurance races to come.
So there is the Australia, the Bathurst endurance race coming up on iRacing as well, isn't there?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, later on in the year we usually do have the Bathurst 1000 race, especially around October, which would be around the same time as the official or the main real race that gets. Happened around the October weekend. So
October 15th, there we go, found it.
Yeah, October 15th is the first weekend of Bathurst, or is that the iRacing Bathurst?
That's the Bathurst, iRacing Bathurst, yeah.
iRacing Bathurst, there you go, because then the week before will be the actual Bathurst 1000. So yeah, it's good to have that coming up in Bathurst, especially with the new cars. I think next season with all these new updates for the V8 supercar, it's going to really change how a lot of people attack that car, and I think will overall change the racing. I think it will be much closer to what we expect.
Randy just finally getting the backstory on everybody's history and involvement or interest in endurance racing. How do you sort of get involved in or interested in endurance racing?
Well, growing up in the family I did, anyone who Googles my last name, you'll come across, either an Indian massacre from the 1800s or come across a racing team. And, a racing team that competed in, things like the Baja 1000 and other, various desert endurance racing events here in Southern California and in Mexico. So, I mean, in that regards, kind of there. And then, for the GT stuff, it just sort of... just kind of came across as an extension of that. Growing up in a racing family, obviously exposed to NASCAR and IndyCar and, GT stuff eventually as well. And once I started getting into sim racing, it just sort of, the oval stuff didn't really attract me so much, whereas this long endurance racing style stuff where you generally have to be a little bit more well thought out with strategy is what caught my fancy.
Yeah, and just taking it back to iRacing, you've got the 6 hours of Watkins Glen coming up as well at the end of this month, on the 25th of June, as the next special event that iRacing are going to be hosting. Watkins Glen, it's one of those iconic tracks of not just endurance racing, but North American racing as well.
Yeah, and and that's actually going to be rather interesting, because that's going to be really the first Road Warrior event that we see, where we see the full-length endurance race with the multiple GT classes. With the last 2 races that we had, we didn't have the Mercedes or the Audi competing, either at Sebring or at Daytona. However, once we get to Watkins Glen, we're going to have all 4 or maybe even 5 of those cars. I'm not quite sure what the lineup's going to be competing in that 6-hour race along with the Daytona prototype, and that's not something we've really gotten exposed to yet.
Yeah, I know with myself, with endurance racing, I've always been enjoyed motor racing. I mean, I basically grew up watching. I started off watching Formula One with my dad, since I was a young kid. Grew up listening to Murray Walker and James Hunt, as commentators. And, got involved in, interested in motorsport through that, and then through touring cars, things like that. And I think the first Le Mans I actually sort of took an active interest in watching was when the Mercedes went and flipped down at the end of the Mulsanne Straight.
That was 99.
99, right? Yeah. And Matt Webber, Matt Webber at the wheel of that car. And so that always stands out in my mind because it's such.
I believe that was a Porsche, wasn't it? Not a Mercedes.
No, that was the Mercedes.
That was the CLK GTR. Yeah, that was the last time Webber drove. I think it was the last time he drove for Mercedes. Was that event where it rolled on him down at the end of the straight?
Yeah, I think I do remember it just purely because of that one sort of iconic moment. All for the wrong reasons. It's iconic. But the photo of the car going off into the trees. Luckily, didn't get seriously injured in that. Because that could have been, that could have been curtains for him with an incident like that. So that's something that stuck out in my mind there with that one. So that certainly is what's happening. We have got a slight battle here, by the way. The 57 and the 26 car are battling away here. I say they're battling away here. There are only 1.4 seconds between them, so we have got a close battle. It's in the Kias, and
I have a sneaking suspicion this is going to get taken away from us, though, because the ClanAOD.net car has already made a pit stop, and the Team GTRS car has not. So
don't take this away from us, please.
I'm not going to. The fuel man is. Well, let's make the most of it while we've got it. Although saying that, the 57 car is pulling away slightly from the 26. Both heavily damaged cars. You look at the state of these cars. I don't think there's a straight panel on a Kia in this field at all. Really, these Kias have been through the wars here today. And that 57 car is pulling away now through the Stefan Beloff S. It's one of the few parts of the track I can actually pronounce properly. But yes, away they go through there as they head towards the mini carousel for yet another time. We've got just about 8 hours and 19 minutes left in this race so far. And if we do have any issues, by the way, on the stream here, it's because Hugo Louis is currently under attack by lightning. By Zeus.
By Zeus, yeah. The 10 and this battle between the 57 and 26, it's not much of a battle now. 26 had to drop back a bit because of back markers coming through here, and that 57 car now using the slipstream of the car in front, which is the Core Sim Racing Audi.
Yep.
Oh, we're back to this again.
Cisco, you jump in if you've got anything there.
Well, I don't know. I was just running through conversation topics that we can talk about, and we talking about that '99 crash. It got me thinking, kind of, what's everyone's standout motorsports moment that sticks out in their head when you think of racing? What is it that jumps to mind? So I guess we'll start at the top of the TeamSpeak channel. Randy, what you got?
Well, that's kind of a tough one with me because I've been from, exposed to several genres of motorsports, and some more so than others. It's gonna be, I'm thinking incidents in the NHRA. I'm thinking IndyCar. It's kind of there's so many things to potentially choose that. Come back to me later. I'll
Okay.
pass for now. Hugo?
Well, I was going to say I've got one if you want to come to me.
Okay, we'll skip to Paul for now.
I was just scanning through my brain while Randy was talking there. Moments in motorsport. It's actually last year at Brands Hatch. It was the final round of the UK Renault Clio Cup Championship. Is the Core Motorsports car, by the way, is coming onto pit road. They're in Alexander Voss still. Is he going to change car? Yes, it is. And Keika Shuby getting in. So that's going to be interesting to see what lap times Keika can get out of that one. But yeah, last year at Brands Hatch, it was the final round of the UK Renault Clio Cup Championship, and I've watched motorsport pretty much all my life, and I've always had favourite drivers, but it's slightly different when you actually know one of the drivers that's involved. That was the case with Ashley Sutton, who is currently my team boss in the touring car series that I drive in. I managed to sort of get myself tickets to go to there. Went along there with a friend of mine, and Ash actually won the championship that day that we were there, and I managed to sort of get into the paddock area, and was able to sort of congratulate Ash after he was walking down the paddock area. Managed to congratulate him, have a quick chat with him before we went off to celebrate with his team. But that was a special moment because, like I say, it's different when you actually know the person. I don't know him well, but I know him, and that was one of my favourite moments in motorsport, to be able to share that with somebody who's a mate.
There you go. Race Spot's own Paul Smith. That's his favorite moment. Jake, you got anything?
I've got a couple. One of them is mainly just obviously V8 Land, and one of the moments that really sticks out to me that it was just absolutely amazing was the lap 2003, the lap of the Gorge by Greg Murphy. I think that lap is just you get goosebumps watching it even now. It's just an amazing lap to do a 206.8 in a time where the V8 supercars weren't capable of doing a 206.8 around Bathurst. Like now we have a different track layout there, or not layout, but a different track grip now with the track being repaved at Bathurst. Obviously the times are quicker now, but back then to see a 206.8 come up on that board, I still get chills from that moment. But another famous moment that brought me into NASCAR scene, I started watching that in 2004. Massive NASCAR fan, always have loved watching that, and the race between, I think it was Mark Martin and Kevin Harvick, not 100%, I think it was 07, the race to the finish line. That was I think it was 07. Daytona 500, 2007. That finish was. That had to be like a pinnacle moment. Like, besides the lap of the Gorge that Greg Murphy did in 2003, that race, that finish was just outstanding. And for NASCAR, I absolutely loved it, and that's why I adore what NASCAR is today. Even though NASCAR is sort of going down a little bit of a here-there slope at the moment, but it's still got that classic essence of what NASCAR is all about.
I guess we can swap moments then, because I was going to say probably my favorite moment in V8 Supercars, and when I think of motorsport, it's always comes down to this: McLaughlin versus Whincup in 2014 at Clipsal. That basically just that battle, and I'm a Holden guy through and through, but Scott McLaughlin, I'm a fan of his now, just after seeing that race. It's just, that's what got me into watching V8 Supercars, was seeing that race. I was like just stunned at how close the racing was, and at the end of it, McLaughlin able to pull out of the last corner and just line up the line just perfectly. Whincup overdrove it just enough, and Scotty was able to beat him, and that's probably my favorite V8 Supercar moment. And NASCAR, I got about 1,000 of them. I still have to figure out which one. I don't know which one's ultimately my favorite. I mean, off the top of my head, just from, just craziness, I'll probably have to go with Carl Edwards and Jimmy Johnson. I think it was at Kansas. And Carl Edwards, coming down to the last lap, just dives it. Just complete dive bomb into 3 and tried to bounce it off the wall and see if he could come out of the corner. Wasn't able to do it. And after the race in an interview, he's like, I thought it was a video game. I thought I could just bounce it off the wall and I'd be fine. But Jimmy was able to bring home the victory that day. But, well, Randy, what you got, buddy?
Well, I'm actually going to go with one that's pretty recent, and I think it's going to be something that for us as motorsport fans, I think as years go on, is going to be something that sticks out in our mind as probably one of the iconic moments in a young man's career, and that's Alex Rossi's win in the Indy 500 earlier this week. So as right now we're actually watching the 24 car, the Pure Racing Team Russ C-Spec. Not sure what's happening there, as Hugo's just yelling 24 in the chat. But
yeah, I can tell you what's happened. He's run wide through the left-hander before Amberg, gone over the grass there, done very well to keep it out the wall, just scraped the wall slightly.
He got away with murder there.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse.
Anyone who's driven one of these cars know that going through that left-hander on the rundown into the foxhole is. That left-hander is not flat out. It looks like it should be, but just with the way that hill crests, it takes all the weight off the front end and you have to lift. And if you mess it up, generally you get thrown into that wall hard, and he just barely scraped it.
Was that little bit of pavement? I don't know if that's pavement or grass, but I think that might have saved him. Just a little strip kind of where I think might be a Marshall car exit or something like that. But I think that basically saved him, was able to stabilize the car, or at least the track was flat enough there where he was able to hold on to it. But heck of a save from the 24.
Yeah, really good job there from the 24 driver to keep that going and not to end up spearing into the wall there. So vote for them. And of course, they are the leading C-Spec driver. We've got about 10 minutes before the hour is up, so managing to get through this hour, considering that both myself and Cisco have completely gone brain dead this last hour or so. But yeah, that Pure Racing Team C-Spec is still there. They are up to 7th place overall in the standings. So that's okay. It's Pure Racing Team, Maximilian Benecke coming into the pits to make yet another pit stop here. So we'll be saying that. Now, one person that we are missing the comment of from his moment in motorsport, and he's unable to say it because unfortunately he doesn't have a microphone set up on there. But Cisco, if you want to say what our glorious leader Hugo Luis is saying is his favourite moment in motorsport.
I'm looking to see when he posted down there, but
I know what it was. It was when, for those who are unaware, Hugo actually won a competition in I can't remember what he said it was or when it was, but he actually managed to score himself a win with Rubens Barrichello in a karting event, and I think there was a couple other pro drivers. I think he said it was with Tony Kanaan as well. So, in terms of Brazil, some big names to be racing with.
Yeah, well, Rubens Barrichello, Rubio, of all the people to race with, that would certainly be the one name that I would want to race with. In fact, I have raced against him on iRacing in the Formula Renault. Well, I say I raced against him.
I don't know if that says more about you or
he
more
drove
about
away.
him.
He drove away from me. That's what happened. I was in the same race physically, just he went away.
Nowhere near it.
Yeah, exactly. As Benecke comes out the pits now after his pit stop, 68.3 second pit stop for him there. And we're just having a look at Kay Kashiri to see the lap times that Kay's doing. In fact, this will be the end of his first time lap, I believe, or just the first lap after the
No,
pit
it'll
stop.
be his. No, I think this will be his first lap since the pit stop. Because the last lap that was scored with that car was Alexander Voss, so this is going to be his out lap here.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see what sort of lap times that Kay will be able to do once he's got a lap time in. So we'll be waiting another sort of 8-9 minutes for that to come through. But yeah, certainly Kay should be. Let's see what the gap is of the line here. Has come across here now. K comes across the line. And that car is 2 minutes 46 behind, but of course the Pure Racing team car did go into the pits on that lap. So K now, they've both had their pit stop. K will be able to see what sort of times they're at. But I can tell you that at the moment the interval, the gap between them is 1:18 seconds. So
Max just left the stadium there, so if you want a kind of visual gap, Max is, I think he's in the second or third turn on the Nordschleife, and K is right now just coming up towards the hairpin. So
it's basically half of the GP circuit is the gap, maybe a little bit more than that.
Yeah, so that just sort of gives you the impression of the idea of sort of like the gap between them, and it's been sort of like the same gap, Randy, all through this race between the two teams.
Yeah, it's been, you know, I think the shortest the gap has been roughly a minute. And then, you know, just I think it's just the drivers that Core got into there. You know, I don't want to say they're slow by any means, because we're talking 15 seconds over 20 to 30 laps here. And really, you know, you're talking losing half a second per lap at the ring is absolutely nothing at all. So they're definitely quick guys. But, you know, Kay right now is one of the quickest drivers here on this circuit. And he really, really needs to push hard for these Core Motorsports guys if they have any sort of hope at all. And really what they need to try to do, I think, is they need to try to get K in the car when Maximilian isn't in that Pure Racing Team Audi. I think that's going to be their best bet.
By the way, one thing that we have missed, the 107 car had a moment headed into the mini carousel a while ago and heavily went into the barrier on the left-hand side of the car. They managed to link the car back to the pits, and they've been into the pits and are now out again. But it was a very long pit stop for them. They're down to looks like 13th place overall in the standings. So that 107 car taking a big hit there just on the entry to the mini carousel, just getting on the curbing on the right-hand side going into that.
It just looks like got a little bit loose there, and just couldn't slow it down. Maybe a little wheel hop, it looked like. Maybe it comes up to the mini carousel, and I don't know. Oh no, it looks like, he got a little bit of the curb there. That's what did it. So that just sent him right across the track, right into the Onco barrier on the left side. So right to left, not fun, but got that car repaired now, and he's back out there.
Yeah, that factory new fade Audi is now starting to look battle scarred.
I wish my car looked like that. That looks awesome.
What, beaten up and battered?
No, not like that. No, the fade. Can we do a yellow to purple fade on Chevrolet Cobalt? Would that be possible?
Yeah, it'd be possible. It'd cost you a lot of money, but it'd be possible. I know.
It probably costs more than the car.
Probably. But yeah, the 107 car now going on to the Nordschleife part of the track there off of the Grand Prix circuit. So they're back up and running. The 14 car is in the pits at the moment, the Kronos Sim Racers car. They've changed driver. John Duval is now in the car, sitting there, waiting for the fuel to fill up in that Kia Optima before they get going once again. And well, what we'll do is we'll take you through your standings here in the race, the top 5 of each class. For your racing team, the 111 car is in the lead with Maximilian Benake at the wheel of that one. Core Motorsports in second place this time with Kei Kashubi now driving that one with 24-hour MSP and drivers home with Lucas Yestad at third place. Fourth place is Trinity Motorsports with Patrick Bieri at the wheel with the Ross SST orange car in fifth place. Then Pure Racing Team, they are in the lead of the C-Spec class with Celestial DNF in second. Trimates are in third place. iRacers.HU Team Porsche fourth place. SimRC.de in fifth place in the C-Spec class. And then your Kia class, you've got the 24-hour Kia team. They are in the lead of that one. Alpine Eagle Racing in second place, the 127 car. They are now 3 minutes behind that leading Kia, so they It's been a long, hard run for them, but Robert Potts at the wheel there, still going there as the Talk Freak Racing corkscrew car comes into pit road. They're in third place in your Kia class. And then fourth place, Kronos Sim Racers. We saw them in pit road just a moment ago. They are in fourth place with Team GTRS in fifth place. Nicholas Landau at the wheel there in the 57 car. And then your MX5s. Well, it's very simple for this one. The Team RSO, Patrick Lankow at the wheel there in first place there. Second place, Rookie Racing Team with Sonny Kanchan. They are now 1 minute 43 behind. So they've been dropping back on this stint because of the issues that they had with that incident earlier on. And Thrustmaster Movano are one lap down on them. They are in third place and they are the last of your MX5 runners. So what we'll do is we'll take a step aside for just a few moments and we'll gather our thoughts and you get to have a quick break. We'll stay here, right with us here on Racesport TV and iRacing Live for the 24 hours on the Nürburgring. We'll be right back after Dirt Confirmed.
Here at iRacing, we pride ourselves on interacting with our community and getting into the forums and seeing the discussions and doing surveys about what features and content, things that they want. It's been quite clear that one of the biggest features that people are looking for is dirt racing. You know, the first step in doing something like that was obviously our dynamic track project. It has set a great foundation for us to do a lot of different things with our surface going forward. With this dirt track project, it became evident that we needed to really become educated on what happens with dirt, not only the preparation of the track, but what happens to the surface as a race is going on. We've gotten in touch with the University of Northwestern Ohio, and there they have a terrific motorsports program, but they also have a big focus on dirt racing. They have their own dirt oval there called Lima Land. They actually have a dirt late model team and modified team as part of the curriculum for the school.
The university purchased the track for student involvement. They're out here for multiple purposes. We hold classes out here where they work on the vehicles that they build. We also have a motorsports team. They build, crew, and race the cars every Friday. So we have a huge involvement here at Limeland Motorsports Park from the university.
And so we're sending Dan Garrison there to get educated and to learn what is different about dirt.
iRacing's traditionally done with asphalt. In that model, the track is, very stiff, and it's the tires that have the give and the bend. But when you start talking about a dirt track, the equation flips in that the track is the thing that gives and responds. That's going to be a big challenge, and it's something that we definitely want to get right.
You know, everybody wants different racetracks. Personally, I like faster racetracks. A dirt track fast is when you keep the moisture in it and don't let it get real hard on you. If you let it get real hard, it's just like cement. You cannot water cement. You put water on it, the water runs off. The racetrack has got to absorb the water. You got to keep a hard pan below it, but keep the loose stuff on top to make it fast.
The thing about dirt racing that I like the most is there's probably 20 other competitors on the track, but I was always taught by Mr. Knott, a guy that gave me my first sprint car ride, you're racing the racetrack. You're not racing the 20 other guys in that feature race, and you're constantly got the car in a slide. You're turning right to go fast. You have to figure the racetrack out and get your car to where it handles the best on the dirt.
It's good to kind of actually get to a racetrack that's in working condition and be able to see, okay, this is how the soil behaves and this is what it's like. And it's amazingly sticky is the thing I'm learning. It really holds together well.
Having worked with this group of guys on this code base now for 16 years, We've only ever done pavement. We've only ever done purpose-built, race cars that run on ovals or road courses. So it was natural. The first car that we're going to introduce for this is a dirt late model, and we've actually partnered with Clint Boyer, who has a dirt late model team, and he's given us access to his car. We've scanned it, we've photographed it, and started the data collection process with his team to understand how the car works. We couldn't ask for better data to build this dirt late model.
To be able to drive a car around a dirt track and really pitch it into a corner and get on the throttle and throw the car around a little bit and keep it under control, I think is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm very excited about this project. I mean, we have a 25+ year history of making pavement racing between Papyrus and iRacing, and this is the real first chance we're venturing outside of that. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm very optimistic that this will be launching this year.
It's hour 16 of the iRacing 24 hours of Nürburgring here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live, brought to you by energy drinks, the only thing that's keeping me awake right now. I'm Paul Smith, alongside me in the commentary booth, Randy Chenelf, Jake Blackall, Cisco Scaramuzza, and on the cameras, Hugo Lewis. And, well, we've had an intriguing sort of tactical battle going on at the front here. Pure Racing team are at the front of your field with the 111 car. Second place, Core Motorsports, Keiko Shube at the wheel of that car and already pumping in some fast laps for him. Third place, the 193 24-hour MSP driver's home car. In the C-Spec class, it's Pure Racing team C-Spec 24 car in the lead of them, with Celestial DNF in second place, only 31 seconds behind them. And then Trimates are in third place. In your Kia class, 24-hour Kia team, Alpine Eagle Racing in second, Top Freak Racing Corkscrew in third, and then your three remaining MX-5s, Team RSO, Rookie Racing team in second place, and Thrustmaster Movano are in third place. And as I say, energy drinks are the only thing keeping me awake at the moment, but well, I've got some good company here to also help with that. And Randy, we're into the final 8 hours of the race now, and this is where drivers just start seeing a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel as they get towards the end of this race.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's 2/3 of the race gone and only 1/3 of it left to go. And like you said, this is kind of the beginning of the home stretch here. I generally say that the home stretch really starts at around the 6-hour mark, but 8 hours is, you're starting, like you said, to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And really, in a lot of ways, if you got a big gap you need to try to overcome, you're starting to run out of time.
And, well, we've seen the Pure Racing team been in the lead for 100 laps now. We're on lap 113 at the moment. So, Keiko Shube at the wheel of the Core Motorsports car and put in a good lap time, an 8 minutes 21.8 second lap. I mean, that's only about 4 seconds slower than the absolute fastest lap of that Core Motorsports car. So it just shows how quick on the pace Kay is getting back into that car.
Yeah, and I mean, just to kind of give an example of how much quicker that actually is Alexander Voss has been out there. When he was in the car previously, he was running mostly 23s, 24s, 25s, depending on traffic. So for him to go out and run a 21.8 straight away, 2 seconds quicker than Alexander, that's exactly what they need to bring down this gap. As right now, Pure Racing team, if you look, they've mostly been running 22s, 23s as well with Maximilian Benake. So, I mean, like I said, I really think if Core Motorsports has any real chance to try to steal this win away, they need to try to get Keiko Shube in the car when Patrick Pichler is driving that Pure Racing team car.
Yeah, so, well, we've got other battles as well further down. We've got the 13 car and the 9 car they're battling away at the moment. We're just looking at this battle here, and you can see how close they actually are as well. And they've got
my lord, a
GT3
battle?
behind. Yes, we've got an actual battle. Now the problem is, I do believe pit stops have been involved in as well as this one, so I'm holding my breath on this one. But look at that core sim racing C-Spec Santeri Kalunke at the wheel of that number 9 car with Team DFTBA with Dennis Garrison at the wheel there. And Jake, we've actually got some excitement here. Look at that core car all over the back there of the Team DFTBA car.
I know, finally we have some action out in the circuit. It's been a long time coming. They're trying to have a battle, but they've also got this Audi, the quick Audi coming up behind them, CTC Racing Black, and that's also for position as well. So technically, 3-car fight for position right now between two roughs and an Audi. The excitement has just jumped another notch in the commentary booth because we have something now on the racetrack. And just having a look, looks like these DFTB A car is struggling after that little bit of a slap with the wall that he had not too long ago, but he's trying to hold on. Let's see whether the draft can play into effect of all three of these guys trying to draft up behind each other, especially down this long straight. I think the Audi's going to just romp straight past both of them, and to the inside he goes. And I don't think. Oh,
the
now
roof
he's
is
not
quick,
moving.
and with the help of the draft, that Audi.
Oh, they're going 3 wide. Oh,
but they're going to go 3 wide. Although the thing is, I think Paul's right. I do not think that DFTBA car. I wasn't even looking at the name. I was trying to work off memory there of the letters, and I just messed it up. I don't think Dennis Garrison has actually pit this car yet, and I actually think he's going to be coming down the pit lane right now.
Yes. Well, anyway, they're going to come through here. And no, they're still staying out there.
Lord.
So we've got a battle for at least another lap.
We have 9 more minutes of entertainment.
Yeah, so this is it. So that was a change of position. So that CTC Racing black car moved up to 17th place, but we're not really counting that in this battle. It's between these two, because this is a battle in class between the two. And Cisco, yeah, we've been waiting a while for some excitement in this race. We finally got it.
Yeah, absolutely. The 9 car is trying to step away from that 13 right now as they come up, as they're heading towards kind of the lower part of the complex here, towards that hairpin. And it's the 13's trying to get the run there, isn't able to do it. You can see the 9 actually get up on the curb, trying to use all the track he can. Gonna head down towards the hairpin right now. 13 on the brakes. Is he gonna make up a whole lot of distance? No, not really. Oh, the 9 actually got out of the groove a little bit. No, 13's gonna catch up on him as they come back out, back up maybe towards the exit here. They still gonna go through the chicane, a couple more corners before they do that, but do the S right now, and that 13 is he's trying to catch that 9. That 9 is using all the racetrack as they head down towards the left hand.
I've just got to butt in. Piece 3, the 24-hour MSP driver's home car's had a massive shunt with the wall, and he is crabbing at the moment. It's a long way back on replay. I had to find this. He is crabbing really bad down the big long back straight. I just forgot the name of that because I'm trying to figure out Dottinger straight at the moment. He is crabbing really bad, and that
it
could
was
be
through the
Stefan
Bellafes. Yeah, it was the Stefan Bellafes. Oh no, it was before then actually. So he had a
he's had a couple secondary spins after the.
Yeah,
it was just
before that. It was just before the Stefan Bellafes. He loses control over one of the bumps, and that's a big incident for him. He's tried to carry on. That car was crabbing, and then he had another spin because of the damage on that car.
He had another one after that as well. He spun onto the Dartinger hose, so he's lost not only all this damage, but he's lost a lot of time just in secondary spins as well. That's one of those times is maybe it would have been better off to just tow the car instead of try to drive it back and have spins. I'm not sure. It looks like he's going to be clear in terms of traffic coming, although there is a roof coming down the Dartinger hill right now that I actually think might just get to him through this last section.
He's really
actually no, he'll be fine.
He's coming through now, this left-hander. That car does not want to turn.
But he's not doing much. All he's turning is left right now. Really.
Yeah. And he's lost control into the pit lane. And that's gonna be a disaster. By the way, the 13.
And this roof is coming down the pit lane.
That's the second place.
That's the second place.
the Celestial DNF car. We nearly had it having a DNF, and well, that was very, very close there. We've still got this battle going on between the 9 and the 13 car, and they've gone through Hamburg now, and they're heading down towards compression. And well,
I swear that's the only corner name you know.
No, I'll tell you another one that I do know, which is Adenauer Forest, which is where they're coming up to now.
Hey.
So thank you very much. But yeah, that was a big moment for that 193 car, and they're going to have a long time in the pits now with that one.
That will almost surely put Trinity Motorsports up to 3rd place, I imagine. I mean, right now Trinity's running through the carousel, but I mean, you know, they're probably gonna be on pit lane for the better part of 10 minutes.
Well, Trinity Motorsports are one of the few Audis one of the few cars in this field, and I hate to say this, that actually has a clean car. And there you go. I do apologise. Simon Grossman. And we've got the 9 car.
The 9 locked his brakes up, coming up to the right-hander there, and about nearly put in the barrier. And these two have been just kind of, the 13's just kind of been hunting that 9 car in front of him. And the 9, you could tell, you could see him in the mirror as they come down to the right-left here.
Coming up to a slow Kia as well.
Yeah, this is gonna get. This is hot enough. That 9's starting to feel the pressure.
The Mad Cow Racing Muriel has had a spin as well involved there. Nearly collected one of the GT3 cars.
See, that car's not far up the road from this battle either. That's only about maybe another 10 or actually no 4 to 5 seconds up the road. So we almost have ourselves a 4 to 5 car scrap here.
Yeah, this is
3 car scrap. What am I thinking?
Yeah, it's because it's that Kia there.
There isn't any out there.
It's because the Kia's there. That's why you see that. So yeah, so 3-car battle then in your C-Spec class, and this is a battle for what, 6th, 7th, and 8th place in class, and that core sim racing car determined to get past the Kia to try and just gap out.
So Dennis.
Yeah. That 13 car follows him through, and well, these guys are under 3.5 seconds behind Scott Gray in that Mad Cow Racing Muriel car. I just like saying that name. And as they head up here now, and this fast left-hander, you don't want to clip the curb on the inside too much. Let it run out wide, and then set up the car. Get it over to the left-hand side for this quick right-hander. And it's a fantastic part of the circuit. And now, as they head in here, on board with the 13 car, that Team DFTBA car, right behind that number 9 car, and you can see just in the distance there, the number 19 car of Mad Cow Racing. So into the carousel they go. Look at that, the compression on the suspension there, really having to get the power out. It just leaps up a little bit on the exit there, but away they go again. And these cars just separating a little bit now. At the moment, just through this section of the track there, Cisco.
Yeah, and they're coming up here. The 13 kind of got out of the groove a little bit. We saw it there and jumped up a little early out of the carousel. But that 9, he's just using every curb he possibly can, and that'll make time. But you got to be careful doing that. Make sure you don't clip the grass. But either way, they're catching the car in front of him, the 19. That 19, he's got a little bit of left rear damage, and I'm assuming that might be what's slowing him up. Actually, that car looks like it's been through the works a little bit here. And yeah, they are definitely catching them. This is going to be a 3-car battle here. Question is, can they get past the 19 safely, or it's really going to be hard to pass, especially when you have cars from the same class. They have the same amount of power.
Simon Grossman has moved up into 3rd place in that Trinity Motorsports car, the number 60 car. So they are now ahead of the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home Team. But we're going to concentrate this battle here. In the C-Spec class, there's about 3 seconds covering this battle at the moment. Oh, look at that, over that jump into that right-hander. It's so difficult because it can unsettle the car, Jake, as you head into that right-hander, that braking zone.
Yeah, that's something you don't want to do there, because you'll be going off at high rate of speed. A lot of curb from the car number 9 at the moment. He's pushing as hard as he can. You can see the Mad Car Racing of Scott Gray in front of him. He's trying to push as hard as he can right now. And so is the 13. The 13 is still there. He hasn't really dropped off much off the back at the moment. He's just trying to make sure that he can hang with the number 9 at the moment, really pushing as hard as he can to try and close that gap. Wouldn't be surprised if Scott Gray comes in the pits after his little bit of damage. It doesn't look like the car is tracking all to his liking as he runs wide, coming onto the long back straight.
Number 9 car.
That might leave him open for
out
draft.
there, but that's going to help the 13 down this back straight. You'll have the
There's going to be a Miata on the straight too. They need to be careful.
Yeah, the number 12 car.
They get a little too tunnel vision. They may not see this Miata.
Oh, the 13 pulling out to the right-hand side there. The 9 car
he's
getting
nicer
past.
than I am. I would have pinched him.
Oh, here we go.
Not going to make the move. He's going to ride his bumper.
Oh,
If he knows he has to pit, he may not try to make it. He might just sit.
I think he's just going to wait until they pass that Mad Cow rail.
Onto the grass.
Man.
Good grief, stop giving us heart attack, boys. Look at how close this battle is now. 2 seconds between all 3 cars. There's all the Mad Cow Racing. Will they come onto pit road? The number 9 car's coming onto pit road. And Team DFT.
That's actually a short stint by the 9.
Yeah, I wonder. Maybe if they're trying something tactically here. Although saying that, this is the car. This car has got a bit of damage on it as well. But yeah, locked up onto the pit road, and yeah, as you say, it's a short stint. Is that? Interesting to see how that goes, Randy. In fact, they're going to change driver. Dominic Engel's getting it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if maybe their driver is just not getting the lap. I mean, the lap times were good. He was running 51s and 55s in traffic, which if you look at some of their other drivers, that's about what they've been doing. So, I mean, he wasn't that far off pace, but, that was only about, most of the times, let's see, like the last pit stop they did, they pit, or last driver swap rather, they pit around lap 90 and they didn't come in again until about lap 96. This time it was lap 102, and he came in at the beginning of at the end of lap 107, so at least a full lap early. And we've been talking about this 13 that we thought was going to be coming down pit road first, but in fact, no, the 9 car for some reason decided to come down as well, and I'm not sure where's Mad Cow on the pit sequences as well. It looks like they're about the same point as the 13 car is, so I think that we're going to be. I think once pit stops cycle through for these guys, because I think DFTBA and Mad Cow, they only have a couple more laps, maybe they can go. I think this battle will still be going on.
Just for your information, we have got 31 cars still running out of a field of 57. That is it's absolutely crazy, just the amount of cars that we've lost in this race. Well,
I think we could put a few cars together on cars that are busted. I mean,
the amount of broken cars you can make one good car.
Yeah, we have duct tape up here in the commentator's booth.
Yeah, just get a wing from an Audi and a fender from a Kia.
Put it on an MX-5. We'll shove the Flant 6 in the Mazda, and there we go, done.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Everything hooks up correctly, right?
This battle is still ongoing, by the way, between the 19 and 13, and we've been saying about this 19 car just with a little bit of damage from Cisco, and maybe that's causing them to lose just a little bit of top speed, because here comes the 13. They're in the draft. There's not really much space down this section of track because it is mainly curved to be able to make that move stick.
Yeah, and he's gonna get a chance, so he's gonna jump to the right. Oh no, the 19 just let him go. That's probably a very smart move, and I believe they're up to Armberg right now. And yeah, I think he just let him go right there because he knew that was gonna go one of two ways.
No, I think, to be honest, if they'd have gone side by side through there, it would have gone one of one way. that would be it, really. So they are up to 17th overall in this race at Team DFTBA. You know what? Some teams, I wish they would make like acronyms or something like that a little bit easier for us to say.
Please email your acronyms to
I mean, like gathering of
racespot.tv.
I mean, like gathering of Australian young stars.
Yeah. So anyway, so So anyway, Hugo is having more meteorological
English lessons
injuries.
with RaceSpot.
More meteorological issues in his home city.
I just saw that.
And with hail now falling. So go Hugo. Hope everything's okay for you there.
There are rocks falling from the sky. So his first question was, what's ice that falls from the sky? And then he said there are rocks falling. So first we have to teach Hugo about geology, and then we'll get to him about...
Rocks falling from the sky usually means that there's a volcano has erupted.
Oh,
the 13
yeah.
car deep into that corner. A big lock up. They were deep into the corner. They've managed to hold on to it, but yeah, Scott Gray is staying with them for the time being. But yeah,
Hugo, be on the lookout for the volcano.
Yeah, I would look out for
there
the
may be a
volcano.
moving volcano in the vicinity.
Can I ask a track question? Because
Go
I don't
on.
actually know. What's the town we just passed through? That little
Which
town
one?
that's on the track that we're just following the 19.
Which one?
Let me rewind. I'll see if I can read the
just
sign.
passed through the town. Yeah, I'm actually curious. What town is that?
Yes.
I know we passed, I know Nordschleife passed through about, 3 towns, isn't it? Overall that it actually passes through. I'm not 100% sure, because obviously, you were saying at the start of the broadcast, Paul, it's an actual road, it's
It's a private road,
public
yes.
road, so...
It's a private road that public can use.
Yeah. But,
Okay, so just so we know what we're talking about, any of our viewers, we're talking about the X-Mule part of it's EXMUHLE. I'm going to say it's X-Mule. That part of the circuit, that's the town we're inquiring about. So we're going to let you guys actually answer that question for us, viewers. Hugo, any ideas? Go pick
I
up
think
one
he's
of the
trying to
magic.
avoid rocks.
Go pick up one of the magic 8 balls falling from the sky. Maybe they'll tell you.
Just shake it a little bit. It may come up with something.
Hey Siri, what's the town you go through on X-Mule and the Nurburgring?
I think we got modern technology.
Oh, that was not even close to what I said, Siri.
We'll try and find that out for you. Hopefully, you guys watching the broadcast will be able to tell us to help answer Cisco's question. In fact, that's our quiz question of the day. There, you don't win anything. You win the honour of knowing.
You win race spot points.
Which we have to say legally are not actually worth any financial money and cannot be transferred for any purposes. But yeah, quiz question of the day there you go. Somebody answered that on the YouTube chat for us, please. The 13 car still going away really on the limit. Only 1.1 seconds, 1 second ahead of Scott Gray. So really it's staying sort of stable is this gap between the two of them. But it'd be interesting to see how Dominic Engel gets on, because he's 58 seconds behind them after having that pit stop.
We know they have to stop soon.
Yeah, this is the thing, so the pit stop cycle, it could work in that course sim racing favour.
I really could. I'm just kind of, I'm just. We're still,
Google Maps.
Trying to figure
Google
it out.
Maps is my friend.
So right now, Kei Kashibi's coming through the last section of the track. I've just been sort of monitoring, and he's still driving absolutely absurd lap times. He just put in a 8:22.0 to Maximilian Bonaki's 24.1. So he's taking out about 2 or so seconds every single lap, which may not sound like a lot, but I mean, with about
no, 19,
what just happened.
No!
Oh, no. Coming out the mini carousel, it's so easy to do that.
Why?
If you catch that curb on the mini carousel, it just spits the car out, and that's exactly what's happened there to Scott Gray. Absolutely disastrous here for Scott. We'll watch that one on the replay now. And as I say, he just clips that inside curb. That unsettles the car. It spits the car out, and the back end just went out from him and bang into the wall there. Armco barrier. And Scott is up and running again, but I would say that he maybe will be having engine temperature raising, because of course the radiator for that car is in the front of that body there, Cisco.
Yeah, and to quote our colleague, Cameron Walsh, why, oh why?
I'd just like to say, after hitting the wall like that, we may just have to have ourselves a memorial.
Oh no! we went to commercial the last time that you came out with one of those jokes. We can't yet. We've got enough for half an hour. How are we going to cope with absolutely shocking jokes like that?
I don't know, but hopefully you don't bury me.
Oh no! Stop!
And well, the Mad Cow racing car is coming onto pit road, so Muriel is certainly worse for the wear, and they'll have to get that car repaired. And that's denied us a bit of a battle there. So we had a little bit of fun there for 2 laps, but they're on pit road.
2 laps.
2 laps. Yeah.
It almost was a half hour, but it was 2 laps. Why?
No,
Because
after us having that battle and them taking it away from us, I think we're gonna have a beef with them.
Oh, is the beef real? Oh.
Hey, it took a minute.
Wow.
Well, I could.
Oh, we have an answer.
Oh, we have an answer. Go on.
Ride shed.
Ride shed.
That's actually
It's
literally
worth it.
that's actually literally on the track map.
It's worth it to hear my Chicago accent try and pick through a German word that I probably won't do. That Hugo probably had to run and get the mute microphone in case I came out wrong. So.
Well, you know, being from Chicago, I'm surprised you don't just like threaten your accent with violence to pronounce it right.
No, that's Boston.
Oh, I see.
Well, I tell you what, just a thank you to Dan Brunner for providing that answer there to our quiz question. You win 1 iRacing point, which is absolutely worthless. So congratulations there. If you do want to, sort of get in contact with us, you can do on the comments on YouTube. We do keep an eye on that. We don't reply to every comment, but we certainly keep an eye on that. And you can also sort of look on the Facebook page, which is facebook.com/RacespotTV. There's also the Twitter account, which is at RacespotTV, so you can keep up to date and get in touch with us via those ways. And also, because I haven't done it this hour, I'm just going to say...
Oh, here we go.
Jake, did you know that RaceSpot TV Primetime returns in a few weeks, where you, yes you, those who love sim racing, get to choose which iRacing series we broadcast 2 nights a week. And Jake, I know that you dying to find out how to do that, and well, I'll tell you. To find out more and to vote now, you can visit racespot.tv/primetime, where you'll find all the information about that. So that's like a nice little plug for Friday for the prime time once again on there. We have got the 27 car in the pits. They've been in the pits a while, so they've been involved in something. The Mad Cow Racing, they're still on pit road at the moment, so there you go. I hope Will will be happy with all these plugs for the prime time vote.
Maybe.
It better be.
We'll see what happens when he gets back.
Yeah.
I think after he goes done with this, like 40 hours of broadcasting, he's not going to care if Will's happy.
Will will probably come back and go, okay, maybe you didn't need to do it every hour. But that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. I have facts for you on our new town that we found out.
Oh, go on.
The German postal code for it is 53518.
Okay.
And it's a part of the full town of Adenau. I think that's how you pronounce it.
Adenau, yeah.
And apparently it was incorporated in 1952. So there you go. Which was that before or after the course was actually introduced? Because that might have been after.
The course was built in the 1930s.
So way to completely flub your history lesson. We only talked about the Nazis building this track about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, where were you, man? Where were you, Cisco, when we were talking about that? But,
well, if you must know, the United Sim Racing Truck Series was at Kentucky Speedway for their race. So you can catch that actually on the replay on iRacing.com/live. Go to the archive section. You can watch it on there.
Nice cheap plug there for your broadcast there.
Well,
not that
since
we
you're
ever do
asking.
cheap plugs, you know. But, yeah, so you learn something new every day, don't you? And well, it is
Some of it's more worthless than others, though.
So Cisco, seeing as you've been learning all about the Nürburgring, what's the area known that the circuit is based in? What's the
As far as
just like the general area?
Like Germany.
Yeah, sort of. You know, there's a mountain range nearby. What's it known as?
Media, don't fail me.
Quick, someone go edit the article.
The problem is to find the article on the town. I went to the German Wikipedia and I can't find out how to leave that. There we go, English.
I just say it's in Germany. Like, by the sheer scale of the track, it's somewhere in the middle of Germany, because where else are you going to put the bloody thing?
Well, I mean, it's really not that big when you're comparing it to a country.
True.
Like on
But
the
then
scale
again, I live
of
in Australia,
racetracks,
it's like
it's
10
pretty big.
times the size of Germany in itself.
Yeah, and you don't have any big or interesting racetracks, so that sounds like your fault.
Well, yeah, let's demolish Bathurst, anyone with me.
Can I go with my final answer is going to be the Eiffel Mountains?
Correct. That is the correct answer. Well done.
Okay,
for
what region of
Wikipedia
Germany are
answering
they in?
I'll take
What
pass.
region?
I'll pass this round. Randy can play.
I don't play.
Oh, are you gonna pass? Okay.
Oh, we've got a battle here. I know this is foreign to us. We've had one battle about a couple of laps ago. The gap between the 797 and the 4 car is 6.4 seconds at the moment. So the SimRC.de car of Jürgen Frank is slowly gaining on the iRacing.
Slowly, he took 10 seconds out of the last lap.
Come on, try to build it up, man.
Wait a minute, are they a lap? Are they a lap apart?
No.
Because on my thing it says minus
yeah,
6.
I'm seeing their
No,
lap
it's
apart.
because Pure Racing Team.
Oh, he's right. They're
Oh,
both
yeah.
on lap 110.
Yeah,
One meaningless point to Paul.
Thank you very much. That's a rare spot point to me. Yes, get in. So
Hugo, can we have the scores, please?
We need an update here in the commentary booth.
Of all the people we have keeping score, it's the one that doesn't speak English.
Wow. Wow.
yeah, this gap is dropping down. By the way, it's now 5.4 seconds. It's dropping down even more.
The sneaking suspicion Jurgen's gonna pass him.
Yeah, but the question is, well, was that number 4 car really bouncing over the curbs there? They've obviously got the car set up to be able to take the curbs here. And I do apologise because it does appear that we've started a discussion point on the YouTube chat about the town in the towns in the city. So go ahead, discuss it. Thank you, Martin Christensen, for providing this information. I don't know. I don't know the area. I've never
Paul
been there.
Paul is a fan. Paul is a fan in the chat.
I don't know what you mean. Thanks, Craig. So, as we go
What has happened?
Everything has happened. Yeah. Will Vincent left the country for a week and a half, and this is what happens. But yes, so
Back to a serious note, we have a battle here on track between the
Jake,
4
take
and
it away,
797. At the moment in the roughs, it's close to about 4.3 seconds right now. So the iRacing.hu car number 4 right now getting chased down by the SimRC.de 797 car. Closing, we're on board with the 797 car of rough, trying to push as hard as he can. Jürgen Frank just trying to close that gap. That will put him up to P4, so battle for the 4th and 5th in class right now. They're fair way behind, a couple laps behind the leading trio out in front of the rough class, but he's certainly going to try and make this battle interesting as he continues to close the gap to Akos Bocker.
That was excellent work from you there. Fantastic.
Okay, we can go back to taking the piss now.
And well, it's 3.4 seconds now is that gap, so it is coming down here. We could end up with a battle for position in this race.
Now the question is, Paul, which town is he going to be closest to when he passes?
No. Yeah. So when is it we're going to have the next commentators coming in?
1 hour 50 minutes if my clock is correct.
Oh boy, that's a long time. Right, so Jürgen Frank really reeling it in now. Look at this, you can see him on the same section now, and well, it's a matter of time, you would think, between them. Between the two of them, because it's now 2.5 seconds, and Cisco, where would be a good spot for them to make the overtake around this Nordschleife track, or would it be best to just hold off until you get onto the Dottinger?
Yeah, that's probably where I do it. Unless you can maybe get a line out of Carousel to the point where you can maybe get a run on the guy, I don't, or maybe approaching Carousel, the little bit of a straightaway you're going to have there. That's probably the only two places I think where it's sort of safe. It's definitely not really going to be ideal up here, but as they approach Carousel, I think if he can catch him there on maybe one of the straights, maybe execute the pass there, or maybe have the maybe lean over the side. And looks like we might find out here as the 797 does a great job breaking in as they head up towards Carousel. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, the 797 has been flashing his lights all the way up through this section, trying to either let the driver know that he's coming up behind him, or put the driver off. Either way, he's now 1 second behind and closing up. And yeah, it's going to be a matter of time here for Jürgen as he comes through this left-hander, this fast left-hander, and then you just slow down the car a little bit more into the braking zone here, just through this left, through this right, and then this fantastic section of track now, really twisted. You've got this right here, a little bit of a left kink, then enough a right through there, and he's flashing his lights all the way through here is Jürgen. Now this downhill left-hander into another downhill right-hander. You use as much curb as possible through there, on the exit curb there. Right-hander once again, trying to avoid that curb because it is one of the more steeper curves. And now left, and then a tight right here coming up. And well, Jürgen is going to have to be patient here, Jake, because you know, he doesn't want to be just getting impatient here as he's right behind now, Jake.
Yeah, he's right there. I just throw it down the inside, but that's just an Aussie instinct coming in, just beat the door and throw it down the inside. But you do that after a long race, and he's always having a look and still flashing the lights. He's been doing that for most of the track at the moment. This back half of the track, as soon as he was able to see the white car, the number 4, well, not white car on my screen, number 4, iRacers.hu in front of him. As soon as he was able to see that car, he was pushing as hard as he could to try and close the gap and started flashing those lights. I don't know whether he's going to be able to, Jürgen's going to be able to have a look coming into the next couple of corners. I think, like Cisco said, I think his best bet will be down the Dottinger straight.
Which straight?
The Dottinger straight.
There you go, yeah.
I said it right.
I said Bottinger.
No.
That's my hearing.
I got
that's doing this broadcast that's done it to me. But
we're all at the end of our series.
Yeah. It's not just tiring for the drivers; it's tiring for the commentators here. As here comes Jürgen Frank now, fantastic exit through there now down the Dottinger Hohe. And well, he's using that slipstream of the car in front, and he's just going to pull out to the right there, and he's just going to breeze past here. He's got about a 10 km/h gain advantage over him. Although now using that draft is that number 4 car, but with the damage that it's got on that car, he's not able to close up and go past. So Jürgen Frank keeping ahead for the time being as they head down towards this final section of the track before the end of the lap. And all over the curb slightly there goes Jürgen, over that bump on the entry into this final 2 corners, the right and then the left. try and get as close as possible to that door, that wall, and into the pits comes Jürgen. So after all of that...
Banner battle's gone again.
After all of that, Jürgen Frank then goes into the pits for his pit stop, and, well, that 797 car, it was a good battle while it lasted.
At least they passed on track. That's all I can say.
That's true. Well, Randy, I do see that we've got somebody
hold on.
for a pit stop. As we've got the Celestial car is actually... well, it's a battle for position technically, although it is the 193 car. So the 193 car is back running. So that's Lucas Jestad at the wheel there of the Audi. So they're back up and running after their big moment a few minutes ago, about 20 minutes ago, or half an hour ago, something like that. Yeah, that Celestial DNF car in position. So, Randy, I do believe we've got somebody to have an interview with. So, if you want to drag them in and take it away, Randy.
Oh, we do. Yes, indeed, Paul. I'm stood here with Tobias Cerny in the RSO 397 car. Tobias, how's it going?
Hello, guys. Yeah, it's going very well for us. All looking good.
Yeah, so you guys are running very, very strong right now, actually, in that Miata class. I'm leading right now, actually, in fact. And, there's been actually quite a bit of attrition in that class. Only 3 cars left out there actually running. What do you think is the reason behind that?
Yeah, I was quite surprised to find out this morning that the Monsters were reduced to 4 or 5 running cars, and now last couple of hours, another few crashed. I think it's half of the cars are taken out by other classes, or some misunderstandings, accidents, unlucky incidents, and so on. But also, I think since we are now in, I don't know how many hours.
16 minutes 45, or 16 hours 45 minutes into the race.
Yeah, maybe some drivers are getting more tired, don't went to the bed or something like this.
So right now you're out there with actually just over a 1-lap lead, as actually Patrick puts a couple wheels off on the grass just to scare you and your teammates who are watching. What's the plan really for this last 7 hours or so?
So basically the plan was since a couple of hours ago already, just drive it safe, bring it home. And Team Rookie Racing, they were pretty fast and we didn't expect to catch them. So they made a mistake, and then it adds up, and they made more mistakes, and we were able to pass them. Unfortunately, the Finns, the flying Finns from Glacier, the Jonies, they were also pretty strong in the beginning, but they got taken out in an unlucky accident. And so somehow we just moved spot by spot up to the front, and now we are just trying to bring it home. I think Patrick is racing at the moment, and after this there are 4 more stints. So I think I will do the second last one or the last one, and then we will hope to. We are trying to get the car in one piece over the line. So far it had been a very good success for us to not get too much damage or incidents with other drivers, even though there have been a few scary moments, like Audi leaving the track, spinning around after the small jump in Bellovres, Franska, and Patrick was just able to stop the car in front and pass by, but yeah, that was a pretty shocking moment.
Yeah, sometimes it pays to be more lucky than good in these sort of racing, just so people are kind of aware. He's saying that they're only running about 1 stint per driver. This car runs about 10 laps, and with about 10-minute lap time, you're talking about stint lengths of about 100 minutes and, better part of 2 hours. So the stints for these guys are actually the longest of anyone out here. And just kind of going off of that, any shout-outs, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I would like to thank all you guys that the coverage of this event is pretty good. That you also share with the guys over from Australia and Viets Online. And then I want to give a shout out to all the fans of the Mazda class. It had been a great battle in the first couple of laps and also the first couple of hours. And yeah, I think it's great to have these 4 classes in here. Even though yeah, the fields within one class are small, but it definitely paid off for traffic-wise. So compared to the VLN, there were this time here at the 24 hours there were less traffic with the faster GT3s, and it's somehow more manageable. But yeah. So it's good racing, good fun. I want to give a shout out to I don't know who's watching from my team, since it's 8:20 in the morning for us here in Germany right now. So I don't know. I guess some are sleeping.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. But good luck to you, Tobias, and good luck to the rest of this race. And you mentioned the VLN series as well. Good luck through that. We'll be bringing the coverage for that as well. I'm not actually sure when the next round of that is. I think that's coming up
26.
The 26th, so yeah, a few weeks away. Actually, the Ricky Racing team just caught that wall through turn number 2. Getting lucky with that one, they only just barely scraped it. But Tobias, thanks for talking with us, and good luck to the rest of your run.
Yeah, no worries. I wish you guys a good fun still the last couple of hours, and yeah, maybe we see us after this.
Alright, Paul, back over to you.
Yeah, so thank you there for Tobias for joining us in the commentary booth there. Well, that killed a nice bit of time there on the race here. And we've got about 7 hours and 11 minutes left of this race. And it's been... Do you know what? It doesn't feel... well, it does feel like more than 10 minutes ago. Oh, we've got the 55 car having to get out of the way, just going into the Michael Schumacher S, the 88 car, and also the 16 car, almost making contact there. We'll get a look at that on the replay as well. The 7 car as well has been involved in things, so... It's all happening. It's going on for a while. And Cisco, what have we got there?
Oh, we have a battle. I think. Are they on the same lap? I think they are. The 7, Justin Hopp and the Trimates Porsche GT3, and the Corse Sim Racing Audi. That's 9th and 10th, so that's for position.
You bring us to a battle of cars that aren't even in the same class. Oh my word!
Look, Hugo told me to say it.
I'm bringing you on to a fight. I'm bringing you on to a Le Mans 24 race when we get it, just to see if you call out a battle between a prototype and a GT car.
Look, I'm trying to find something. Okay, we have to kill 6 more minutes until the commercial break.
Well, what we
can... Trimates just got really loose. Trimates just got scary loose on that in that section after the Stefan Bell Fest.
Oh yeah, that was a slide and a half. Yeah, that was a little bit of brown trouser moment, I think, is what they say, and it was certainly heart in mouth stuff for the number 7. They are running in 3rd place at the moment in your C-Spec class, which we will run through everything before we hit the hour mark once again. But yeah, that was just a big slide there from them, and we're just losing Jake a little bit because of issues with his connection. So hopefully he'll be fine.
Think of drop bears.
But well, Randy, you say it was a big slide. It was a big moment. That was that for that number 7 car through there after the Stefan Bell Fest.
Yeah, I mean that was a big, scary slide for them, and that car, you know, watching it maybe doesn't look like it was all that bad, but for someone who's had that same exact slide basically through that same part of the track before, that was, that's right on the edge of if you don't just catch the car just right, you're going off into that wall and your race is basically done.
Yeah, so we've got well, now that battle that Cisco thought was a battle has now resolved itself. We will look towards...
Hugo said it was a battle, so hey.
I've
been framed.
What we'll do, the core motorsports car, by the way, is on pit road. The number 33 car, so Keiko Shube is on pit road now.
He's actually brought that gap down this stint, I think, about 10 to 15 seconds.
Yeah.
But he is pushing hard.
He's doing a fantastic job there. He's going to be pulling away now. So out of pit road. Luckily, he's at the end of the pit road, so he can pretty much get the pit limiter off and get away. So we'll see that gap fluctuate a little bit because of the pit stop cycle going through at the moment. But that Pure Racing team are out in the lead at the moment in your 111 car. Second place, Core Motorsports in the 33 car. They have just been into the pits there. Keiko Shubik staying at the wheel of that one. In third place, Trinity Motorsports. They're doing you know what? They're doing the quiet assassin thing, just slowly working their way through the field, having people.
But as opposed to the loud assassin thing.
Well, you know, come on. You know, it's now 7:27 in the UK. I had 1 hour sleep.
You signed up for this.
We all know the tale of the loud assassin who yelled, "Archduke Franz Ferdinand, I am going to end your life and start the First World War."
Well, I'm just saying, they're just quietly coming through there. Because we haven't really mentioned them that much, to be honest, on the coverage. So, good job there from Simon Grossman, who no doubt on this next lap will crash because I've been praising him. In your C-Spec class, you've got Pure Racing team with the number 24 car. They are in the lead of that one with Celestial DNF in second place in the 88 car. And Trimates, we saw them have that little bit of a moment. They are in third place in your C-Spec. And your Kias, you've got 24-hour Kia team in first place with Alpine Eagle Racing in second, 3 minutes 13 behind, so just maybe settling for that second place now. Third place, Top Freak Racing Corkscrew are in the pit road at the moment.
Yeah, and they're been in a while. They're out of sequence, and I'm thinking something happened with them. Either they probably hit something, or
yeah, they've been on the pit road for about 8 minutes.
8 minutes, yeah.
You go ahead and find out what happened there, Randy. We'll get back to you.
Yes, sir.
That one. But yes, the Top Freak are still classed as third place in class, but Corona Sim Racers, they will be looking to, although I think they were a lap behind actually. So they've got a little bit of a gap to go yet. So Top Freak can, you don't need to worry too much. And then your MX-5 class, well, Team RSO, we spoke to Tobias earlier. They are in the lead of that one with Rookie Racing Team in second. They are now 1 lap down, a Rookie Racing Team. So going from bad to worse for them. They did lead that class for quite a considerable part of our coverage, at least, of when we've been on. Since what was that, 1 o'clock at GMT, oh no, 20 past 1 at GMT, something like that. And then Thrustmaster Movano, they are the last of your runners in the MX-5 class. They've had a few issues with their car, but they are still running there. We've got about 4 minutes before the hour is up. Randy, you find out what happened to the Top Freak Racing car?
Not yet. I'm going through one of the laps and I'm missing a lot of apexes, but I haven't seen them hit anything yet, so I'm not quite sure what the issue is. Oh, there it was. Really, that was just there's no way they've been on the pit lane 8 minutes for that, right? The run down up in a Flugplatz on lap 104, they got off the road and they caught that left side wall, but
60 had to go on the grass to pass the MX-5 there, Rookie Racing Team car. Got a little bit of grass, able to save it, but I've been watching that 60 to make sure Paul didn't jinx it. It almost happened.
Almost
right
did.
There.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that 451. He just had a couple. I mean, he had a couple incidents where he got off the track and caught the wall, but that's about it.
The thing is with that Kia, because all the power and the steering is done by the front wheels, if you hit one of those wheels wrong, it knocks the suspension, it knocks the steering. You've got drive shafts in there, all sorts can happen with that. And because you've got 375 brake horsepower going through the front tyres, so if something's not quite right with that Kia, you need to get it fixed.
Well, maybe you shouldn't build a front-wheel drive race car then.
Front-wheel drive they are good race cars. They're fun to drive. I know Jake will back me up on that one as well, because I know Jake is back with his internet finally sorted. Jake, you back me up with the Kia. It's a fun car to drive.
Yes, it is a fun car to drive. I'm going to say it is a fun car to drive. If there was more Australians driving, I'm trying to think of the words. If there was more chances for me to drive it in my
I don't
time
think we
zone,
can use the word to describe Australians on the broadcast.
I wish there was more participation from my time zone. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, Paul, I do know that Cam has a Kia Optima, so I know he'd be in your court.
Yeah, Cam does have a Kia Optima. So Cam Walsh, our Racebot colleague, he is a Kia Optima driver.
You have Cam Walsh in your corner, man. Things are looking pretty intimidating.
So I think what we'll do now is take a quick break here. We're coming up to the hour mark here in the 24 hours of Nürburgring here on Racebot TV and iRacing Live. I'm really hoping that Hugo is on the ball and is actually getting the advert ready. The music has started. So what we'll do is we'll just take a moment to just refill our glasses and get refreshments and take you through another hour in this iRacing 24 hours of Nürburgring here on Racebot TV and iRacing Live. We'll be right back after these messages. hour 17 of the iRacing 24 hours of the Nürburgring here on Racespot TV and iRacing Live. Well, it's Paul Smith here along with Randy Chenoff, Jake Blackall and Cisco Scaramuza with Hugo Lewis on the cameras. We've slowly been losing our minds here in the commentary box, if I'm honest, but we're hoping that we're bringing you all the action here as we go along. At the front then, it's Pure Racing Team, the 111 car. They are now 1 minute 1 second ahead of the core motorsports car of Kei Kashubi. So Kei really closing down that gap now. Trinity Motorsports are in third place in the 60 car. In your C-Spec class, you've got Pure Racing Team 24 car. They are in the lead of that class with Celestial DNF car in second place, only 27 seconds behind, so keep an eye on that one. Trimates are in third place in the C-Specs. In your Kias, 24-hour Kia team, they are still out in the lead of that class with Alpine Eagle Racing in second and Top Trick Racing Corkscrew back up and running in third place. And the MX-5s, there's only 3 runners left. Team RSO, Rookie Racing Team and Thrustmaster Nirvana, they are those runners. And well guys, we've got, what, 6 hours, 54 minutes and a half left in this race. It's really, it's going to be a test of attrition for the drivers now, especially that Pure Racing team. Maximilian Beneke, he's been in the car now for quite a while. Been, what, 2 stints now? So, this will be the 3rd stint, and we've been seeing them doing 4 stints, Randy, and that tiredness must be starting to take effect now. As Randy, what we can do, Cisco, you can answer that then, seeing as Randy was aware.
Yeah, and at this point, like you said, we're 17 hours into this race, and yeah. You still have, what, just 3 hours to get to the 20-hour mark, and you still have 4 hours after that, 7 hours, a little less than that, so maybe 6 hours, 50 minutes still to go in the race. And,
yeah, that's what I would have said.
Yeah, it's... At this point, if you haven't taken a nap yet and you've been up for the whole thing, well, good.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Good luck.
Obviously people are drinking like coffee and things like that. That doesn't help, by the way. Energy drinks and coffee doesn't help because you get the peak and then you just get the crash afterwards. So it's not good for you.
Oh no!
I've been on the bananas. That's what I've had. Bananas so far. It's been a two banana
Don't
strategy
tell us about
for
your
me.
personal life.
And then it's been water as well along with that.
And Hugo has run out of coffee now. The Brazilian has run out of. Well.
Surely he can just sort of lean out the window, grab into a tree, and just get the beans off of it.
What?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Whoa, dude!
So anyway.
What timestamp was that? That's gonna be a highlight.
Oh my god. Anyway, we've got all the drivers that are still left in this, and we've got a...
Hold on, B. I'm trying to hear the YouTube highlight of you saying that.
The problem is we're past 4 hours. I can't scroll back to figure out what time exactly was it. 6:52:27 left. All right, that'll be a highlight on the Facebook page.
So the 13 and the 9 car. So it's back to this battle. Team DFT BA and Core Sim Racing C-Spec. This is in the C-Spec class, and they are 12.5 seconds between them. So Dominic Angle we saw come into the pit stop a little bit earlier, and he's slowly once again having to gain back that time, because remember they were battling nose to tail with these two, and that earlier pit stop just the sequence of pit stops, it's just
didn't work out.
Yeah, it didn't work out for them, Randa.
Yeah, it really didn't, and hopefully one of them will just lean out the window and grab a bit of time and just catch up to the back of them. But because apparently that's just how things work in Paul's world.
finding this way more funny than it should be.
That's the time, Cisco. That's what it is.
We'll say we are nearing the end of this segment of the broadcast. Only 49 minutes left before we got to go to part 4.
Yeah, and what we will be losing is we'll be losing Jake at the end of this hour as well. So apparently driving V8s is more important than this. But what can I say? You know your friends are. And
actually, Jake, I have a bit of a question for you. You were talking about that Kia and maybe a lack of participation on the Australian side of things. What do you think that the Kia really needs in order to increase motivation on that side?
Oh, jeez.
I don't know. Wow. I don't know with the Australian community what everyone wants. I'm not gonna put stuff. Well, that's the thing. Everyone really, everyone focuses so much on the V8 that not a lot of the other cars get touched in the Australian time zones besides the GT cars. Obviously, they're touched pretty much by everyone loves the GT3 cars. So I don't know what would fix that. I think it's just one of those things that people aren't as interested in that. I think I'm one of the only people that would like to drive the Kia all the time. So it's good fun. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully hopefully some more Australians go out and try the car, because the car is absolutely amazing to drive.
Do you know what? I was gonna make just a follow-up point to what Jake said. Every time somebody new drives the Kia, they say one of two things. One, they complain about the understeer because it is a front-wheel drive car, because you will get that if you're putting full throttle on while you're steering. But they also say it's a really fun car to drive. And time and again I'm seeing new people saying, they didn't realise how fun the car was to drive. And I think once people realise it and try the Kia, then they would get more participation that way. It's just, unfortunately, people don't try it because they think it's going to be rubbish, but it isn't. It's a fun car to drive.
Yeah, I have to agree on that point a lot, like especially since I've been driving and I just jumped in and thought let's give it a try, and that's the only thing people are gonna benefit from, actually trying and having a go in these cars that are so different, and the enjoyment out of Kia, I love it, and it does suck that not a lot of participation in the Australian community is out there, but hopefully that will grow over time, especially with the VLN and obviously today's race here. People are trying out the Kia because it's available for people to drive, and it's good to see out there. But I just want to update on the lead battle. It is now under a minute. It is now 59 second gap at the moment, actually.
I was actually going to mention that. And Kei Kashubi, his last lap time was an 8:19.9, which is the fastest lap we've seen by quite a bit.
Yeah,
most everyone else is running like 22s, 23s, and he's just, that's 4 seconds just gone.
Baneke has been running sort of 23s, 22s, the odd 24 here and there as well. So Kashubi really pushing it, really trying hard. That gap. Of course, traffic comes into it as well. That is a factor, but then again, it's a factor for everyone. And right now, with how many cars are left on the track, there's only 33 cars. Actually, no, a little bit less than that. Looking at this, but you've got the. I don't know what point I'm trying to make. That's it. There's less traffic involved, so it's the same for everyone. It's just unfortunate as to where you pick up the traffic. There, I got it out eventually.
Well, I'll make a point just on the topic of Core Motorsports. Pure Racing Team strategy we know is pretty much kind of set in stone, because at this point, less than 7 hours in the race, very, very unlikely they're going to get another driver into this car besides Maximilian Baneke or Patrick Pitchler. I think right now, if you're Core Motorsports, you have to leave Kei Kashubi in for however long as Maximilian Baneke is running right now. And whenever Max comes in and does a driver swap, that's when you get Kei out of the car and get him rested. You need to have Kei in that car when Maximilian is racing, because, nothing against the other guys, but, Kei is just finding that 2 to 3 seconds per lap over Max specifically that is going to make all the difference. Whereas the other drivers are roughly on pace, if not a little bit quicker than Patrick even. So I think just in terms of strategy, I really think these Core Motorsport guys need to match Maximilian as much as they can.
I can tell you that the Salt Creek Racing Corkscrew team are still on pit road. They've been on there rather a long time now. The nearest rivals, Chrono Sim Racers, have come out the pits. They're now 1 lap behind. So Salt Creek Racing Corkscrew,
they have 9
about
minutes.
9 minutes, yeah, to get that fit repair finished and get out there to keep the place. So that's
I'm
going to
almost
be.
curious if that might have been a hardware issue because we didn't see them hit anything.
Well,
You know, going through the replay, but I mean, they made a couple light
yeah.
contacts, but there was nothing before those light contacts, and I mean, the hits weren't very hard, and they've been in the pit for about what 20 minutes now. So I mean, it's you know, I'm almost curious if they just don't have anyone else that can get behind the wheel of the car, which actually knows 3 or 4 people connected to the server. So I'm not sure what the issue is.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unusual one, is that, but keeping an eye on that one anyway for you. Just looking here, that lead battle has actually gone out to 1 minute and 2 seconds now. So Pure Racing team getting the hammer down. The pedal is well and truly put into the Axminster for Maximilian Benake in that Pure Racing team car, and well, Cisco, we've seen this battle ebb and flow, and we've seen Kashubi catching up there. Benake's really got to get on it and push hard now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we're at a critical stage where we're kind of turning that point now where you're not really going to have a whole lot of time left to do anything once you get to them. Obviously, you have to make up that time, and that's going to be a lot harder to do for these guys. But, you know, 6 hours left, 6 hours plus a bit of change, and you
Basically
know,
a 1,000-kilometer race right now.
Exactly, and you know it's still, you know, it's a lot of time, you know, when you think about it. But out on the track, you know, once you get the pit stops done, once you figure out, you know, and Kay isn't going to be in the car for the whole time, that's not really a whole lot of time for Kay to hop in the car and do his thing. And I'm starting to wonder, with that gap kind of widening out a little bit, how is Kay actually doing in that car? Is that car fatigue or is that Kay fatigue?
Oh, I see what you did there. You're almost as bad as Randy's jokes with the moves. Well, I can tell you that the moves is that Maximilian Benake is coming round the final corner. It's going to set a lap time, so this is going to be the first flying lap after being in the pits. So we'll look at that lap time, and 8 minutes 18.6. That's about a second, 1.3 seconds off of their personal best time in that car. So 17 hours, 16 minutes into the race, and they put a lap time in like that. That is absolutely incredible, Randy.
Yeah, that's almost one of those where I'm pretty sure Pure Racing team probably has a spotter of some sort. Let's see if, yeah, Patrick's currently connected to the server, so I would not be surprised if one of them told Max that, look, Kay's starting to really push hard right now. We need a lot from you, and he just went for it. And unfortunately for Kei Kashubi on this lap, he got caught up several times in some very key situations and key parts of this track. So this is probably going to be, I think, probably a 21-22 lap from Kei Kashubi here, just from where he got caught up, if not maybe a little slower than that. As actually he does mess that last section up a little bit. And let's see what he's getting ready to come across the line now. Let's see what he turns in. 22-1. I'm a genius.
Let's not push it now. Come on, Randy. Yeah, so he's dropped. What's
4
that?
seconds.
Well, just short of 4 seconds.
Well, it went from 59 to 103.3. So
I'm just going by the lap time. Anyway,
I'm just going by the basic math.
Okay. Do you know what? Maths has failed me so many times tonight. It's doing me. What we'll do is, if Hugo wants to get some music ready, what we'll do is we will go through the field of each class.
I'm doing the MX-5s. I take MX-5s.
And what we're going to do is, because Jake is leaving us at the end of this hour, he will be the first one to take us through the Audi R8 class. So, Hugo, if you let us know whenever you're ready for the music, it will be Jake to take us through just the runners, just who's left in this race. So, Jake, take it away.
Alright, Alright, so the overall leader of the race, Pure Racing Team, car number 111, is leading the Audi class. Maximilian Beneke out in front with that blistering lap time last time round. Ahead of Core Motorsports and Kei Kashubi in car number 33 in P number 2. Rounding out the podium at the moment is Simon Grossman in Trinity Motorsports, car number 60, having a solid run there in the final podium position. Then it's GT Ross SST Orange, car number 16 in P4 of Daniel Domingo. Good drive there as well to be able to come up inside the top 4. And then in 5th in the pit stop at the moment, Driving Revolution, car number 2 of Giuseppe Curie. I'd say he's doing a driver swap. I think they may have just done a driver swap, which they have. So just getting in the car now to do one of his stints. Then we had the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home car number 193 was running in P3, had an incident. Lucas Yastad in the car at the moment, trying to push on and see what he can try and salvage from that. Corsim Racing Audi down in P number 7 out of class. He kind of an 8 make Palush in the car at the moment, just coming through the Michael Schumacher S right now. Then we have the SST Black car with the teammate up in 4th. He is down in P number 8 at the moment, car number 42, Yaravia, doing a good job. Now we have the Thrustmaster Mivano, car number 21. Behind them, Fabio Gonzalez, and just behind them, Uspa Kalja Racing, car number 107. You have Pit. I'm just going to stuff that name up, even however much I try. So there we go. Said it for me, thank you. And then one of the last car, I think the last Audi out there at the moment is the car number 1, the CTC Racing Black of Gunnar Fritz, running 7 laps off the lead pace right now. And I think that is it for the Audi R8 class.
Well, congratulations there, Jake. Fantastic work. So well done there for that one. What we'll do is we'll get Randy, if Hugo's ready for the next one, for the C-Spec class. So Randy, why don't you take us away for that one?
Alright, so taking us now down through our roof C-Specs as we go and queue up the finishing order music. Currently leading right now in the C-Spec class, the Pure Racing Team Roof C-Spec number 24 being driven by Tom Valentini. Running in 2nd place, Celestial DNF being driven by Troy Schuster. Running in 3rd place, Trimates Racing being driven by Dennis Hines, hopefully sponsored by Ketchup. Running in 4th place, we have SimRC.DE 797 car being driven by Jürgen Frank. Rounding up your top 5, you have iRacers.Who Team Porsche. That's under the control right now of Akos Bokor. Running in 6th, Team DFTBA. We've seen them have quite a few issues, and somebody who's been in that car for a while now is actually Dennis Garrison. He's been in there for several stints. He should be getting out of there shortly. Running in P number 7, Course Sim Racing C-Spec, being driven by Dominic Engel. Running in P number 8, Mad Cow Racing Muriel, the source of a lot of drama and unfortunately quite a lot of puns, being driven by James Stevenson. Rounding out, I believe this is the top 10, is GTL Virtual Racing Team number 1, driven by Rafael Kukarais. And then the last car that's currently out there running is not ATK and Friends, being driven by Jesper Driekle. Actually, no, I take that back. Yeah, I'm forgetting my team, the Phoenix Endurance Racing car, being driven by Julio Ornelius, who is currently the last racing roof.
Well, there you go. That's your C-Spec field for you there. I hope we're giving you enough coverage here of the entire field. Most people wouldn't do the entire field, but we certainly are doing that for you now. And what I will do is, because I'm feeling kind, I'll do the Kia Optima class.
And then Hugo can do the MX-5s.
Well, Cisco can do the MX-5 since he had the GT3 last time. So, Hugo, if you're ready, we will go through the Kia Optima class, and it is 24-hour Kia team with Johan Sharia at the wheel of that one. They have been in the lead pretty much all the time that we have been on here on Racesport TV. 2nd place, Eric Hafner in the Alpine Eagle Racing car, the 127 car. They've been slowly dropping back from the leaders there, but keeping it steady at 3 minutes 10 now. Top Freak Racing Corkscrew, they're still on pit road at the moment. In fact, they're going to end up, they've actually dropped the place to Chrono Sim Racers just now. So Chrono Sim Racers with Isaac Garcia Dominguez is now up into 4th place with Top Freak Racing Corkscrew 5th. 6th place will be Team GTRS with Blackadder Motorsports, then the next ones through clanaod.net. There with Chandler Rubeck and the Guild of Australia. Oh, I'm sorry to say this, but the Guild of Australian Young Stars are not running at the moment. So that is going to be all of your Kia class cars. And now it's time for... by the way, we've got it's pretty close action actually between the 57 and the 66 car. Just let's have a look at that. So 57 and 66.
Big crash. I'm hearing there's a crash out there for car number 26. Trying to find it now.
That's Clan AOD. So Chandler Rubeck, we're on about him. He's going downhill. It's a right-hander. He runs wide into the barrier. Heavy hit. Couple of heavy hits on that barrier. It's going to go in a third time as well. And that's the end of that Kia for the time being. Fourth hit there. That front left suspension getting an absolute clattering there. So big moment there for them. And that's going to lose them any chance of progressing forward for the time being. They're getting a tour back to the pits, and Chandler Rubeck, unfortunately for him,
actually something else, sorry to interrupt, but something we didn't, I don't know if we caught it or not, but the Driving Revolution number 2 Audi of Giuseppe Curry's currently been on the pit road for a very, very long time. He's currently, he's pushing 7 minutes. He's been in the lane almost 8.
Yeah, so something's happened there with that car. Randy, you check that out while we quickly have Cisco. And it will be quick. We'll be able to go through your MX-5 field because there's only 3 cars remaining.
Just do a few of them, 4. Cisco.
There's 4 actually now. Team Potato and the 17. They're back out there. They're trying to make up some positions right now. So they're 96 laps off the lead right now. The next car in front of them, that's Giuseppe Iannucci right now driving that machine. The next car is about 3 laps ahead of them. So they're going to try and make up some positions right now. But as far as the I guess lead battle would go, you got Rensport Online leading the way right now in that 397. You got Patrick Lankow on that one. And then right behind them is the 55, the Rookie Racing Team 55. Sonny Cashin is in that one. And then right behind them on the same lap is going to be the 12 Thrustmaster Movano machine. And Gilberto Migla... oh, man. Miglioranza?
Come on, sound it out.
Miglioranza. I'm gonna go with that. And they're
you know
right
what? That's
behind.
what I would go with as well. So you're all right.
And they're not too far behind. They're on the same lap at least. And it looks like
3 minutes
55.
16.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, you know, pit stop here, and you know they could be right back in this thing. So keep an eye on. How about Rensport Online after the showing they had in the VLN series not too long ago, putting out a great showing, as is Ricky Race Team. Both those teams who ran in the VLN series, they're doing a great job right now.
Blackadder Motorsport, the 66 car, are gaining on the car in front of them. And that is the 57 car, Team GTRS. So Goncalves and Heine Corper is certainly going to be a battle here in the Kia class. 3 seconds between them, so we've got a battle on once again in your field. But Randy, have you found out what happened to that number 2 Audi?
Yeah, it's another one of those weird incidents that is just sort of a light contact by the looks of it, but apparently did some pretty terminal damage. But Maurizio Macconi in that Driving Revolution number 2 Audi just coming up just the corner before the small carousel. The back end just stepped out on him, and he just sort of he just gave that wall on the left hand side a pretty heavy hit. I mean, it wasn't super hard, but it wasn't exactly light either. But you know, it didn't look like the sort of hit that would require 10 minutes worth of repairs though. But you know, maybe it probably just tweaked something in under that car. Who knows?
Well, what it does mean is that Mike Pallich in the Core Sim Racing, in the number 8 car, the Core Sim Racing Audi, they have moved up ahead of the 2 car. So that is a position for them. So Driving Revolution not having much fun there.
Well, from what I'm seeing, that Core Sim Racing Audi is a couple laps down. It would be the GTRO's SST Orange that would be next in line, or that would have gone by, and then 24-hour MSP Drivers Homes next in line.
Well, anyway, we'll be keeping an eye on this battle anyway between the two Kias. The 57 car of Team GTRS and the 66 car. They are going to be battling away because there's only about 1.5 seconds between these, Jake, and they're now onto the Nordschleife part of the course now, and really it's follow the leader for the time being.
Yeah, pretty much follow the leader from here on out. We'll see whether he maybe has a look going over the top, like past after Flagplatz, and maybe having a look. I think it would be down through compression. That would be maybe his next best bet to have a look, but we'll see what he does here. Johan Hannikorpi, I think I pronounced that one, most likely botched it as usual, but Blackadder Motorsports have been gaining over the past couple of laps. Two Team GTRS in front of him, so he's definitely got the pace to be able to get that move done, but it just depends on where he's going to be able to pick a spot.
So yeah, this battle here, it's pretty
You gotta
close
run.
here.
Is he brave?
Yeah. Well, we've seen cars make it around the outside, and when both cars have cooperated, well, no, he's backing off.
Nope, he's smart.
Yeah, he's decided against it. Really threw that Kia through that left-hander into Armberg. Once again, the right-hander, and well, they're just holding position for the time being, and really, once you get through this downhill section, there's not really any overtaking opportunities unless you're very brave and the other car is cooperating with you. Then you can make that stick. But for the time being, through compression they go, and they're going to stay in line for the time being.
And it looks like they're going to head up to the right-hander now, and that 66 is continuing to just pour it on right there, trying to catch up to the 57 Team GTRS. And, you know, he's going to catch him here. It's just a matter of, is he going to continue to wait, or is he maybe going to make that move, you know, into or coming out of carousel like we were talking about earlier? Maybe wait until the straight, but that's a long, awful way, because they're basically at the west end of the racetrack right now. They still have a long way to go before they get to any real straight roads.
And we've got a battle here in your GT3 class as well, in the Audis. You've got the Thrustmaster Movano car of Fabio Gonzalez. They are currently 12th place overall in this race, and it's the 107 car that's right behind them, Oisberg and Kelja Racing, and that 107 car has been in the wars a little bit, but so too is that Thrustmaster Movano car. We saw that one doing barrel rolls down on the Nordschleife, and there's only about 1.5 seconds between them for the time being as we go through here, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly is, but, you know, this battle it's close right now, but right now Fabio Gonzalez and that Thrustmaster Movano TRL car does owe us a pit stop, so that is going to kind of delete that battle here in the next couple laps, I feel, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's what we get usually when we have a battle that's looking close. It all sort of breaks up, and well, already that 21 car has pulled out 1 second on them, so we're going to look back at the battle between 57 and 66. Blackadder Motorsports going to the outside here, up the hill as they head towards the top of the circuit, and through they go there, so the better top speed from the 66 car. Blackadder Motorsports able to take that place, and they move up there to 4th place in class. Looking at my timing screen here, don't forget you can find live timing on racespot.tv/timing. Where you'll be able to find out everything that's going on in this race, and well, like I say, Blackadder Motorsports able to make it past as the Core Sim Racing Audi is coming up to put a lap on these guys.
Yeah, they are, and you know that Core Sim Racing Audi is definitely going to be wanting to do that and get that job done. While they're looking at the Core Motorsports guys, you know, Hugo actually Jake rather telling us in the chat, updating us about that time. Keikishibi's gone back to running 8-minute 19s. That's what his last time was, and actually he's coming down the Darker Ho now. And Maximilian Benake last lap was an 8:24.6, so very, very off the pace, and not what that car not what that team wants to do. And we'll see what that that Core Motorsport car is able to take out of him this next time by.
Jake, you've been keeping an eye on this. Was it just traffic or a little mistake from the 111 car of Maximilian Benecke?
He's been coming under a little bit of traffic, not much, but I feel like he's just trying to play a strategic game in the sense of just trying to manage that gap towards the end. We've seen him punch out that one 8-minute 18 lap earlier on that sort of blew us all away. So I think he's just sort of trying to calm it down. He doesn't want to be pushing too hard, but if Kei Kashubi keeps pushing these the lap times out, now he's just on another 8-minute 19. That has made the gap 57.5 seconds. So it's the second time that we've seen this gap under a minute as of recent. So definitely Kei Kashubi's pushing hard, but he'll come up to some traffic in front of him that could play hindrance in his lap times, but definitely needs to keep pushing on if he wants to close that gap to Pure Racing Team out in front.
The leading Kia is onto pit road, the 25 car. So they're on pit road. Second place is still about half a lap away, actually. No, Eric Hafner stayed out. So Eric Hafner, the 127 car of Alpine Eagle Racing, is now in the lead of your Kia class. So those guys just going through their pit cycle at the moment. The Torque Freak car still on pit road at the moment, although they are just pulling away as I say that. So Pedro Van Balen at the wheel there of the 451, finally getting to pull away there, but lost a lot of time with that one. Big long wait in the pits for them there. Klein AOD, of course, the other car that's in there. We saw them have that issue with their car. Blackadder Motorsports now, they've pulled out 3.1 seconds over that 57 car, the Team GTRS car. So Blackadder just able to pull out there, Cisco, after having that battle and obviously showing the pace. But again, pit stop cycles are coming to play here.
Yeah, absolutely, and depending on how the pit stops go, we've been seeing a lot of guys light it up coming down pit road, just slamming on the brakes and basically destroying whatever tread they had left on the tires. But so we see 397 and the 9 there trying to make up some ground right now in that class. He's trying to hunt down the 13 car, the car in the same class. They're trying to get that battle back going again. But, it's just a matter of you got to make sure, the pit stops, obviously we don't have guys jumping over the wall or, coming out and actually servicing the car. But at the same time, you got to make sure you pull into the stall, get the car up, get the tires changed, that sort of thing. But remember, if you keep the same driver in there, he's going from tires that have been out there for who knows how long, depending on what car you're in. That's a very different, we don't have the option in iRacing to put scuffs on cars. So, these guys are going out there with fresh tires, whether they like it or not. So, these tires are cold. They have a lot more grip once they're heated up. So, maybe as a driver, if you're dialing back, how hard you're running the circuit, you can dial that back up, but you have to be careful not to go over and, remember kind of how you were running the car beforehand. And also, depending on how long they've been in the car, we're 17 hours, 40 minutes into this race now, and it's definitely hitting people at some point. You're not going to see laps as fast as, with the exception, of course, of Kei Kashubi throwing down that 818. That was a blistering lap, but it's going to be hard. And I'm watching the 9 car right now. He just ate a curb right there. So everyone, it's just a matter of just, figuring out these tires, because, of course, you can't do that. And you make a mistake on this track, you're going to pay for it.
Yeah, you certainly are, as we saw the 66 car, the Blackadder Motorsports car, coming onto pit road. So John King now they've changed driver. John King at the wheel of that one, getting ready to leave the pit lane in about half a minute's time. Once they get the full allocation of fuel and the tyres on there. Mad Cow Racing, they're on pit road at the moment, and Michael Fabian is at the wheel there of the 19 car, the very battered 19 car. It's certainly been involved in some trials and tribulations in this race. And just looking elsewhere as well, Pure Racing Team, they're still on their lap. They're coming up the hill up towards the carousel once again. And Randy, we've seen these two. Oh, we've got a before in the 797 actually. Jake, you take us through that. What's happening there?
Yeah, so the 797 just pitted but came out, obviously lost a spot to iRace's Hugh Alec Boker at the Akos Boker, sorry, in his car at the moment in car number 4. Got that position over simrc.de after the pit stop, but he's come out just behind him, about 4 seconds back. The 797 car is, so maybe able to force a little bit of a battle, but I think that's just because obviously through the pit stop strategy, but depending on how long the iRaces.hu Hugh car has left on its stint, I'm trying to find that now. Actually, I think it'll be coming into the pits in the next couple of laps as well, so I think they're just sort of at that pit cycle where cars are different strategies of 1 lap extra, and these 1 lap extras are putting them in maybe a better or worse position depending on the strategy towards the end.
The 193 car back on pit road, they're getting their service after we've seen them being involved in issues there as well during the race. So they're down in 5th place at the moment, and you've got to say, with all these dramas that the GT3 cars have been having around it's really good to see that the 24 and the 88 are up there 6th and 7th overall.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. They've been having a pretty fantastic and overall clean race, especially with the lap times they've been running. The figure those cars are only about 20 or so seconds per lap slower than the GT3 cars are, except those cars don't have the driver aids that the GT3 car has. No ABS, no traction control, and a lot less arrows. Actually, the Pure Racing team number 24 Rough C-Spec is actually hitting the pit lane right now as we're talking about them. So for them to drive the way they are, it's actually a very, very it's quite the accomplishment.
Yeah, certainly is, and it's great to see them up there in this race. As you say, they're coming onto pit. They've come into pit road. They're going to get their service now at the this pit, and looking through here, we've still got that battle. The 797 and the 4. They've still been closing up there. 797 now 3.7 seconds behind, so closed up a second so far on this lap on Akos Bakor at the wheel of that iRacers.hu team Porsche car, Cisco, and we see it time and time again. How important is it just to have that reference point to be able to work against when you're driving the car, like in Lucas Doltz's situation?
Well, a reference point, I mean, for a track as long as this, 13 miles, you gotta have so many points. It just gets to a point where you kind of have to know. It's not so much you need the reference point for the track. Sure, you're gonna have a couple that you'll know, that you'll know cold, but at the end of the day, it's more kind of how balanced you are with the car and kind of more reference point in the car, if you know what I mean. So, if a car, if it slides a certain way, okay, I can power out of that, or okay, now I need to get out of the gas. So it's kind of, at least from, how I would attack this course, there are obviously some of the corners, something like a carousel where you could go, oh, yeah, I know that. That's a pretty simple enough thing where, maybe at the start of the billboards or something like that, you'd be able to pick up and be, okay, this is where I'm going to dive into the corner. But a lot of these gentle bends, they have a lot of different shuffling up there, so you have to be careful. You have to be, it's more a deal with the car, because all these gentle bends, it's a lot harder to remember. Oh, this, it's a, in rallying you would say it's a left 6 or a right 5 or something like that. It's kind of, it's a similar, I would say it's almost a similar style to learn the Nürburgring as it would be to kind of, learn a rally stage almost.
So what you're saying is these drivers need a co-driver in there to call out pace notes?
Well, not necessarily, but that's kind of how I, with this track, there's so many variations of corners.
Yeah.
So you basically have to narrow it down to, okay, a lot of these right-hand bends, this is kind of the speed I need to be going for, a right 6, that sort of thing. This is the speed I need to be going for, a left 2 or anything, sharper than that. So I think it comes down to more figuring out this is what the car needs to do in these corners and just doing that, and then just figuring out, okay, these are where these corners are, this is what I need to do with the car. Maybe not necessarily, oh, this corner on the track has this certain point, so that's where I need to go. More kind of, this is how the car handles in this sort of bend, that's what I need to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is the ultimate test. I mean, Jackie Stewart, I remember Jackie Stewart saying in an interview that if you weren't scared of the Nordschleife, then you weren't going fast enough. And it really is, that sort of track where you have to be on the limit every lap to be able to get the best out of the car and to be able to push on and try and get the winners. Kekashube losing out a couple of seconds on that last lap, by the way. Keep an eye on that lead battle due to traffic there.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate there for Kekashube, but it's the way it goes with traffic around this track, and you also have to realize that a couple seconds, it isn't a big thing. But like I said, K's been looking just consistently quicker than Maximilian when they can get the clean laps in. So, I mean, I definitely, I'm expecting at the end of this stint, Pure Racing Team to be making a driver change just based on how long the drivers have been going, in general. And actually, just talking, they've been doing, I think, roughly 4 stints, the PRT guys, which if Patrick Pichler does, if they keep on that schedule, actually Maximilian gets pretty heavily blocked by a Kia there. I think that was, that's the 24-hour Kia team getting hung up just a bit, and actually he has a fair bit of traffic in front of him as well. This is going to work out great for the Core Motorsports guys. Are they going to try to maybe get Max in there for the final 2 hours, or will they maybe just run Patrick a little bit shorter and try to get Max in there for the final 4?
That's really going to be an interesting point in terms of how they organise their final stints. And Jake, these guys have been on the limit pretty much from the start of Pure Racing Team. They've led 112 of the 124 laps that we've played so far. They're really pushing it to the limit in terms of not just the ability on the track, but also the human ability as well.
Yeah, that's right. As I mentioned earlier on around about the 13-hour mark when we were talking about it, how much mental capacity you need to be able to focus around here, let alone for 2 drivers to do a full 24-hour race by themselves. Obviously, I'd say that when they were doing the big long stint, they'd have that other driver like Maximilian Beneke would have been having a sleep and trying to have a little power nap, trying to get a little bit of rest back. But it's still draining, especially just straight wake up and get in the car and try and push out laps. You're pushing that body to the limit. And some people don't think that sim racing is hard and taxing on a person. It really is. You're fighting a wheel, you're fighting yourself, and especially when you're trying to punch out a lap in a 24-hour race like he did before with that 8:18 lap time. He's been able to do that after 17 hours in the car. Not just himself, but obviously sharing with his teammate, and that's one of the things that people don't realise how much of a toll it actually takes to be able to compete at this level, like Pure Racing Team is.
And also, I don't think people realise just how much of a toll it takes to be able to broadcast live from about 20 past 1 GMT this morning. People think we just sit back and just talk all day. It's real difficult to talk all this time. So we're trying our best here, and we will be getting some replacements coming soon. So,
don't jinx it.
Well, I hope, because I'm not doing to the end of this race because I am absolutely exhausted. But we will fight on because that's the race spot spirit as we go on here. And, Lucas Dolza is now really close in this battle with the number 4 car. He's now 1.9 seconds, 1.8 seconds behind. So, Lucas has been closing up this gap slowly but surely. And he was 1.9 seconds faster on that last lap. So, really, Randy, he's got the bit between his teeth. He can almost smell the fumes coming from the car in front.
Yeah, he's pushing hard, and he definitely wants to get himself by. He's been eking out a good amount of time, basically every single lap, and I think he's going to get there. And he's throwing that car out there on the limit right now. I think everyone realizes, we're quickly approaching the 6 hours left to go here, and really that's right around the time where where you're really out of time, because strategy starts, suddenly you don't have a lot of time for your strategy to play out. You only have maybe 4 or 5 pit stops left to go in the event, as well as just the limited amount of time spent out there on the track. So I mean, at this point, you have to be pushing hard if you're trying to make up spots.
So so Lucas Dolce will be keeping an eye on this battle, because he's now 1.4 seconds behind, and he is closing that gap. But it's all about timing your move right on this track, Jake, and we've seen it time and time again. For the majority of the Nordschleife, they can't really get past, and it's usually waiting until they're dotting a her for them to make the move.
Yeah, you sort of just got to pick a spot and try and figure out what you're going to do. A lot of the times you can't make a move around here. The track isn't wide enough, and you're not able to get that job done. So just having a look now, the battle is definitely closing up between the 4 and the 797 down here for P number 4 of class, but I'd expect them to pit again. iRacing next time round. I thought they were going to pit them, but they didn't. But yeah, there's not a lot of places for them to try and put a passing move on, especially in a long race. You don't want to just throw it down the inside and hope and pray you're going to get it done. You do that if it was only a couple of laps, but when you're trying to endure the entire stint, you want to make sure that you can get the car to the end. So you don't want to get involved in any little battle that may hinder your car and ultimately end your race earlier than what you wanted.
Yeah, and you've got to have a completely different mentality for endurance racing competitor, like a sprint race of 20 minutes or so there at Cisco, because it is a completely different game. We've seen a few of the cars that went out at the start of the race, they just got involved in incidents and ended up out of the race really early on, start of the race.
And there may be a battle. Yeah, there is. Right now, the 4 and the 797 are duking it out right now. They're on the same lap, and that's going to be a battle right now. And they're heading up towards, I believe, they're going to be heading towards Carousel pretty soon.
Yep, they certainly are. So like I say, we've been keeping an eye on this one. We've been on board and well into Steel's track for once again this right-hander. It's a tight right-hander, about second gear here, about 55 miles an hour on the apex before you then let it roll out there. And now into the carousel here, this long left-handed banked corner. And really all about getting that right, getting the exit right, getting the power nice and early through that right-hander. And now they're at a section now where Lucas, he's going to have to be patient, Randy. He's going to have to just sit behind for the time being, you would think, just to help fuel economy, if nothing else, being in the slipstream. But he'll just have to be patient and wait for that move to be made.
Yeah, this is basically, I mean, it's the highest point of the circuit, and it just sort of winds down this hill, just right and then left and then right again, and then, up a little bit of a hill and then over to the right, and it's just very, very much single file section of track. Even when you're talking about cars that are, the great speed disparity, even, across classes, you'll see these Audi GT cars, they'll get hung up behind the few Miatas we have in these sorts of sections of the track, and he just needs to be patient here. He needs to get as close as he can, and from here on, the only other place he might be able to make a move, if he's going to do it before the Dottinger is maybe through the section of the Stefan Belafest. There's just enough room there that you can kind of get side by side, maybe make a move, but chances are he'll make that move down the Dottinger and into the Hohenrain section.
Yeah, it looks like that is the favourite place to make an overtaking spot, as Lucas just sitting there behind, being patient through the Stefan Belov. Oh, the iRacers.HU car bouncing over the curb there through the Stefan Belov S as they come now towards the small carousel. This left-hander once again banked on the inside. Make sure you don't clip that curb. We've seen a couple of drivers have issues there. And out there they go now as they head towards the long right-hander here. And Galgenkopf is the first part there, now onto the Dottinger straight. And this is where you need to be in that slipstream. You need to make sure that you're in right behind the gearbox of that car in front. And that's exactly what Lucas Dalter is doing down the Dottinger Hook. Both cars have got quite a bit of damage there. The sides of the cars have been pushed in, and here he goes then. Lucas Dalter looking to the outside, trying to make it through, and he does before they even make it to the little left-hander here. So really, Tiergarten, they make it through before there, and Lucas Dalter moves up a place. And Jake, you were thinking that maybe the iRacers.ihu are going to be coming into the pits this time. We'll be seeing if that's right.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they do now. They've been out 2 more laps longer and actually another lap. So maybe they've been playing their cards right, where it's maybe put them on an alternate strategy where they're about in the middle of a stint. So it's a good job for iRacers.hu to be able to get that done, because it just puts them in a little bit of a playing field that they actually could be battling with the 797 for this position towards the end when it all plays out then.
Yeah, so running a bit wide out of the right left there was the number 4 car, Akaspo car at the wheel there for the time being in that white iRacers.hu Team Porsche car. And Akos will be coming into the, you think, yeah, in the next sort of lap or so, you'll be thinking that he'll be coming into the pits. He
did I miss something? We have a new leader in the Kias, do we not?
Yes, because they had a pit stop.
Yeah.
That what it was?
The pit stop
but it was
it.
The pit stop changed the lead, yeah.
Wait, did they not have 2? Because I'm showing 2 laps that Johan and Sherry run that were not scored.
Right. Well, Randy, you take it away. You have a look then, find out what's happened there for that one, because 20 seconds between them. It's a new leader in the Kia, so I do apologise about that. The 127 Alpine Eagle Racing, Eric Hafner there at the wheel. They are in the lead at the moment in that Kia class. Yeah, the 24-hour Kia team. Johan Scherer is in second place, and really struggling at the moment up the hill there. Well, they're all on their own at the moment in that number 25 car.
Yeah, I'm just looking through. There hasn't been any contact. I'm just not sure what that was, but a couple laps of them showed unscored. Especially because there wasn't a driver change. Very, very odd.
Yeah, that is bizarre. I mean, normally it is about 4, maybe 5 lap stint in this Kia, so maybe they didn't get all the fuel that they needed in it, or something went wrong there and they had to pit again. We'll have to check that out. But yeah, we're heading into the end of the hour, and what we're doing before we'll go, we'll just have a word with Jake, because Jake, you are having to get off. So thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. It's not been the most eventful, purely because of the fact that we've had so many cars drop out, but it's still been an interesting race.
Yeah, it's been an interesting race, and it's been good to be up here in the commentary booth, different to the V8s that I'm usually with every week. But yeah, I think this race has still got a lot to play out. Obviously it does with the 4 hours to go, but I think the strategy up the front, it could change in all classes. When you look at the gaps, there's 57 seconds separating the top 2 in obviously the overall Audi GT class, and there's only 47 seconds right now separating the C-Spec class, and then obviously there's only 20 seconds separating the Kia class after whatever's happened at the moment with the 24-hour Kia team. So I think there's a little bit more to play out to this one that could maybe spice it up a little bit towards the end, but it's been good to be here as usual.
Well, we'll go through the top 3 of each class then before we go for a commercial break. And it's Pure Racing Team, the 111 car, in the lead of this race. That has been coming down slightly though, with Kirkashubi in the Core Motorsports car in second place, Trinity Motorsports in third place in the 60 car. In your C-Spec class, well, it's Pure Racing Team C-Spec in first place there, Celestial DNF in second place with Trimates in third. In your Kias, as we were been saying, the 127 car Alpine Eagle Racing are in the lead of that class, but only 20 seconds ahead of the 24-hour Kia team. Chrono Sim Racers, they are in 3rd place in that class. And in your MX-5s, there are 4 racing now, so we can say that the top 3 in that class. Team RSL leading that race with Rookie Racing Team in 2nd, a lap down, and Thrustmaster Movano in 3rd place. They're actually been catching up, so we'll keep an eye on that because they're only 43 seconds behind now, Thrustmaster Movano, so we'll be keeping an eye on that one. But, well, thank you very much to Jake for joining us in the commentary booth, for helping us out here for the last how many hours? The last 6 hours. Good grief, it's already flown by. As this, no, it hasn't. It's felt like long. So what we'll do is we'll step aside for just a few moments while we catch our breath, and we'll be right back here with the Nürburgring 24 hours here on Racesport TV and iRacing Live. Don't forget, you'll have to change over to part 4 of this race. There'll be links in the description, and on iRacing Live we'll be changing the stream. So make sure you change over to that. So for the time being, we'll step aside for just a few moments, and we'll see you then. Goodbye.
For iRacing to get Le Mans is huge. I mean, this is a unique event, a unique track where, you know, half of the track is public road, so you can never test on it, you never get experience on it, and it's 8 miles in length, 4-minute lap time in a GT car. So, you know, even if you're here for an hour of testing, that's only 15 laps, and you're only going to see the corner 15 times that day. The first section going through the Dunlop area is pretty unique. You know, it's got elevation change and off camber. Then you go down Mulsanne into the chicanes, and you know, the straights are unbelievably long. It's a tricky track, and you know, every year I've come here, this being my 4th year, you learn something new every time.
We've wanted to add Le Mans to iRacing for a long time, and we've really been working hard towards it for the last 5 years. But really, things only came together in the last week leading up to this race, so it was a real scramble to put everything together. The majority of Le Mans is public roads. So when they're preparing for the 24-hour race,